Still speak if you want, but whenever you're ready, Mr. McLean.
Good morning. The time is now 11:03 on November 19th, 2024. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Los Angeles Unified School District Board of Education. I'm going to take roll. Dr. McKenna.
Here.
Dr. Rivas.
Present.
Mr. Schmerelson.
Present.
Mr. Melvoin.
Here.
Ms. Gomez. Ms. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Goldberg.
Here.
And Student Member Cortez Lopez.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Student Cortez Lopez is now going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you all please stand?
Place your right hand over your heart.
I'm now going to call on Mr. McLean because we have a retiring board member, Dr. George J. McKenna III, and some people, Dr. McKenna, want to say some things to you.
It is my very, very distinct honor to at least hold the run of show to help honor this retiring member of the board who I've had the privilege to work with for all too short a period of time. So we have a couple of videos and we have a couple of guest speakers, and let's launch right into the first video, a short bio video.
Dr. George McKenna III, board member, Los Angeles Unified School District Board of Education. A scholar and athlete, at a young age, McKenna's passion for civil and human rights activism was nurtured in his hometown of New Orleans. He attended Xavier University, where he received his bachelor's degree in mathematics at the age of 20. He earned a teaching fellowship to Chicago's Loyola University, where he went on to earn an M.A. in mathematics. He holds a doctorate of education from Xavier University. Dr. McKenna began his career in education when he accepted a position in the Los Angeles Unified School District as a mathematics teacher. Simultaneously, he also worked as an engineer for North American Aviation on the Apollo Moonshot project. But ultimately, his love of teaching led him to completely devote himself to the field of education. While continuing his education at Loyola University Law School, UCLA, and California State University, Los Angeles, he continued to teach at the secondary school and college levels within the LAUSD, moving up the ranks of secondary school administrative positions. During Dr. George McKenna's tenure as principal of Washington Preparatory High School in South Los Angeles, students, parents, and community members witnessed the transformation of an inner-city high school that had been torn by violence, low achievement, and lack of community confidence into a school with an attendance waiting list and nearly 80% of the graduates enrolled in college. Because of his success, Dr. McKenna's programs have been widely modeled throughout the nation. In addition, his story of advocacy, commitment, and dedication to education has been documented in the award-winning CBS television movie, The George McKenna Story, starring Denzel Washington. His accomplishments have been featured in a wide variety of media, including Time, People, and Ebony magazines, the Los Angeles Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Christian Science Monitor, and the Detroit News. Dr. McKenna has appeared on the CBS Evening News with Dan Rather, Nightline with Ted Koppel, The Oprah Winfrey Show, Night Watch, and the documentary film entitled Chaos to Calm, produced by the California State Attorney General's Office. Dr. McKenna has received international recognition for his work, having received over 400 citations and awards from a host of civic, legislative, and professional organizations. He was also recognized by President Reagan, who invited him to the White House to participate in a panel on school discipline. The president further acknowledged McKenna's leadership at the 68th Annual National Convention of Secondary School Principals, where the president praised him as a hero with faith and common sense values. Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis mentioned Dr. McKenna's achievements during his presidential nomination speech at the 1988 Democratic National Convention. Featured in the 1988 Miller Brewing Company calendar of great black educators, Dr. McKenna was the 1989 recipient of the Congressional Black Caucus's Chairman's Award and was inducted into the National Alliance of Black School Educators Hall of Fame in 1997. He is the author of California legislation which permits parent release time from work to visit schools. In addition to his well-documented teaching and administrative career in the LAUSD, McKenna served as the superintendent of the Inglewood Unified School District, deputy superintendent of the Compton Unified School District, and assistant superintendent of secondary schools in the Pasadena Unified School District. He currently serves as an educational consultant, providing professional development and support to school districts and community organizations throughout the country. A strong advocate of building stable communities from within, Dr. George McKenna believes that an educational system that emphasizes justice, equal opportunity, and nonviolence is the primary vehicle for positive change in a pluralistic and technological society. Dr. McKenna is also a member or has affiliations with a number of organizations, including Member Board of Directors, Los Angeles Brotherhood Crusade, 40 years. Former Member Board of Directors, Los Angeles Southern Christian Leadership Conference, 25 years. Member 100 Black Men of Los Angeles, Incorporated. Founder and member Education Civil Rights Committee, 10 years. Member California Alliance of African American Superintendents and Administrators, 15 years. Member Association of California School Administrators, 12 years. Life member National Alliance of Black School Educators, 25 years. Member and past president twice, Council of Black Administrators, 38 years. Member Western Regional Council on Educating Black Children. Member National Council on Educating Black Children. Member and founder Los Angeles Black School Educators.
And to give us some continued context on what we've just seen, we have two presenters to discuss the Washington Prep effect. We have Dr. Deshelle Bird joining us via Zoom, and then Alan Kikassi here in person. So Dr. Deshelle, if you could please, excellent. Thank you so much for joining us today, and the floor is entirely yours.
Thank you so much. It is truly an honor to be able to give this tribute to Dr. George J. McKenna III. The Washington Prep effect with Dr. McKenna, he is a visionary educator and transformational leadership. He's left an indelible mark on Washington Preparatory High School and the entire Los Angeles Unified School District during his tenure as principal of Washington Prep from 1979 to 1988. His legacy continues to inspire and shape education today as his career as a school board member expanded his reach for not just Washington Prep, but the entire school district within Board District 1 as well. As a principal of Washington Prep, Dr. McKenna revolutionized the concept of inner city education that was high quality and high profile for all students to want to come to and achieve. He saw the potential where others saw hopelessness, and he fought tirelessly to create pathways for success for all students, regardless of their circumstances. His Washington Prep Effect was a blueprint for educational excellence in the community as well as nationwide. Some of the key aspects of Dr. McKenna's transformative leadership include high expectations. So Dr. McKenna instilled a culture of academic excellence, believing that every single student could achieve greatness with proper support and guidance. Community engagement. He turned a school that was plagued by violence and low achievement into a beacon of hope with community confidence soaring to create a waiting list for enrollment. This was done by engaging parents side by side in meetings where commitments were made by the families to entrust their children with Washington Prep as being their educational source. Additionally, there was direct contact with community leaders, letting them know that a new general was in town and that he wanted the best for this area. College preparation was another key point and already mentioned in the video. Under his leadership, over 80% plus Washington Prep graduates enrolled in college, graduated from college, and lived up to the expectations of excellence and service-oriented individuals that contribute to society by giving back in positive ways. Our students, my classmates, were academically inclined as he promoted academic decathlon competitions with the same approach to athleticism. Students arose to the occasion by excelling in all areas of academics. As a result of this approach, he developed a holistic opportunities for students where he created a mini college atmosphere on our campus with the emphasis on spirit with Friday night lights, sororities and fraternities, dances, extravagances, including Solid Gold and the Prep's version of Star Search, which produced many individuals and uplifted and showcased their talents. Also, Washington Prep had a vibrant arts program along with athletics for ensuring that all students had a well-rounded high school experience. He also spearheaded the community activism in students at the Prep and the district as a whole with the annual Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Peace March as we walked around the community, encouraging families to put down the guns and be peaceful individuals, as well as a separate symposium where other high schools convened at the Prep to increase the peace efforts in our community through workshops and student political panels. He also promoted diversity and inclusion. He celebrated the diversity and acknowledged and uplifted all student populations on the campus, including the smaller population of our Mexican Americans, who were also a big part of what he embodied. Career readiness was also another key aspect of what he prepared us to do. He implemented various programs that prepared us for law and medicine and education in the arts. The magnet schools were often in competition with each other, but established a family camaraderie that was unmatched to any neighboring school. Washington Prep, under his leadership, was a safe haven, a nurturing environment where students could thrive academically and personally because of the team of individuals that he built around him. He ensured that they cared for each and every one of us. Otherwise, it wouldn't be acceptable behaviors. Within the school walls, he established tough love that had a whole lot of caring and room to grow from your mistakes. A family atmosphere, the motto for Washington Prep stands tried and true. We are family, and it created a supportive network amongst staff, students, and the community. He would bring adult leaders to have gender-alike assemblies to talk about how to become great men and husbands, and for the young ladies to be able to be all they can be with style and grace. Lastly, he continued with a model that widely has been replicated nationwide, influencing educational policy practices far and beyond Los Angeles Unified School District. As a student who experienced Dr. McKenna's leadership firsthand and later becoming the principal of Washington Prep, and also his promises to always be a family, I can attest to the profound and lasting impact of his vision. Dr. McKenna didn't just run a school, he created a movement that has inspired many to follow his lead, to help someone in need, and to commit to the uplifting of others by any means necessary. He showed us that education is not just about academics, but it is about building character, fostering community, and preparing students for the challenges of this rapidly changing world, something we absolutely need to embrace, even more so now. He has guided me personally on my doctoral journey and has celebrated the opportunity to carry the torch of being my surrogate father for me, not just me, but all the many lives that he touched. Dr. McKenna's legacy lives on in the countless lives of doctors, lawyers, educators, artists, politicians, and community leaders who have walked the halls of Washington Prep. His belief in the transformative power of education, his commitment to equity and excellence, and his unwavering faith in the potential of every student continues to inspire educators and people across the world. To you, Dr. McKenna, your vision, courage, and dedication have shaped generations. You saw the good in every child, especially the Black students you served, and fought to create pathways for their success. Your Washington Prep effect is not just a model for education that we need to continue to follow. It is a testament to what can be achieved when we believe in the potential of our youth and fight to get the resources in place to make everything happen that is right by our children. Thank you for your lifetime of public service, for being a guiding light, and for showing us that with faith, hard work, compassion, we can truly change the world one student at a time. Thank you so much. Love you so much, and looking forward to you being able to relax and continue to do the challenge towards meeting the goals of educating every student I come in contact with. Thank you.
Very much for those words, Dr. Bird. And now we have Mr. Alan Kakassi in the room. Please come on up and, yeah, I'll pass those out. Thank you, Mr. Kakassi.
George, we've been together a long time. I was there I'd been there since 1968 when George arrived in 1979. I'd seen the destruction, basically the destruction of the school because of gang violence and a lot of apathy and uncaring on the part of the adults running the place. I'm proud to say that I was one of the people that was responsible for implementing a lot of his ideas. And the vision he has is great in itself, but it's important to emphasize there needs to be people to implement it who share the same ideas and ideals that he represented. There's one aspect of this that I want to specifically emphasize, and it was mentioned in many other reports about his legacy, and it has to do with the media. As some of you well know, the media can be a sword of good or evil. It can bring hope, and it can bring depression to schools. With Dr. McKenna's support, I created a position of media coordinator. And what made that special is I was able to deal with the media in a way that he couldn't. And I want to be clear, maybe most of you understand, he's not a self-promotional person. He is someone who promotes his ideas and he promotes others. But he never really sought the spotlight that he's been in, but it came to him. And I'm proud to say that I was responsible for bringing a lot of the media attention in particular to him. And I would like to say that that's something of concern ongoing here now too. The media will give you positive or negative coverage. And I have a belief that all schools should cultivate a relationship around the local media in particular and reach out with stories that are positive in particular, because there is so much good that is going on. I want to emphasize, again, a lot of the attributes of what made Washington Prep successful are not cost items. There's a mindset involved here. Dr. McKenna saw through the institutional racism and prejudice, and always would shine a light on what was positive and good. I'm proud to have associated with him. And one last thing, and he said this at the gala, and I'm going to say it here because I know it probably would seem out of place, and maybe it is to say this, but I think he would exchange a lot of these acknowledgments just for your support for peaceful schools, in particular dealing with the issue of the school police on campus. And one last attribute or contribution you could give to him as a tribute would be to support giving the local schools safety committees a choice of having school police officers on their campus. Having worked closely with parents, as I know Dr. McKenna has also, there is a need for this issue to be put to rest once and for all. And I think the best way to do it is to support the local schools having the discretion. According to the guidelines from the State Department of Education, districts like ours are supposed to support those kinds of local school decisions. And anyway, again, some of you might question my bringing it up at this point, but I think Dr. McKenna would see this as a part of his legacy. If you put this issue to rest, there are too darn many good officers out there who have felt have been demonized. And I would hope in the future and the committee I'm part of, the Safe School Task Force, is probably going to bring forth another recommendation about this with more details, and I hope the board will consider it. And remember Dr. McKenna in thinking about how to resolve this issue. But again, one more time, George, it's been a while, and you'll always be in my heart, and I know, your compassion is endless. I'll miss you, but I'll still see you around, I'm sure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Very Kit Cassidy. We have California Assembly Member Mike Gibson from the 65th Assembly District slated to be here, but someone may be here in his stead.
Unfortunately, the assembly member was not able to make it today since he is out sick ill, but I am here on his behalf. And on behalf of the California State Assembly and the 65th District, we just want to congratulate you for all your hard work and dedication that you did with LAUSD, and we see all the work. And we congratulate you for your retirement, and we hope you enjoy it as well. So thank you for having us.
Thank you for coming by. California Senator Steve Bradford from Senate District 35 is also here. Thank you, sir, very much for making the time to come today. And the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. It is truly an honor to celebrate a legend. That in the person of Dr. George McKenna, an individual who has dedicated 60 years of his life, not to just education, but to our state, our nation, and the world, and how to make us all better individuals. Thank you for being a tireless warrior, a Jedi, and I don't mean Star Wars. I mean a warrior of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, a champion for social change that we can all live by and all be proud of. I stand here as an individual who calls you my friend. I'm honored to do that. I call you a mentor. I'm honored to say I know George McKenna. George McKenna is a friend of mine, but there are not many George McKennas in this world. You're one of a kind, and we need more individuals like you. And many times, it's been stated, I had a grandmother who was an educator. I had 3 aunts that were educators, and I know the time and work and dedication it takes to be a quality educator. And sometimes it's a thankless job, but you did it with dignity and grace and commitment, but most importantly, love. And I know all the students that you've impacted, those who are teachers today, doctors, lawyers, and maybe even politicians that you've impacted throughout your journey, and we're all grateful. I want to thank you again for teaching our amazing past, celebrating our incredible presence, but most importantly, defining our unlimited future. That's who George McKenna is, and that's what you will continue to be in my heart and so many more. And on the behalf of the state of California, I just want to say thank you very much for your tireless service and your exemplary leadership to all of us. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. The Honorable Steve Zimmer, retired school board member, is also here to give some remarks. Please come on up, Mr. Zimmer.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam President, Superintendent, board members. It's the first time I've been back here since 2017. And it's not only because it's biologically impossible for me to only speak in 2-minute increments that I haven't come, but it's out of deep respect for what all of you do. And my great thanks to all of the board members. It's a special honor for me to be speaking today, Madam President, on this day when, under your leadership and the leadership of the superintendent and this board, you will take incredibly important action later today to stand by the families and the students of this district the way we have had to many times before, but I don't think it's ever been as important as it's been in this moment. Thank you, President Goldberg. Thank you to the board. And I also want to just take a moment, Dr. McKenna, before I speak about yourself, to give a thanks to your staff and to the staff of all the board members. Not many folk understand what our staffs do to support us and to support this work. And I got to know your staff very, very well and have great love for them and respect for them. And I pay honor to them today as I pay honor to you. Board members, I just want to bring us again to the moment at which Dr. McKenna joined the service of this board. It was a moment of crisis and a moment of grief. One of the reasons why Dr. McKenna and I think, came so close together is, though our paths were different, we both didn't really aspire to this role. And you stepped into this role at a time where the constituents and the schools of District 1 needed you more than could ever be imagined. We lost Marguerite, board member Lamott, who was like a grandmother to me, a friend, and there was an incredible void. And then there was a moment at which politics tried to step into that void, and you stepped above those politics. And every moment of every day that you have served on this board, you have maintain that integrity to which you approach the service of this job. And what I want to share is that the iceberg theory of education applies to boards too. What we see in these meetings, these public meetings, is the top of the surface. It's only the tip. So much more happens. So much more comes at the board. In moments where the cameras are off, ties are loosened, you're often asked to do things that deeply test our heart and our soul. And more than anything else, George, you taught me how to keep my heart and soul intact through the most challenging moments. I want to speak for a second to our friendship. A writer once told me that he had interviewed you and asked you about me, and he said, Dr. McKenna, you and Steve were close. She said, yes. And he said, but it seems that you disagree on many policy issues. And you said to him, I wouldn't say we disagree. And he said, well, what would you say? And you said, Steve has not found the wisdom yet to understand how wrong he is and how right I am. But I have great faith that his enlightenment shall be forthcoming. I know you're still waiting on a number of those things, George. But more than anything else, you taught me to always do what I thought was right. No matter what, in any situation, do what I thought was right. You taught me to always look. Don't be fooled by the data, you told me. Look deeper into that data. Those aren't just numbers. I'm a mathematician, you told me. Those aren't just numbers. Look for the injustice within those numbers. Look deeper. Find where the institutional and direct racism is in those numbers and make policies to root it out. And finally, and most importantly, George, you taught me about the importance of mentorship. And I didn't fully grasp it at the time. But as I've been blessed to work in different contexts since our time together here ended, that idea of mentorship, true, authentic mentorship, matters so, so much. And I've seen its power, but I've never quite seen its power as strong as you embody it as a mentor, as my mentor. As I come to a close, I want to say that we walked through some fire, George. And I'll never forget one time I came into your office and I was beside myself and I was, saying all this stuff, and Dr. McKenna was in his office and he had one of his long legal pads there, and he was writing and kind of looked up a couple of times. I said, well, I'm trying to do this for my constituents, and they're coming at me with this, and I'm trying to do this, and don't they just see that it's the right thing? And I know that we know so much about Dr. McKenna's stories. We all have our favorites. First black astronaut is my favorite, by the way. And but in this moment, you just looked at me and you cut through all of it and you said, Steve, they hate you. And then you went back to writing on your pad, and I walked out. And it was just, you had the ability to check me, to be able to remind me to get out of my head and get outside myself. George, you were like a second dad to me. And I could not have made it through my board service without you, and certainly not those 2 years as board president. Friendship matters in this world. Love matters in this world. Education matters in this world. And you embody all three of those things, and I'll love you forever. Thank you for your service, Dr. McKenna.
Would Mr. John Moore come on up? Jordan High School alumni, Mr. John Moore. Come on up, sir. The floor is entirely yours.
Madam President, member of the board, my name is John Moore, and I'm actually representing the students of my graduating class of 1963. That's a little over 61 years ago, and so I wanted to kind of set the record straight that we don't hear a whole lot about 1963, but that was the year that Dr. McKenna came on board at Jordan High School. Is that not correct, sir? Okay. And so that's what's more important to me right now. When he came on board, there was this little rumor running around that there was this cool new guy that was on campus. And I said, well, who in the heck could that be? He was unknown. So as it turned out, I went to my first class. So someone said, oh, he's a new teacher. Wait a minute, he said, he's supposed to be a student. So as the new teacher in class, Dr. McKenna here, it was my math class. And up to that point, most of my educational experience was what I got at home, going to the library, so forth and so on. So halfway through Dr. McKenna's math class, and I mentioned this to him on a few other occasions. I don't think he still remembers that. But probably midway through the first semester in his math class, he pulled me aside and he said, you do not belong in this class. You don't remember that, do you? No, okay. And so he said, you should be taking algebra. And I said, algebra? I had never even heard the word before, but it's the upper level math class. And so I went on, I took algebra, did very, very well in it. Went on, I took geometry and trig and chemistry and those math classes. But the reason I'm really here is because of all the attention that Dr. McKenna paid to a student. Our class, our graduating class of 1966 was one of the largest graduating class of Jordan High School. So he's been around us for the past 60-some-odd years. Think about that. And some of the other things that he supported us in individually and collectively is that we have had a class reunion since it's way over 60 years. But he's been in attendance at every class reunion and all. So that's been very significant for me and many of our classmates. I don't know, is there any other Bulldogs in here this morning? Oh, no, I guess not. Okay. So that's a part of the history of Dr. McKenna that sometimes at these meetings and things, I never hear anyone speak of that those early 60s. The other part of it that was important and significant for us was the fact that we had a horrific Watts riot in 1965. I know some of you may be too young and you don't remember that, but it was a very stressful time for us. Happened during the summer, August of 1965. And then we had some trepidation about going back to school, but we had dedicated faculty members or teachers, such as Dr. McKenna and many others, who was there when we arrived on campus. And they helped us smooth the road in the classroom and all the other things that have been going on nationally, statewide about the Watts riot. And but the focus was still on education. And and this is sort of emotional for me because Dr. McKenna was the one that gave me the little nudge that I was a pretty good student. You don't belong in a basic math class. You should be taking algebra. So lo and behold, I move on and go to college, and then I have a beautiful family, my beautiful wife that's here. And I speak on behalf of especially the class of 1966. And because he was so impactful and significant for our class. So we kind of own him in terms of the teacher of the last 65 years or so. The other thing that I wanted to leave with you folks or share with you, well, I know there's a lot of speakers, so I'm not going to take up too much more time and all. But Dr. McKenna, I would like to present something to you on the class of 66 to remember us by. Where's my plaque? Oh, it's a little certificate. Are you able to come and speak it? I'm going to read it, sir. Okay. It's a proclamation certificate presented to Dr. George McKenna III in grateful appreciation for teaching us, encouraging us, inspiring us, challenging us, and spending time with us the winter and summer class of Los Angeles Jordan High School, 1966, the Les Chaussure and Les Delaquan. Congratulations on your legendary career and contribution to the Los Angeles School Board of Education. Thank you, sir.
I won't forget to deliver this. I'm just going to announce the next person. Mr. David Tokovsky, please come on up, retired school board member.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. If you'll set the timer for more than 2 minutes, I'd appreciate it. It's an honor to be here, as always. It was an honor to be able to speak at our distinguished Ron Prescott's memorial at this district, and also to Dr. Ted Alexander, to leaders of historical proportions in this district. And this is the first one I've been able to speak while somebody's alive, so I appreciate that too. As Dr. McKenna likes to always say, it's better to be seen than viewed. And I always remember that. I'll call that story number 7. I think Smithsonian is packing all of his stories into numbers. And I'm glad it's the Smithsonian, because this weekend I thought that that dinosaur that they were driving around LA Unified and around the city for the natural history was you, but you're alive. Along with Board President Goldberg, you too are iconic educators of major proportions. And this city and this district, we're blessed to have you both come to the board at the same time. Dr. McKenna, to me, embodies all that happened in the late 50s and 60s with respect to math and science and equity. Ms. Goldberg, who we'll honor soon, fought for every issue of civil rights and desegregation along with Dr. McKenna in their own way always, not necessarily with the group of thinking. And no matter how many times we disagree, perhaps with either of you, but particularly with Dr. McKenna, there are people who often disagree with him. There is no question at any time that he always has integrity as he approaches and the dignity and respect for our students and their learning. So I thank you. As a young man, when I came to this district at 23, as a UTLA activist, a son of a UTLA activist, I heard all sorts of stuff about Dr. McKenna, and I'm glad to have found out that it was the wrong stuff. Principals across this district taught me that this man was a hero among principals. Just like the great Jaime Escalante, there were stories of negativity about him, but at the same time, if you got to know the person, you knew he always had students at the center. Mr. Dan Isaacs brings greetings to you today, as well as so many of those great eras of principals in this district. When we talk about restorative justice, hearing you this weekend, we know that justice was restorative. And you were thinking about it as the students talked about being suspended or expelled by you, and then seeing them on the streets, and then thanking you for giving the structure and commitment to their lives. I remember the same thing was true with Roosevelt's High principal. When we walked precincts, people would come out and say, "What are you doing out here, Mr. Principal?" And they too respected the commitment to community. And your efforts on math and science and the discussions of data here, before anybody came up with the phrase of the soft bigotry of low expectations, your life embodied the fight against low expectations. And so when I think about you, and I think downtown, and I see all these buildings declaring their corporate names all over them, expressing corporate values, I think as we retire you and later Ms. Goldberg, that this building should have signs on the top. And those signs should be words like integrity, justice, courage, equity, education, and urban peace. Those values that you have given to this district and to me and to all of your colleagues should be proclaimed on this building, not an empty building. And believe me, I voted against buying this building when I was on the school board. But it's an opportunity to proclaim the values that you're proclaiming in motions today and in the lives of these two people, two iconic leaders. Dr. McKenna, I thank you for your guidance. And I love political campaigns, but your campaign 10 years ago was one heck of a race. And this team that you have that asked me to speak came out of that fire, and it was your leadership and the Reverend's support as well that has made you such a memory to all of us in this school district. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. We now have a brief second video presentation from student board members, past and present. So the team is going to cue that up, and please enjoy it.
Hi, Dr. McKenna. I just want to say thank you so much for all that you've done for the students of LAUSD and for the legacy that you've left behind. You have been instrumental in shaping leaders of today, and I'm so grateful to have been represented by you as my board member, but also to have been able to sit next to you and learn from you. All of the things that you've taught me have really contributed to the leader I am today, and I'm so grateful to have known you, and thank you so much. I hope you enjoy your retirement and are able to, rest easy knowing that everything that you've done has really left an impact in this entire city. Thank you so much.
Hi, Board Member McKenna. Thank you so much for all the work that you've done for our school district. It was such an honor to represent BD1 with you and your staff. I really appreciate all the wisdom that you had to bring to the boardroom. It was really impactful just to hear everything that you had to say based on your experiences and your struggles and how that really impacted everything that happened in the boardroom. So thank you so much. Thank you so much to your staff, who was absolutely amazing and supportive. You guys were always welcoming faces to me, and I'm really grateful that I was able to serve with you on your last term as a board member in the school district. Board Member McKenna, thank you so much, and we will really miss you. We hope to see you again, but please do not forget us here at the district. Please come back. I know I will, but thank you so much.
Congratulations, Dr. McKenna, on a well-deserved retirement. It's been such a privilege to know you. You're a master class in leadership, and it's so wonderful to hear you speak, your vocabulary, your experiences, your stories. I wish you all the best in your next chapter and hope to see you soon.
I want to thank Dr. McKenna for doing an amazing job serving on the board in LAUSD over all these years. All your efforts are really appreciated by students district-wide, and know that your legacy will continue to be implemented in supporting students. Thank you.
Dr. McKenna, thank you so much for all your leadership throughout the years. You have made such an impact on the lives of millions of students in LA, including mine. Enjoy your retirement, and thank you so much.
Dr. McKenna, thank you so much for your years of service to the district. It was so lovely being on the board with you, just hearing you speak, and the commitment that you have to students and to the district as a whole. It's really inspiring, and it gave me a lot of motivation in my own role as student board member.
Dr. McKenna, thank you so much for all the time you spent here on the Board of Education. Your testament and your commitment to the promotion of public good is truly recognized by all the students of LAUSD. As a new 2024 to 2025 student board member, and on behalf of all of LAUSD, we thank you.
All right, now we're going to have comments from staff. Former colleague of all of ours, Dr. Sharon Robinson, Dr. McKenna's former chief of staff. Please join us via Zoom. Great to see you, Dr. Robinson. Are you muted, Dr. Robinson? Pretty please unmute that.
Thank you for facilitating this so I could provide recognition of the GOAT. When I took the position as lead team McKenna. I knew him for years. His authentic integrity, his honesty, his deep commitment, enthusiasm for underserved students, his defensiveness for those most vulnerable, his fight for a more just society more school resources, and an increase, of course, in student achievement. What I didn't know was that he wanted to do all of this immediately when he became board member. Truly, he built a team that worked selfishly for the betterment of our schools and communities. And what we learned from him was never to be satisfied, to celebrate both large and small accomplishments, but never be satisfied until educational funding was adequate for training and resources for our students and our teachers, and that student achievement was high for all. So we learned to appreciate our courageous teachers and principals and staff members who stood for all our children. We found passion and hope everywhere and encouraged it throughout Board District 1. We celebrated important things schools were doing to empower students. We thanked all of those that were involved. We worked on every resolution with his advocacies in mind. Team McKenna was in this together. We were family, and we kept hope alive. In closing, I want to thank Dr. McKenna for his leadership. We thank him for letting us be in his district and inspiring our schools and communities to handle situations with passion and hope for the future. And as we move ahead, we will always keep his spirit of service as the banner that guides us individually and collectively. We love you to death. We love you from here to the moon and back.
Dr. Robinson. And we now have Ms. Charlotte Hendy-Newbill, BD1 Policy Advisor and Board Member-elect. Please come on up.
Well, good morning to the board, to President Kohlberg and all the board members. And Dr. McKenna, it's not fair to go last on this and to be able to share, because now I'm all emotional, listen to the students, listen to Dr. Robinson. But this is definitely a moment in time where I am so honored to stand here before you, Dr. McKenna. We have crossed paths in many different ways where we were at Dorsey High School, but not at the same time. We were at Xavier University, but not at the same time. We ran for the board seat at the same time 10 years ago, and it has come full circle. At that time, we finished third. You were in a runoff. We endorsed your campaign, and you won the seat at that time. And it was an honor to watch and to see just you work and fight for this community. And it is an honor now to be able to come after and for you to endorse me to be a part of this team. And the team McKenna, as mentioned by so many here, is the A team, okay? They're the A team, and when they put a plan together, and in the words of, I love it when a plan comes together. And it has. And so I wanted to just think of a quote. I was like, what could I share? And one was from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and it says, if we want a better life and a better world, the path requires love and light. The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character. That is the goal of true education. And you have embodied that for us here in Board District 1 and for LA Unified. Your love, your light, your compassion, especially for students of color, has been enormous. And as I stand here on your shoulders to move forward as you pass the baton, I am honored. I am greatly and just moved by what you have shared with me along the road and the stories. And many of you know, you go into communities and you say, Dr. McKenna, and they're like, the Dr. McKenna? And I'm like, yeah, the Dr. McKenna. And just to hear stories of when you were at Washington and of students who were on the bus and got off that bus because you were that principal with the megaphone saying, you got a perfectly good school right here. And they believed it, and they got off the bus and are doing amazing things in their communities because of the words of which you spoke. And so I am so honored to be able to continue to champion that for the community of Board District 1, to be able to highlight those of color, to be able to highlight those that are impacted by so much that even Zimmer shared, and the numbers and the data that you continuously, effortlessly push with integrity, against the grain, no matter what, you are able to do that. And I am honored to continue and champion that for our students. And so I thank you for bringing me to Team McKenna when you did, and for me to be able to continue the legacy of the McKenna history within LAUSD. And so I want to close with one of your quotes, is that you have dedicated your life and career to being an educator, because there is no greater investment that we can make in our society. Thank you, Dr. McKenna.
And now I believe it's appropriate to hear comments from the board and the superintendent.
Dr. Lucia Rivas, please.
Well, what can I say that hasn't already said by the kind of human being and person you are? You've inspired, you've motivated, you've changed lives, and you know, that's something to say about an exemplary person that you are beyond words. You've always been very respectful towards me, very kind, very gracious. I remember the first time we met, I think probably 2018, and I was running for BD5 with Jackie Goldberg, and I asked you, you know, any suggestions or any advice for me, and you said, make sure your lawn sign is in the right person's lawn. And I never forgot that. And I made sure that the next time I ran, that was, that I made that possible, and it helped. It was a great advice. And I never thought that, honestly, that it'd be sitting right here next to you. It has been my honor. And I just want to thank you for just being that inspiration for me. I would love to be as just a little bit just like you, to be an inspiration and to be the board member that you have been. The universe for putting us.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank you, Dr. McKenna, for your decades of service to the children's and families of Los Angeles. And the stories we've heard today have been so moving, and obviously such a testament to the leader that you are and the incredible impact that you've had on our community. Throughout your career, you've worked to better public education for students who've been historically underserved. And because of you, we have initiatives like HEAT, which are investing in our students and uplifting their achievement. And that would not have happened had you not been in the seat. So I think it just speaks to, in addition to your years as an incredible principal and administrator and teacher, you've made a mark through your role on the board. And working with you as a colleague for the last 7 years, I have appreciated your sense of humor, your insight, and your willingness to ask tough questions, difficult questions, always with the goal of making the district stronger and uplifting our students. You've brought an independent voice and a strong moral compass for what's best for students, families, and communities. While we have not always agreed, I just have such deep respect for your wisdom, for your lived experience, and for your incredible passion to serve our students well here in LA Unified. Though you're leaving the board, your legacy will live on in Board District 1, but all throughout LA Unified, and I hope that we can continue to stay in touch. And hopefully you're writing a book. That would be, like, I would really benefit from that. Thank you so much, Dr. McKenna.
Mr. Schmer?
Yes, so
we all know how brilliant Dr. McKenna is. He's a brilliant educator, he's a scientist, he's everything, but he also has a terrific sense of humor. A terrific sense of humor, and I'll tell you about that in a second. When I first came on the board, I connected immediately with him. There's sometimes, when I became principal at a school, you're all by yourself at the school. You're the principal, no friends yet, and sometimes you connect with people. And I connected with George right away. Right away, I connected with him. Well, maybe it was his idea that he was a teacher and I was a teacher, and he was an assistant principal and I was an assistant principal, and he was wasn't the superintendent, but he sure was in charge of the 10 school program along with Ted Alexander, and I was a principal at a 10 school, so we had a lot together. And some funny things, we went to the Martin Luther King parade, and everybody knew Dr. McKenna. Thousands. Hi, George, remember me? Hi, George, remember me? You suspended me, but I still love you, George. That's what you would hear all the time. And once in a while, I get one person said, hi, Mr. Schmerelson, I remember you from Cochrane Middle School. One, okay? But that's fine. I get it. I get it. George and I have the same philosophy of education. We work for the kids, and we work for their parents first. Before anything else, we work for the kids, and we work for the parents. And it's true. And it's true. Thank you. Thank you. George, well, did you know that George loves to talk? I don't know if you knew that. Did you know that? And, we're alike in many ways, and we're opposites in many ways. I do not like to talk. I am not a great orator like you are. I am not. I do not have the gift of gab like you do. I do not have that. But we both want the same things for our kids. We want the best for the parents and the kids and the best education possible for all our kids. And we have our favorite saying, George and I. Oh, by the way, speaking of liking to talk, I used to get nervous when the clock was ticking, and he got a little reminder, time is up. And I said, oh, my God, oh, don't say that. And George said, I don't care what time it is. And you would keep talking, and it's fine. It's fine. But we do have a little expression among ourselves, and because we were both principals. And it's when parents would come to school or other people come to school and throw their weight around and think that they're going to boss us around. So this is our joke. The parents would say, do you know who I am? And our answer was, no. Who are you? And that ended that problem real quick. So thank you, George. We miss you. I'll miss you. I just love you, George. I really do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Goldberg. And first, I just want to acknowledge and recognize my predecessor and someone I deeply admire, Steve Zimmer. Thanks, Steve, for your service to the district as a teacher and a counselor and a board member and a board president. And since that time, to the city and the state. It's nice to have you back, and we hope to see more of you. There's definitely a happy medium between not coming and coming every day like David Tukovsky, so maybe we can find that, but appreciate you being back. Well, George, it was a pleasure to join you on Sunday for a celebration of your work and life, and it would not have been a George McKenna event if it didn't last 4 hours. But as my tribute to George, I thought I'd emulate his speaking style, so I'll be brief, stick to my notes, and won't go on any tangents. But of all the things I'll miss about my colleague and friend, Dr. McKenna, it may be his tangents the most. He'll start talking about something, and at first we all think, where is he going? Like, how does the fact that he can beatbox have anything to do with cell phones in schools? But then we sit back and we say, oh, interesting. Then I'll be thinking, okay, I agree with them. And then enough time inevitably passes that he loses me again, and I'm thinking, you had me until that point, George. But then he brings it home and I'm back. And the thing I love about these soliloquies is that we never know where he's going next. And then maybe half the time his vote on the item seems to follow logically from his points, and half the time I'm like, what just happened? But tangents, George, is the wrong word for what you do at this horseshoe every week. Sermons is the more appropriate word. And as a congregant of the Church of George, a Jewish congregant, no less, let me just say a few thank yous. Thank you for your life of service. Thank you for your willingness to sometimes be in a hopeless place and just be a witness to injustice. Thank you for your courage to stand up to those injustices, be they in the segregated South of your youth or the segregated Los Angeles of your adulthood. Thank you for your dissatisfaction, which I might say is your greatest contribution to our discourse in our district. You, I think, were born to be discontented, and it is the fount of your genius and your persistence. Whatever exists, George believes can be changed and must be changed for the better. Thank you for reminding us weekly of our duty in loco parentis, and on behalf of the millions of children, the hundreds of thousands of educators, me included, who you have mentored and have truly felt compassion for as if they were your own children, thank you. And I know with many of them, like me, you see us as children who constantly disappoint you when you expect so much better, but we're working on it. And so let me close with maybe, I would say my last public disagreement with George, but we're about to have a board meeting, so there'll be many more public disagreements. But I've heard George quote General MacArthur, who said, "Old soldiers never die, they just fade away." But unlike the old soldier of that ballad, you will not fade away. Because even when the VHS version of the George McKenna story does fade away on my old VCR, your presence will be felt in this boardroom. And our board meetings may be shorter, but they will be far less fulfilling. So thank you, George. It's been a true privilege. Thank you.
All right, we're now going to hear from our student board member, Ms. Lopez.
Thank you. As you've heard in the video, you have impacted so many students, past, present, and future. And I just want to say that we are deeply grateful for your unwavering commitment to wish the best for the students, even when they do not wish that upon themselves. You have not only honed our perspectives as students, but also met us where we are, ensuring that every student, no matter their background, socioeconomic status, ethnicity, their zip code, understand the power of education. Your work has been nothing short of transformative, changed the trajectory of so many lives across this district. I listened to the stories of resilience, compassion, and empathy through everyone here, and I don't believe that anything better can be said besides thank you for your work.
Oh, George, oh, George. Well, we've done a lot of things together, and I'm really proud to have worked with you. I'm really proud to have followed your leadership. I remember when you tried to get the board to appoint you and said if they appointed you that, you know, you wouldn't run after that. And then they didn't. And I'm glad they didn't, because otherwise we would have only had you for a couple of years. You know, the thing about George McKenna is because he's lived so many different parts of the fight for equality in his own life, he is able to present to the world an understanding to people who weren't alive when he was going through the fact that he couldn't go to the same bathroom as everybody else, when he couldn't get onto the same streetcar as everyone else, when he could not, in fact, find a way to a school that would be integrated, ever, really, I think in your youth, ever. But you know what that did to George McKenna? That added to his resolve. It added to his ability to say, my life will be committed to changing this. And I'll do it various ways, but one of the ways you picked was the most, in my opinion, was to be a teacher. Teachers, I believe, and I believe it in my heart and my soul, are the salvation of a country, or they're not, or they're not. You always said that you believed in that message, that you can be the salvation of this country by what you do, how you love your students, how you insist that they perform well, how you don't give them a chance to say, I can't do this. You say, yes, you can, and I'm going to take your hand and I'm going to show you how. I think that above all, for me, is why I love you. I have so much enjoyed serving with you. We have had our battles, but I will tell you on everything, just about everything that values come to play in, we have no problem at all. We have no problem at all. And I just want to thank you for being willing to share in so many ways. I was on the board, a part of the board that did the 10 schools. I was on the board that said it is time for us to stop fooling around and saying kids can't do things. They can do them. We need to be able to find the ways for them to be able to do them. I am so proud to have spent time with you on this board because it gave me another opportunity. I remember working on your campaign. As soon as I knew you were running, I called your office of your campaign and said, count me in. Because the kind of legendary life this man has served gives him insight into what we are dealing with today in terms of problems facing us. And that will always be an important contribution and legacy to this district. And then I remember that when a board member was corrupt in the 5th district and I tried to get them to appoint me and said I wouldn't run, I remember you saying to them, deny Jackie Goldberg at your peril. And I said the same thing about you. Exactly, almost the identical words. So let me say to you, George, I know that your health has been impaired by some things, but your spirit and your wisdom and your intelligence and your integrity have not been harmed at all. And I want to tell you that I look forward to having time to spend with you on a very different way than we have in the past, because we will both have more time than we've had in a very long time in our lives. So thank you, Dr. George McKenna III, for who you are and for what you chose to do with your life. Thank you very much. Superintendent.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I guess there are very few, if any, individuals amongst us who have done so much for so many for so long. I spoke at your event recently, an event that it took a lot of people to get you to, considering it was your event, to convince you to show up. And I understand it for individuals who actually make significant contributions to humanity as a whole, to education, do it for intrinsic reasons, not for external recognition or praise. They stand for that which is right, righteous, and rightful all the time, not just some of the time. They do it all the time, even when no one is looking. They do it when the wind is favorable, and they do it when there is opposition. It matters not for being right and fighting for right, stands on its own. So, Dr. McKenna, I had a chance to think about what I said at your event, and I treated it almost like a roast. I will not do that today. It occurred to me that there are some similarities between our paths. You know, we both are educators, but neither one of us consider ourselves politicians. We both started our careers in education. We both taught math. We were both assistant principals and principals of schools. We've been superintendents in 2 different districts. Interesting commonality. We're both passionate in supporting teachers and students and anyone who believes in the power of tomorrow through what we do today for our children. We like data, but we also rely on our hearts. We are data-informed, not data-driven. We were not born in Los Angeles. We were both born in foreign nations, I across the ocean and you in New Orleans. But we both chose LA as our home. We both enjoy good food and good music. You cannot be born in New Orleans and not like both. Dr. McKenna, much has been said. I stand as one alongside this esteemed group of speakers who recognizes your magnificent, unparalleled contribution to the history of education in this nation, to the power of education in this nation, for the incredible belief that you have had that through the power of public education, you can, in fact, serve and protect democracy. You are an individual whose belief system, whose values, whose journey are unparalleled. And I hope, as unparalleled as they are, they can be replicated and amplified to be lived and experienced by many of those around us. I close by saying that you will never know the impact as a teacher, as a principal, that you had on dozens of thousands of individuals. You will never know the impact that as a superintendent and board member you had on hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of individuals whose lives, no doubt, are better today because of you. Thank you for a life of service. Thank you for a life of education. Thank you for a life that only George McKenna could have lived. And I'd like to end on the parallels between Dr. McKenna and I. He got a movie about his life. I will never have that. Congratulations, Dr. McKenna.
Dr. McKenna, do you wish to make a few comments yourself? You're welcome to do so, sir.
Yes, I do. I'll be here for about 2 hours. I first want to thank the board members for everything you said, staff, and the people that came down here from wherever you came from. Some of the greatest experiences of my life had to do with, I was at Jordan High School. I wasn't but about 2, maybe 3 years at the most older than my own students. I had never taught in a classroom in my life. I had student practice teaching in New Orleans, but I had come out here and I had to take some classes at Cal State LA. They were still building Cal State LA. They only had one building. You had to park up the hill on a muddy slope and walk down, and it didn't have many buildings at all. And I had to get a certificate to run a motion picture projector. It was called audiovisual aids, and it had a big spool and wheels that went around, and I had to learn how to do that in order to be a teacher. Long story short, I am not going to take a lot of your time. I had an event yesterday that I opposed, but I was grateful that it was given to me despite my objections, because I have a staff that they say, you were going to say no anyway, so we just went ahead and did it. And but when when you do it anyway, you do it without asking for permission. You just do it. They haven't said they're sorry yet, so I don't think they are, and I wouldn't want them to apologize. I believe that I have lived many years here for a reason, over 60-plus years in the public education arena, including my teaching and administrative experience between LA Unified, Inglewood, Compton, and Pasadena. Most of my time has been in LA Unified. I was seriously injured in an accident, so my shoulder had been reversed in the bone, and I can't use my right arm. I wore a sling yesterday to keep people from trying to reach out and shake my hand, and me trying to reach back, and it hurts like heck. Can't tell you about the pain it is. But I have learned to come in touch with many physicians. Never had so many in my life. Never had any, quite frankly. I was always healthy. I now have an oncologist, a radiologist, a neurologist, a gastroenterologist, a proctologist, a physical therapist, and a dermatologist, gastroenterologist. I think I said that. The one thing I'm fortunate that I've not yet acquired is a gynecologist. I'm going to get some of the board members. You can call it the what's that little magazine they put out that's always telling lies? The what's it called? No, the other one, the one that's in New York. The Inquirer. The Inquirer. Yeah. And man gives birth to frog and stuff like that. But I want to say this to my staff. How grateful I am to you for this journey for 10 years. Sharon Robinson aggravated me so much. I had to say, yes, I will run. And I met so many other wonderful staff members of my board colleagues and the board members. No, we have not always agreed, but I don't expect everybody to agree with me. If everybody did, we'd all be wonderful. But I'm not so wonderful. But I am able to observe what is unfair. I was born into unfairness, and it was palatable. It wasn't subversive. It was just it was obvious that I was a second-class or third-class citizen. And I made it my decision along the way that education was my way. I tried being an engineer for North American Aviation and for NASA out in Downey, where it was putting a man on the moon. I did that, but it wasn't appealing to me to bring back moon rocks. I saw wonderful children, and I was at Jordan High School, and I said, I can do something with them and change the world. And they can change the world. I can't, but through them, because my teachers taught me very well. And I was segregated. I had no white classmates from kindergarten all the way through my baccalaureate degree at Xavier University. First time I saw some white students, I was teaching on a teaching fellowship at Loyola in Chicago, and I had a classroom full of white children. They didn't know what I was, and I didn't tell them right away either. I just let them absorb the gospel according to George McKenna, and then I revealed to them that I was not a white man, and it wasn't a crime to be, but I realized it was important to them, and it shocked some of them because they hadn't seen that and they hadn't heard about that anyway. I am thankful to all of you, but I'm thankful for the opportunity I had in my life, whoever I can thank the heavens that be, that allowed me to be a teacher for so many years and rise up the ranks of being a teacher and just serving at different levels. I wasn't going to be a more powerful person. I never had any power. I just had more responsibility. And I enjoyed that responsibility because people say, I'm going to get a promotion. I have more money and more power. You know, it might be giving you more money, but it's not power. It's responsibility. From my days with Alan Kakassi and other people that have worked with me in the schools and training in high school that people were afraid to go to, and to a school that they were fighting to get into. It literally happened, turning people away when they were fighting to, not go at all to Washington High School, not change it to preparatory, and fought to get the kids off the bus. The power was down, wasn't near Boulder, we were at 450 North Grand. I offended them. They said, you're bringing the teachers out of the school. The teachers need the kids to come out there to give them the jobs. I said, well, I want the jobs to stay inside the city the neighborhood where they're born. And they can get a great education right here in Washington. I had to prove that. Anyway, the point I'm making is that education is a powerful tool for change. And change is always changing. We see the position we're in right now in this country has proven to me that it really hadn't changed that much. I know there are people who would destroy as much as they could as long as they'd be in charge of what was left. And that's okay with them. They'll destroy the school district if they could. As long as what's left, they're in charge of it. They can make exploitation out of it. They can make profit from it. And there are people around, and this person who is now the president is getting ready to do that. How we stop that, I don't know. But you must fight. You must resist. You must not accept your plight of being told that you must obey. Do not obey what's wrong. You can't afford to do that. It reminds me of the song of Stephen Sondheim, Sending the Clowns. And one of the lines is, isn't it rich? Isn't it clear? Losing my timing this late in my career. But sending the clowns. There ought to be clowns. Don't bother. They're here. And so we still have the clowns in high places. And the clown in charge right now did not create these people. They were already there waiting for him to come forward and say what they've already felt. And so the danger we have is that there are people around us, amongst us, who feel the way they do about the others, who are not them. And they don't even have to meet with each other. They just feel that way all the time. They don't have to have a meeting. They don't have to put a hood over their head with eyes in the top and call themselves an organization. They're already organized. In their culture, they're inherited, their birthright to be the top, the alphas, and the rest of us have to be grateful to be in their presence. I had to learn not to accept that, because I'd accepted it too when I was a child. I took my good seat in the back of the bus because it was illegal to sit in the front. So I took my good seat in the back of the bus. And I realized that the best way to fight that was not to protest and go to jail, but just not to ride at all. Now, I was very young at the time, so I had to take leadership from other people. But I've been in sit-ins and protests, and I've been jailed a couple of times, which I thought was for the right reason. And I'm not apologetic about it now, because I knew it was all unfair. And I realized that as offended as I was by white supremacy, I realized as I left Louisiana that all white people are not my enemy, and all non-white people are not my friends either. So you have to pick and choose people not based upon what your eyes tell you, because when you're looking, you don't always know what you're looking at. I know when people look at me, most of them, if I keep my mouth closed, they don't know what they're looking at. They have to say, well, he looks like one of us, let him in here. Until I get in there and open my mouth, say, how the hell you get in here? But it happens that way. So I have a lot of experiences that some of you have not had, and I have not had a lot of experience that some of you have had. So I am grateful to you and the expressions I saw come out yesterday. I was shocked. So many people there, the thing went on and on. I said, oh my God, how did this happen? Because my staff made it happen and brought people out I had forgotten they were still alive. But I'm so grateful that they were, and that they were here. And I'll finally close with this. You know, when you read through history, you say, I lived in the time of Achilles. I lived in the time of Plato. I lived in the time of others whose name. I lived in the time of Martin Luther King. I lived in the time of Martin Luther King. I lived in the time of Malcolm X. I lived in the time of John Kennedy. I lived in the time of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. I lived in the time of Barack Obama. I lived in the time of Harry Truman, who dropped a bomb and murdered millions of people. He thought he was doing the right thing, and that's the way he was celebrated. He stopped the war. There is a war going on. It's mostly inside the souls and hearts of men and women. And I do hope that this country ultimately believes that women are capable of doing anything men can do, and they can have children. They yet do not believe that a woman can be president. We saw that twice. Both had qualifications, both running against weakened people, both running against the same person, who we thought there was no way this person can be president of the United States. Hillary Clinton found out, and a recent candidate found out. A woman is not yet ready to be president. I'll take that back. The country is not yet ready for a woman to take leadership. And every group that I've ever been in my life, when I had women in the group, we were successful. When there were men, only men in the group, we did a lot of talking and pontificating and and very little got done. Nobody wanted to take notes. Nobody wanted to bring a report. Always no report, no report. We're just talking. And we thought because we're men, we're supposed to be in charge. We weren't even in charge of ourselves. And these are well-meaning people. They thought they were doing the right thing. They expected dinner to be on the table when they got home. I can tell you that it's been a journey of love. I never had a bad day. I never missed a day of work unless I was injured or deathly sick. But when I did retire from STRS, State Teachers Retirement System, I had 2.5 additional years of unused sick time, which added to my pension. So I get paid a little more money because they added that on, and the factor of multiplication, the time some factor, I get paid very well to be not working. But that's not going to be enough for me. I've got to find something to do. So I haven't figured that out. Jackie, I haven't figured it out yet. What am I going to do?
We're going to make some good trouble together. That's what we're going to do.
But thank you. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
That we're going to make. Are we ready? Sure. Here we go, Dr. McKenna.
Where we go? Oh,
Right here in
with the-
front with the
have
board
two,
members
hold
and the
on.
bell. You get a, we're going to ring your bell. Oh, no, we're not going to do that.
Okay, right here. 1, 2, and 3.
Ring the bell.
Dr. McKenna, can you stay for your staff?
The staff is on. Oh, the food he has here.
Got everyone?
All the
Got everyone?
donuts.
Okay, right over here. 1, 2, 3.
So at this point, we usually have a board president's report, and that would be me. But if you're keeping track, this is actually my last full board meeting as a school board member. I've loved every minute of it. Did I really? I'm not sure. But I am ready to retire. And you'll see me in early December, but this is my last board meeting for me. It'll be a doozy, I'll tell you, but I'm going to do the best I can to try to keep us on track. And with that, I'm going to call on Board Member Gomez for her motion, which is tab 32.
And first, I'll move the item.
Moved by Ms. Gomez,
I'll second it.
seconded by Board President Goldberg.
And we have representatives from the San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians and the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians who are here today to speak on the significance of this resolution, so I won't take up too much time, but I do want to share a few words to begin with. The Los Angeles Unified School District is responsible for educating our future generations, and it's our duty to empower our students with an accurate and complete understanding of our history. This includes acknowledging the histories of the first peoples of Los Angeles, specifically the land now inhabited by the Los Angeles Unified School District, which was originally and still is inhabited and cared for by the San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians and the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians. The history of Native peoples in Los Angeles is a painful one, as colonization brought land seizure, disease, enslavement, forced relocation, and genocide. It is only relatively recently that the California public education system has acknowledged this history in its curricula and our institutions. This resolution today would create a forthcoming land acknowledgement as well as further resources for the public, our schools, our students, to put that land acknowledgement in historical context and to better understand not just the history, but the fact that members of those original tribes continue to live on and serve their communities and honor this land. My hope is that the forthcoming land acknowledgement and educational campaign will further the work already being led by our multilingual, multicultural education department in collaboration with local tribes and to better serve our Native and Indigenous students. It's been truly an honor to develop this resolution in collaboration with the San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians and the Fernandino Tatavian Band of Mission Indians. With that, it's my pleasure to invite our respective partners to speak about the resolution. First, President Rudy Ortega and Vice President Mark Villaseñor to come up to share a few words.
Rudy Ortega Jr. Hello, everyone. My name is Rudy Ortega Jr. I'm the tribal president of the Fernandino Tatavian Band of Mission Indians, board president and board members. Thank you for allowing us to come speak today. As Board Member Gomez has said, this is long overdue, and for us, our tribe that are non-federally recognized here in Los Angeles still continue to exist. We come from multiple villages in the San Fernando, Simi, and Santa Clarita valleys and Antelope valleys. So it's important for us to be known and recognized and seen and be visible. We've gone through 100 years and 200 years of invisibleness and changing of identity to become something else that we aren't. Even to today, and after 150 years of being part of the state of California, part of the United States, my tribe still struggles with the financial fiduciary to operate business and government affairs today. We're being questioned by the state of California Franchise Tax Board as a non-federally recognized tribe. What position do we take as they make us into a nonprofit, which it exempts and pretty much eliminates our sovereignty as a tribal nation, especially a tribe that's currently right now petitioning. And I thank you for supporting our resolution 2021 for federal acknowledgement. As we fight for that purpose, this acknowledgement provides that unified school district pretty much relationship that we long overdue and want and desire to continue to build that bridge so that we can continue educating the children's, not just our own tribal people, children's, but our children's who come and learn about our First Peoples. It's pretty much what the legacy of Mr. McKenna, Dr. McKenna, has said in his life is to change those hurdles and paths, and so that's something we honor and would like to continue to do with you all.
Thank you, Board President, Board members. You know, for us, I know some people look at land acknowledgements like checking a box. You know, they're like, oh, it's the woke thing to do. In our tradition, in our culture, we honor those that came before us, our elders, our ancestors. You know, you grow up with your grandparents and you love them and, you know, well, okay, some people do, some people don't, depending on your relationship. But you know, our grandparents and our ancestors are the ones who taught us, who kept our culture alive, who kept our traditions alive. All these things matter to us. And so out of all the missions or all the villages that were taken to Mission San Fernando, many no longer exist. We honor their legacy, and that's the importance of a land acknowledgement, because we acknowledge that our people were once whole. You know, all these different villages were all independent families and peoples with their own similar traditions and similar languages and similar cultures, when most of them have, you know, either died out or converted out and lost their culture. You know, so we are the legacy of those that came before us. And for that land acknowledgement to be there, it's nice to have that representation speaking toward those ancestors that, you know, we no longer have with us, nor will their families be with us. It's a tradition that we have done for a very long time. We've always said this before, you know, always honoring our ancestors and always honoring those before us. It's a big part of our tradition, big part of our culture, and always has been. And we really appreciate support on our federal recognition petition, like President Ortega said. But that's, to me, the importance of a land acknowledgement, is honoring those that came before you, much like how, you know, you honor your family and your traditions and the culture of your community. This is one way that we do with ours as well. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. And now I'd like to welcome up Chief Anthony Morales and Mona Morales Recalde to the podium.
Meihayoyehiya. Greetings. My name is Chief Anthony Morales. I'm accompanied with my cousin, Mona Ricaldi. And first of all, I'd just like to congratulate you, Dr. George McKenna. It was an honor to be here this morning. Long morning, but anyway, again, wish you well. And I'm not in the movies, but I am on YouTube. Plenty of them, believe me, in all my years too. So again, it's an honor to stand here before you. And why is the land acknowledgement important to us? Well, as you heard, we need that. We need to continue that culture, that identity, so that it'll never be forgotten. Our ancestors inhabited a major village, which is the village of Yagna, which is Los Angeles, and we stand here in Los Angeles. And all the schools under your district are on our ancestral tribal land. I was honored to do the ribbon cutting at over the weekend at the Natural Museum here. And as you walk into the main hallway, there's a beautiful, beautiful mural there. And it's a timeline. And in the middle of the timeline, there's a big logo that says La Reina de Los Angeles, which is Los Angeles. But at the beginning of that timeline, that story is our ancestors. There's about 4 photo segments of different depictions of our ancestors. An ocean photo, and then just overall the beginning, because they're telling the story of Los Angeles. And we are the story of Los Angeles, because we are the direct lineal descendants of Los Angeles, of Yagna. And the land acknowledgement for us is very important, so that our culture will never be forgotten, so that we continue. Because being that you're an education institution, the children need to know who was here before. They need to know the history. And there's a story that I like to share. It has a children's story, and it's very, very important, not only to me, but to all of you. The chief of the village got all these people together, and he says, we need to do something about our culture so that it'll never become extinct or lost. What do we do? The tribal members say, we know what to do, chief. Let's hide it. He goes, let's hide it. Hide it where? Let's hide it in the rocks. Let's hide it under the trees. And this fragile elder lady in the background says, chief, I know where to hide it. Let's hide it in the children. And it's so important, because it's the children that are going to continue our culture once I take my final journey to my final resting place. So it's important that all the children, not only from my culture, from other cultures, that they learn their culture so that it'll never become extinct, because that's what happened when they put us in the boarding schools. They wanted to take our culture away. They wanted to erase us. And therefore, and where did they start? They started with the children, but to no success, thank God, no success. So the children is very important to continue learning the education of who was here at one time. And it was us. You're on our tribal land. Again, this is why it's very important for this land acknowledgement, and I thank you very much.
Miha, Netwant Yane, Mona Morales Recalde. First of all, I want to say thank you all for considering this resolution. I want to say thank you to you and your staff for the thoughtful resolution and the time and effort that went into it. Our history is hard and it's challenging, and being here today is a sign of hope. And I want to thank you guys for the hope that you're giving our people and future generations by even considering and hopefully approving this resolution. There is so much work that we do with LAUSD, and this is generational work. We work with teaching teachers. We're working with teaching students. We work with helping with curriculum. This is all through your MMED department that has been a wonderful partner with us. And we've been doing this for years. Our tribe has been doing it with LAUSD for decades. I would say the partnership that we have with MMED right now is the best partnership that we've ever had with LAUSD for the length of time that we've been working with you guys, because of the intentionality that you guys have. And I want to thank you guys for that. It's interesting when we do land acknowledgements, usually we start by telling people that it's important that they're not performative. And you guys are doing it opposite. You guys have invested into us, invested into tribal relations, and it's not performative because you're doing the hard work now. And so it's interesting that we're doing it opposite. That being said, I'm grateful. I'll take it however we can get it, so thank you. But you know, our tribal lands are within the LAUSD boundaries, and we are the historic tribes of Los Angeles. And so having this acknowledgement for us is a moment in history, and it's generational work. And so with that, I just want to say thank you so much for your time and your consideration, and I ask that you please approve this.
To hear from the speakers who have signed up to speak on this item, Mr. McLean.
Yes, Chrissy Castro, are you here? Chrissy Castro, come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Castro. I am Dene and Chicana and the Executive Director of the California Native Vote Project. I would like to thank the board for its work over the last 5 years in a lot of different steps to working more closely with the Native community, including this land acknowledgement resolution. It's a significant step forward, and we want to keep building on that. At the same time, I don't know that it's appropriate to go into all of the details now, but I would really like to request that we also have an agenda item that speaks to the American Indian Indigenous Comprehensive Plan and its implementation. We have made great strides. We have built a great relationship with MMED. At the same time, you know, we would love the initiative to go both more deep and to go more quickly. There are a number of things that our community has come together to want to implement. I'll just give you a few examples. One is that we've talked about creating a district-wide steering committee. And so this would be made up of tribal representatives, students, parents, community members, to support the district in the implementation of the initiative. We've also talked about the need to create more infrastructure within the district to be able to implement. So right now, MMED and the staff are doing a phenomenal job, but really this initiative is going to require more cross-function that includes instruction and other areas within the district to implement it effectively. We're really happy that the data collection and reporting is improving, so we're seeing first steps in that regard, but we want to make sure that we do have the data metrics to be able to identify how Native and Indigenous students are doing in the district, so we'd like that to continue. Lastly, we request that there are annual updates with benchmarks, both at the system and student outcome level, so that we can make sure that we continue with meaningful progress. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. All right, Panchebe Manahuatlaka, come on up. Please feel free to correct my pronunciation there.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, so thank you, board, for this opportunity to talk to you about the land acknowledgement. My name is Panchebe Manahuatlaka. I am a Shika and Dene, and I was born and raised in Los Angeles County. Yeah. So yes, I would like to encourage the board to prioritize the actions to promote equity and inclusion for American Indian and Indigenous students and representation of the California Indian tribes who originally inhabited and cared for this land known as today as Los Angeles. LAUSD has a unique responsibility to ensure all students, including Indigenous students, are provided with the resources, representation, and cultural relevant education they need to thrive. One of the very implications that I believe is something that I've seen in LAUSD, basically, like, you know, some of these colleges, they just be getting like brown people to do land acknowledgements, you know, not necessarily like people who are part of that tribe or anything else. So yeah, in that, we would like for there to be an increased support for Indigenous students to establish dedicated programs, dedicated staff, and resources, such as Indigenous student liaisons and mentorship programs to support academic success, mental health, and college readiness for Indigenous students. Another thing I would like to list is the expand of consultation and engagement with Indigenous communities, developments, and robust consultation processes with local tribes and urban Indigenous organizations to guide to guide district policies and initiatives. Regular engagement will ensure that Indigenous voices are not only heard, but integral to decision-making. I acknowledge and honor Indigenous lands and peoples, incorporated land acknowledgements at school events and within the district's communications to recognize the original stewards of the land which LAUSD operates. Practicing land acknowledgements honors history, communities, and cultures in LAUSD specifics case. Implementing this policy serves as a reminder of unchangeable truth that the land you are on was originally home to multiple sovereign governments that coexist the land with each other. The people, the knowledge, and the traditions of these tribes are still thriving today in Los Angeles and beyond. To acknowledge these communities and cultures is erasure and colonization. Thank you so much, and I appreciate the time that I had. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Marcos Aguilar. Marcos Aguilar, please come on up. You have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
I'd first like to recognize that in addition to the tribal leaders that are here, we also have a tribal leader, tribal council member from the Gabrielino Shoshone Nation of Southern California. So if you'd be so kind to allow her time to speak as well. In support of Member Gomez's resolution to calling on LAUSD to reckon with our past, honoring our present, developing a Los Angeles Unified Land Acknowledgement, I'd like to acknowledge the work that's been done by the board members and appreciate that. My name is Marcos Aguilar. I serve my community in many capacities, but mostly as a Mexican Indigenous educator for the past 35 years. I'm a co-founder of the Indigenous Education Now Coalition of Native Ways to College and of Anahuacalmecac. And I'm here to express support for the LAUSD's long overdue recognition of Indigenous peoples in the Los Angeles Basin territories that your campuses occupy. I also respect your intent to apologize for the past and ongoing harms towards Indigenous peoples caused by the LAUSD, its policies, and its personnel. As a co-founder of LAUSD's Sanctuary Schools Policy and LAUSD's only Indigenous Peoples School, and the only school that teaches any native language from an A through G college preparatory level, and as an advisor to the Gabrielino Shoshone Nation, I recognize that today's resolution calls for the district, its administration, its staff, and its student body to respect the presence and continuity of Native nations that originated in the lands we now call the Greater Los Angeles area. Anahuacalmecac was founded by with the blessings of Chief Yana Viro Rocha, head of the Gabrielino Shoshone Nation of Southern California over 20 years ago. But I wonder today, what does it mean to apologize for something you may not personally feel responsible for in the past if you do not face what you must correct today and act upon that moral imperative today? So I'll just point out a couple of things that would be important. First of all, I'd call your attention to the fact that there are more than 2 tribal nations in Los Angeles today, that you can begin to support the positive, meaningful engagement of all Indigenous tribal nations by starting with, at minimum, the list provided by the state's Native American Heritage Commission, uplifting Indigenous educational models such as the Tataviam Nation's Education Department, which is the California Department of Education's American Indian Education Center, and Anahuacalmecac. Set aside facilities, space, resources across the district to be dedicated to Indigenous peoples and tribes to advance Indigenous language, knowledge, and community. Advance your initial steps towards tribal consultation by providing transparency and meaningful opportunities to engage with real district budgetary and performance data. LAUSD occupies the largest swath of land in the city of Los Angeles. Voters just endorsed $9 billion in facilities property tax increases, which raises concern about the district's history and its pattern and practice of administratively exempting itself of tribal consultation and oversight with regards to tribal cultural resources and environmental protections. This practice should stop. And lastly, given the realities we'll soon be facing on a national level, I would remind you that the district still has far to go to meaningfully recognize and respect Indigenous students who fill our classrooms from Guatemala, El Salvador, and Mexico who seek sanctuary, but so often find the hard bigotry of invisibility and silence in schools that still identify our students, families, and communities in ways that reinforce the principles and legacies of genocide, linguicide, and epistemicide that LAUSD was founded upon.
Thank you very much
I'd like
for
to
your
thank
time,
Board
sir.
President
We appreciate
Goldberg for her leadership on this action, as well as Dr. Rivas and Kelly Gonis for listening to our recommendations. And I'd ask you to give time to the tribal council member that's present.
Okay, I'll go through the list of the rest of the folks who showed up and signed up. Thank you. Junie Ponce, are you here? Junie? Come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Thank you.
I'll be taking Junie's place. Haku Haminat Etawan, Joey Gonzalez, Pazekva Nukachin. Hi, hello everyone. My name is Joey Gonzalez. I am Chumash and Fernandino Tatavia, and I am here to address the board on how practicing land acknowledgements honors history, communities, and culture in LAUSD's specific case. Implementing this policy serves as a reminder of an unchangeable truth, that the land you are on was originally home to multiple sovereign governments that coexisted with the land and each other. The people, knowledge, and traditions of these tribes are still thriving today in Los Angeles and beyond. To not acknowledge these communities and cultures is erasure. Thank you for the opportunity to address this. Steps that I believe we should take forward within this is acknowledging and honoring indigenous lands and peoples, incorporate land acknowledgements at school events and within the districts, communications to recognize the original stewards of the land on which LAUSD operates. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your time. And as the last person, and then we have some remote speakers, but if you're in the room and you wanted to speak, I didn't catch your name, but please come up, and 2 minutes is yours if you'd like it. And then we'll shift to those who are appearing remotely.
Wishkinahami ha tohovatame natwana Jamie Rocha nikaka domiar Chief Vera Yana Rocha. Hello. Good afternoon, or good morning, good afternoon now. My name is Jamie Rocha. I'm a tribal council member with the Gabalina Shoshone Nation. Good to see you again, Mr. Coelho, and congratulations on your retirement too as well. I am here to speak in support of this resolution, and I'd like to congratulate my relatives with the Gabalino Tongva and the Tathavium for the hard work that you do in providing the importance of why we need this land acknowledgement, as LAUSD is directly on our ancestral lands. I just do have a recommendation and a request into not only including the Gabalino Tongva, that they may also look at all the other sovereign nations that are actively still on this land, such as us as the Gabalino Shoshone Nation. As Marcos Aguilar said earlier, LSUSD is the biggest landowner here in the greater Los Angeles area, and therefore you directly benefit from indigenous knowledge and indigenous peoples here. And I really want to stress to acknowledge that several groups have done work to preserve our lands and our sacred spots. So I feel like the LAUSD had the responsibility to acknowledge the sovereignty and to acknowledge the self-determination of all the groups that call Los Angeles our ancestral homes. Owishkanaha, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Okay, Kimberly Jones, I see you're on the line. I'm sorry, Kimberly Johnson, I see you're on the line. Kimberly Johnson, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Kimberly Johnson.
Thank you so much, and thank you, board. I really want to take a moment just to say that we fully support, and I encourage LAUSD to adopt this land acknowledgement. Not only does it promote our visibility from a landscape and community that has erased us, but it also brings our name up currently every day. The LA County Harms Report and the LA County Land Acknowledgement, our name is spoken at various meetings throughout Los Angeles County and LA City. And if LAUSD does this, it does that thing again, but with the kids. And as a former educator, I'd like to say that the children are what is our continuity. The children are what continues our legacy, our future generations. And for us as Native people, it's very important that the future generations know who we are. Please don't contribute to the ongoing genocide of our people by not speaking our name. It kind of goes along with some of the movements we've seen lately. Say our name, And with this current administration that we're going to all be up against, we need to ensure that ethnicity is spoken and celebrated, diversity, equity, arts, all of it is included to continue the voice of our Indigenous people. Thank you again for your time, and I truly hope that you do adopt this resolution.
Thank you for your time. Victoria Jones. Victoria Jones, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Victoria Jones.
Good afternoon. My name is Victoria Jones, Legislative Liaison for the Gabrielino Quiche Nation. For the record, I'm giving public comment on item 32 by reading the video and letter that was sent to Board Member Franklin from Chairman Salas of the Gabrielino Quiche Nation, request and revision and opposition to this land acknowledgement as it states. I'm writing regarding item 32 of today's agenda, which pertains to the proposed land acknowledgement. As a direct lineal descendant of the Gabrielino people, I respectfully request that before proceeding on any decisions in this matter, you take the time to review the attached video. This resource has been thoughtfully prepared to provide an accurate understanding of the history, culture, and identity of the Indigenous people of the LA Basin. For the record, the Gabrielino Quiche Nation are the documented tribal entity of the greater Los Angeles area. The video addresses the cultural issues of historical mismanagement and misrepresentation and distortion. By receiving this material, the LAUSD can make a meaningful step toward preventing the elimination and continuation of misinformation and the erasure of the true Indigenous peoples of this land. These practices have been engaging harm and perpetuating atrocities against our community, continuation to the cultural genocide that persists today. It is also deeply concerning that individuals claiming to represent the First Peoples of Los Angeles County are attempting to bypass the essential process of providing their ancestry. This circumvents a crucial standard of accountability and verification, potentially leading to the misrepresentation of Indigenous heritage. By relying on agencies to advocate for them at face value, these individuals undermine the integrity of legitimate efforts towards federal recognition.
Thank you so much. Okay, that concludes public comment on tab 32.
So, Board Member Gomez, we moved and I seconded, but I moved and seconded
the amended version,
form,
yes,
which has all the red in it. That's the form we have before us now, okay? All right. Other things to say, or do you want to hear
No,
from other board
I know
members?
we also have Board Member Schmerlson and our student board member who have co-sponsored the resolution, so I don't know if they would like to start with any words.
And I'd like to join as well.
Great. Mr. Schmelson, do you want to
I'm
start?
just so honored to co-sponsor. I mean, the speakers, fantastic. History is so important that we don't make mistakes again, and I appreciate this resolution. Thank you so much, Ms. Gomez.
Madam Chair, I'd like to co-sponsor as well.
Okay. We got everybody, I think. Yes? Go ahead.
I just want to thank everyone here and thank you all for your words and your continued resistance. As someone who has roots from indigenous regions of Mexico, I just want to thank you all for representation here. And by recognizing that LUSD operates on tribal lands, we honor your resilience and contributions despite centuries of attempted erasure. It is our duty to preserve your history, and I believe it brings us all together to elevate the Indigenous voices and ensure that every student understands the history and value of respect, equity, and inclusion of the groups acknowledged here today. I believe in building a future that acknowledges all parts of your community and all parts of the attempted erasure, especially of students that belong to Native and Indigenous communities that we currently serve here in LAUSD. So thank you. And Ditma is what the dialect Chinanteco is, which is where I'm from, so Ditma.
Thank you, Ms. Goins. I'd love to join as a co-sponsor as well, and I appreciate you for bringing this, and also for, as Mona said, bringing it an opposite, or bringing the substance and not just the symbol. And nice to see you, Mona, and Chief Anthony. We met at the Sacred Springs adjacent to University High School, and I appreciate all of our speakers and presenters, and thank you for both articulating the importance of land acknowledgements and recognizing those who came before, but also the need to be substantive and not make sure that it's not just a token, which is undoubtedly not. In Board District 4 at University High School, we have the Sacred Springs that we've worked in partnership and in community to revive. And when I was there just a few weeks ago, it struck me, there were some folks who were touring local students around, and they had said, thank you, board member, for allowing us to have this here. And it struck me how opposite or how upside down the world is. I mean, thank you, it's your land. So thank you for allowing the school district to be in partnership and for educating us on this. And so I appreciate that we can acknowledge, while we can't change the past, we can take action to repair the harm to the existing Indigenous communities. And I'm proud of the work that this district is doing through this resolution. I'm also really proud of the Educational and Cultural Center, and thank you to Ms. Goins for accepting our friendly amendment to look at maybe some financial resources the district can put towards that revival, because it's really exciting. And I would just encourage my colleagues and everyone to come and see that. Come to Uni, or come on the weekends. The springs are open to the public once a month. We'd like to see that more frequently, but see the work that's being done to educate, to restore. And I think it's a great model, not just for the rest of LA Unified, but for the rest of the country. So thank you all for being here, and thank you, Ms. Goins.
Yes, please also add me as a co-sponsor. So this resolution is a powerful step towards acknowledging historical injustices inflicted upon Native American and tribal communities, and sets a vital precedence in our district. It demonstrates a crucial commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation. I additionally would like to encourage the district to collaborate with organizations such as the California Native Plant Society, who recently presented at our Greening Schools and Climate Resiliency Committee, and to incorporate knowledge and practices related to native plants into our educational programs. Also, I'd like to encourage us to think about how we can provide comprehensive support to all Indigenous students, especially those who are new to our country from various countries throughout Latin America, plus more that are living here in our communities. It's essential that we feel supported and included into our communities. I know MMED is doing amazing work, particularly as we're embarking on creating the multilingual, multicultural master plan, and I encourage the board to prioritize moving forward. And as a Chicana and a descendant of the Mexica, I'm very, very, very proud of the collaboration. I've been able to support the Indigenous Education Coalition, and also I look forward to continuing being support and raising the voice and uplifting all Indigenous communities in Los Angeles. Thank you.
I have just a couple of things to say as well. When I was first on the board in the 1980s, we had a Native American commission. We also had African American, Mexican American, we had ethnic commissions that helped advise us about curriculum. The federal government, in its wonderful wisdom, said that these were not possible because you couldn't do anything about a race. However, Native Americans are different in that they have standing in the federal government. And because of that, I would like us to look particularly at perhaps having a Native American commission formulated, because it was a tremendous, they did powwows at different parts of the district so that children could see what that was like. They did information about culture, they did information about protecting the land. It was a terrific thing. And it got killed because of the other measures, but I think this is the one we can bring back. I also want to say that as a history teacher in high schools in California, that many children believe that Native Americans only existed at the beginning of the conquest of this land, of the colonization of this land. They don't know that Native Americans still exist. I remember having a little debate in one of my classes about that by bringing in some Native Americans. They really couldn't believe it. I think that's hysterically wrong. I also know that third graders, when I was a child at Amistoy Elementary School, learned about the Young Na. And it was an experience I will never forget because I had no idea what you could make out of acorns. I had no idea that acorns were a part of a culture. And it changed me in terms of how I thought about things, so that when I got to the state legislature, I tried to get rid of, for 6 years, I introduced legislation that never passed that would require schools to get rid of mascots that were, in my opinion, insults to Native American peoples. I will say, as a result of that fight, I never could get a majority of the assembly to vote for that. And why? They were afraid that parents of athletics programs would be so angry that they couldn't call themselves Aztecs anymore, or they couldn't call themselves warriors and wear hats that were obviously not earned by the people who were in the band. And I heard testimony of parents saying that they would take their child to a football game, and their school that the parent was in were called the something Indians, okay? And on the other side of the aisle, his son could hear people shouting, "Kill the Indians, kill the Indians," as if there weren't any Indians, it was just myth or something. These are real issues, and they are not issues that we have resolved, and I hope that we will continue to do so. And I thank you so much, all the three of you who brought this. I thank you for bringing it. And now, Mr. Superintendent, and then we'll call the roll.
Thank you very much. Just very briefly, I want to thank Board Member Kelly Gomez and the co-sponsors of this important resolution for the work that's been done. I want to thank the advocates, the representative entities that have elevated this as a top priority for our school system. We cannot foundationally move on into a better future without recognizing the destructive elements that history has proven existed and were perpetrated against many amongst us in the not-so-distant past. With that said, we have an opportunity as we live out this moment in the present to advance justice, to advance that which is right by the right people. So this is one important step. We remain committed in working collaboratively with the entities represented here today to ensure that in the presence we lead with justice and fairness, but also with acknowledgement and truth to ensure that we build that foundationally just future for our children and for our community. Thank you very much, Board Member Gomez.
Call the roll.
Okay, calling the roll on tab 32. Dr. McKenna.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Schmerlson.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Goldberg.
Yes.
And Student Member Cortez Lopez.
Yes.
Passed
All right.
by a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. To continue taking some items out of order because they have speakers that could only be here at a certain time. And the next one will be a motion that I'm bringing. Item number 39, reaffirming the LA Unified Districts will be a sanctuary district and safe zone for families threatened by immigration and enforcement. And I'd like to have the original author, who is here today, I believe, former board member Monica Garcia, to come up and speak first on this motion. Loser? Monica Garcia?
She might be out there.
I saw her. Well, while she is coming, I'll just introduce the motion, if I may.
Don't have a quorum right now.
Oh, okay, too many people went out to take pictures. We don't have a quorum, so we'll get it together here.
Brief pause until we have at least 4 board members here.
There she is. There she is. Nobody ever said they ready. We have only 2 board members here, so we do have to wait a minute to get 2 more seats.
Quorum!
Yeah, let me go do some wrangling and we'll get
Very
some
good.
quorum.
I know there's, very good. Happy to wait. Everybody should breathe or something. Just, ready? They're calling me to tell me Ms. Goldberg's calling me. While we're waiting, I will invite, Freedom Schools teaches us to build community and focus by breathing together. So I'll just invite you, breathe in love, exhale fear, breathe in hope, exhale doubt, breathe in strength, lots and lots of strength. Exhale whatever is challenging you in this moment. Freedomschools.org, look it up, they have some nice chants.
So while we're waiting for board members to come back, I want to explain a little bit why I bring this resolution. Because it was originally passed as Resolution 93 in 2016-17. And it was passed with the help and direction and writing of it by then the president of the board, Monica Garcia. We've only taken what she's written and added a few new items given the current circumstances politically in America. But I wanted to make sure that she had an opportunity to speak because it is she who first started Sanctuary with her board at that time, which included, by the way, one of the former board members who spoke earlier for Dr. McKenna. But we still have to wait because we don't work without 4. All right, here we go. We got 3.5 because you don't count yet. I wish you did, but you don't. Okay, here we go. All right. Former President Monica Garcia, please come forward.
Thank you, Madam President. Hello, board members. Hello, Superintendent. Hello, Los Angeles Unified. I am so pleased to be invited to express my support for the amazing work that this district does. Thank you for rising up and sharing with our children and families that they belong here and that this district will follow, hello, board member Cortez Lopez, that this district will follow our nation's law, welcoming every child to come to school. My purpose for being here is 1, to support the action of the board today, 2, just to remind us what the court said so many years ago. In Plyer v. Doe, the court explained that, I quote, education has a fundamental role in maintaining the fabric of our society and provides the basic tools by which individuals might lead economically productive lives to the benefit of all of us. We survived the pandemic because we stood together. This district has increased reading and writing and graduation because we have stood together. It is so important that as we may see policies that we do not support, but nevertheless become what we must address, that we stand together in response to the times. The good news is that we have seen it before, and we are in position to act. The challenge, like the challenge today, there are families who are separated and traumatized because of the fear of what is to come. And we will continue to ask them to come to school and give us their very best. And so today, whether it's 2 years or 4 years, it's every day that we exercise love and the power of this institution on behalf of our children and families, and that means our employees too. One of the most important lessons I learned in the first administration is that we need to be clear with our employees. They do not have the sole discretion of just deciding how to respond to any kind of request. They are supported by this organization, our general counsel, and the training that we will offer. So while we all may be still conflicted about how to get to 100% graduation in Los Angeles or the pace of that work, we all do stand together in support of immigrant families and their right to have their children come to safe, supportive, and excellent schools. Thank you for allowing me and inviting me to be here, Ms. Goldberg. Adios. There's a whole community of people who stand shoulder to shoulder with you as you take on the leadership of demanding for our children and their civil rights. Gracias.
A motion is in order for this measure.
I'll move it.
Okay, been moved and seconded.
Was that seconded by Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Thank you.
What I did here was to find her resolution and to read it and say, well, you know what? That was 16, 17, and the guy's back. And he's going to try even harder to disrupt families, to disrupt people, to disrupt our communities. And so my resolves only add a couple of points. First, that we reaffirm our policy established in 2016-17, that this is indeed a sanctuary school district. Secondly, we are asking the superintendent within the next couple of months to develop and share with the then board a policy of strong implementation from the beginning of the next presidential administration less than 2 months away. Further, we want to include training for all teachers, administrators, and other staff on how to respond to federal agencies and any immigration personnel who want to get information about students, their families, about our staff, or who are attempting to enter school property, as well as through the effort to communicate the district's sanctuary policy and plan to all district families in the language they speak, and that's what we're requesting of you, is the plan. And finally, that this district will aggressively oppose any effort to create federal laws, federal policies, federal practices that require school districts to cooperate with any federal agency and immigration personnel in any way related to immigration enforcement actions. I think that we know what's coming. They've said that what's coming, and we want to tell our students and their families and all of our personnel that you are welcome here and that we will do everything in our power to protect your right to go to school or to work in this district. Thank you very much. We'll have public comment, and then I'll ask if board members have comments as well. Okay, let's have public comment.
Okay, taking public comment on tab 39. Let's see, Cody Avalos, are you here? Cody? For tab 39?
I don't see.
Okay. How about Alejandro Juarez Ugalde? Let's see, Ilsa Escobar for tab 39.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ilse Escobar. I am a DACA recipient, current staff at United Teachers Los Angeles. When I graduated from high school when I was 18, I never thought I'd be able to work legally. I had been working at a restaurant, so I'm excited for today in LA. There are two affirming ordinances and sanctuary policy being voted on in LA City. They are also having the LA Sanctuary Ordinance, so we hope that that passes today. And today here at the school board, it's an important day for immigrants. I wanted to say a lot, but instead I'm going to read two comments from students submitted to one of our educators the day after Trump got elected and had won enough votes. This is from Valeria Salazar. Period 2, it says. She says, I want to cry and go home. I need my mom. I'm so sad and scared for my family, my friends, my teachers, for everyone. For me, I really don't see a future. Kevin Perez from period 5 says, what will happen to my family if my parents are deported? I will need my family and hope, and I hope I have hope. The thing I have hope in is my family. So these are the students that we are fighting for. This president has said there will be mass deportations, and so we have to be ready to defend our communities with policies. This is great that this is happening now. Next, what we need to do is make sure we have a legal fund for the students. Having newcomer students who just crossed the border with difficult cases, immigration cases, are going to need some legal help to fight against Trump's expedited removals, and anybody who he dares to put in tents at the border and to fight against National Guard who might be deputized as immigration agents. It's going to be a lot, but we've seen this before, and we know what we're doing this time, and we need to put together the resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Maria Miranda, 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Miranda. I currently serve as a UTLA Elementary Vice President. On behalf of UTLA, I'm here to show our support for item 39, which reaffirms that LAUSD will be a sanctuary district and safe zone for families threatened by immigration enforcement. Many educators, students, and families walked onto school campuses on November 6th with heavy hearts, knowing that the election of a new leader in this country would compromise their safety. History has shown us that mass deportations are possible, that this country is guilty of separating children from its parents, that they are willing to put children in cages, and much, much more. If the incoming president follows through on his promises of mass deportation, we know that our students, their families, and staff members will be negatively affected. This resolution reaffirms that LAUSD will not be the place where families are persecuted. Students have, under the 14th Amendment, the right to a free public education, and we need to fight for that. For immigrant students and their families, this means that LAUSD has a responsibility of providing a safe educational environment free of fear of immigration enforcement. In preparation of any large-scale immigration enforcement, it is imperative that the district follows through with training teachers, staff, and administrators on its district sanctuary policy. As outlined in the 2017 resolution, we hope that the district does this best to provide resources for students and families and staff who are detained due to their immigration status, as well as work with immigrant rights organizations to educate students and families about their rights. We must ensure that our school campuses are safe places to work, learn, and congregate regardless of immigration status. I urge you to continue this work and to continue finding ways that you can support our students, our families, and the educators that work for you and that serve those families. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Keith Delaquila, come on up. You have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Keith Delaquila with the California Charter Schools Association. Thank you for this resolution. It is needed. We have seen what happened in the past in 2017 when raids began in Los Angeles. Those raids didn't care what types of schools students were attending. In Highland Park, one of the first major raids impacted a charter school student and their families. We stand shoulder to shoulder with you on this, ready to partner and support this. And Dr. McKenna, thank you and congratulations to you. There have been times when we've come to this dais and not always seen things eye to eye, but I've always seen the end goal. And I am congratulate you on the end of a chapter, and I'm excited for the rest of this conversation. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Blanca Guardado, come on up. Blanca, you have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Oh, she's listing. Okay, she's listed as in person, but I'm gonna change that for my records. Yeah, Blanca Guardado, we'll call you right now. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Blanca, I see you're with us online. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
I'm ready. Good afternoon. My name is Blanca Guardado. I'm a parent at Miramonte Elementary School. Our community feels threatened, stressed, and worried about the new incoming government to the year 2025. Families are worried about ICE deportation nationwide. They are afraid that school will be a target by ICE, so they will not send their children to the school for the fear that they will be arrested and then deported. Parents are concerned that immigrant students will be discriminated against in school and denied education. Parents are asking for safe school zones that protect students and their families. Please, I ask that you vote yes on this resolution. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time. Angelica Reyes, are you here? Come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Angelica Reyes. I'm an ethnic studies and history teacher at Santee Education Complex. This is my 8th year teaching. I'm here to speak in support of this resolution. We need to make sure that we have a sanctuary district and safe school zones. Today, the city is discussing a sanctuary ordinance, and I support that as well. So I hope that we can get this language together. I'm a DACA recipient, as well as a bunch of other educators here in LAUSD, and we're looking for our district to protect us. Because of the work that I do, because this brings so much fear and anxiety to me and to my students, even before I started teaching, I was one of the people who started the Dream Centers in LA high schools. We started the first one in Lincoln High School called the Paula Crisostomo Dream Center. We're continuing that work. We do things like supporting resources for undocumented students and immigrant families, doing Know Your Rights workshops and legal clinics. I'm also a member of the Immigrant Support Committee with UTLA and LAUSD. We've already started a lot of the important strands to support immigrants and newcomer students. So I hope that the superintendent will continue to work with the district and UTLA to establish the collective bargaining and the language that we need to protect our students and actually fund it. The reason that I'm here is because of my babies. Ilse read some of these for you all. And since he was elected, my kids are really scared. And so I'm dealing with this every single day. And I need you all to hear my baby's words. So Oscar told me, Miss, I'm worried about my sister. What if they take my dad? If he gets deported, what's going to happen to her? What's going to happen to me? I can't stop thinking about it. How are we going to be impacted? Brian told me, I keep thinking about how Trump said he's going to deport all immigrants. So I need you all, I have so many more, but I need you all to really think about protecting my kids because they're not going to learn if they don't feel safe. So please do everything you can to protect my babies. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, Jessica Bermejo, you're signed up as speaking remotely, but I don't have you signed in right now. Are you in the room? Oh, there you are. I will note that. Thank you very much.
No, you're good. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jessica Bermejo, speaking on behalf of CARECEN, the Central American Resource Center. I wanted to begin here to applaud Board Member Goldberg for introducing multiple items on today's agenda that aim to reaffirm and strengthen our commitment to some of our most vulnerable students. And I am here, obviously, to show my support for item 39, but I would also like to add our support for item 34. During this time, there is a huge sense of urgency to act, and it carries a heavy reminder of the work we continue to face. Despite years of advocacy from immigrant rights groups, LGBTQ+ organizations, and countless others, and after securing significant victories, we're still in a position where we must once again reassert the basic rights and the safety of our communities. There's also a slight sense of relief in knowing that there are members in this board who understand the importance of publicly reaffirming these rights for the over 500,000 students served by the second largest school district in the nation. The Los Angeles metro area, there are 1.6 million children with at least one immigrant parent. Over 20,000 newcomer youth attend LAUSD schools, and our district provides a critical safe space for countless LGBTQ+ students. It's vital that we pass policies like these that show the next generation and their families that LAUSD stands firmly with them. We must send a clear message that this district will defend the rights of every student, regardless of their immigration status, their gender identity, or gender expression. They have the right to exist, the right to feel safe, and to receive a quality education. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. All right, we have remote caller Ben McShane. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Ben McShane. Ben McShane, are you there?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Perfect. My name is Ben McShane. I'm a dad of two at Monmouth Elementary STEAM, where I chair the school site council. I'm a strong supporter of our principal, Mrs. Marcosian, whom board member Gomez knows well. I call to speak in support of this resolution, but I plead to you that it is not enough, and I plead that it requires intense and urgent follow-through by the board and the district. Last week at Coffee with the Principal, I posed a question to our principal, Mrs. Marcosian. What would she do if armed ICE agents or deputized sheriffs came to Monlux to collect a child? She responded in perfectly good faith, but in contradiction to standing district policy, that she would be required to comply with the agents and turn the child over. Her good faith ignorance in the policy is a troubling signpost for this coming year. And I must say, she responded in good faith. This resolution gives the district 60 days to provide guidance. January 17th is 10 days too late and would render the guidance reactive. We must be proactive. Our schools need this guidance and training this week. They need it today. They need it now. Pardon me. I support the intent of this resolution with my strongest voice, but I implore you, provide this new guidance and training no later than Monday, December 9th, to give our school staff time to prepare. Last paragraph. Board members, our schools are supposed to teach our children history. This year, this year the history has come to teach us. Our teachers and administrators, they deserve every incentive to make the strongest moral choices when they are faced with the armed ghosts of history that will come to the doors of our schools. And only you, the board, may give them those incentives urgently. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. That concludes public comment on tab 39.
Okay. I believe that a board member Gomez has an amendment to this, and I'll ask you to present that now.
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Goldberg. We did have a conversation at the Committee of the Whole, which a lot of the discussion was directly about what we could do to help support our immigrant students, families, and employees. And one of the points that I raised during that conversation is what can we explicitly do around protections for our employees who are DACA recipients, TPS status holders, or who are in other vulnerable immigration statuses. So it's just an amendment to include that. It isn't mentioned in the prior policy, and that's why I feel that it's important to include it explicitly today.
I appreciate it, and I accept it as a friendly amendment. It's now part of the entire measure. Okay, anybody wish to speak on this? Dr. Rivas, go ahead.
I would like to be added as a co-sponsor as well. This resolution represents a crucial step in ensuring that all students, staff, and families feel safe, respected, and affirmed within our schools. Thank you for taking a concrete action, Board Member Goldberg, to protect the rights and dignity of our immigrant and LGBTQ plus community members. And I know fully well
Take a breath.
I was trying to control
Take a
myself
breath.
through all this time. I know fully well the fear that your babies are feeling. Because I was an immigrant myself, and I did not become a citizen until I was 22 years old. And all throughout my education, and even when I was at UC Berkeley, I always felt that fear. And I know fully well what it is to grow up undocumented, and knowing that at any moment, the life that we have here can be taken away. And so I've been, I know that many of our students in my district and throughout the whole district are very afraid of even coming to school and being torn apart from their families. And it just breaks my heart that a country that has been built on the blood and sweat of immigrants, who has opened its doors to so many to have a better life than what they were, and to be scapegoating on human beings, that the things that are going on in their own countries are because of political, social, and economic implications that go beyond what we can say here now, because it's something that they're living because of how our diplomacy and inaction in our countries, Latin American countries. And so I stand firmly committed here, and my staff as well, and fighting tooth and nail for our families and our students. And we will be here to resist and fight back, because that is what we owe to our students here in Los Angeles. And I'm firmly committed in making sure that we're safe, that all of our students and their families are safe. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to be heard? Go ahead.
Well, just thank you, Ms. Goldberg, for bringing this reaffirmation. I'd love to be added as a co-sponsor.
Absolutely.
This is, like Dr. Rivas was saying, it's an unfortunate, not just a repeat of what happened 4 years ago, but when I was a kid in this city growing up, it was the days of Prop 187. And I think the district, going far back to that time when Ms. Goldberg was on maybe the board the first time, has been very clear that it's going to protect all students regardless of the way their families came to this country. And so we're, continuing a long legacy, and I think it's a fitting, unfortunate but fitting bookend, Ms. Goldberg, maybe to your career, but to continue this fight, and we'll be sure to continue that, carry that torch in your absence. And so proud to support this. I'm sorry we have to do it, but I know that we all stand united on a lot this board does, and this is definitely one of them. So appreciate it.
Anybody else wish to be heard? Mr. Schmerlson.
Yes, thank you, Jackie.
Before you start, I just got past the note. The city of Los Angeles has now passed their sanctuary motion.
Thank you, Jackie. I, too, would like to be considered a co-sponsor, and nobody can say it like you can. And that resolution is a Jackie Goldberg resolution. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? There are a lot of charter schools here. I hope that when you come back to your board, you ask them to make your charter school a sanctuary charter school. I hope you will all do that. I think the only thing I would add is I am so sick and tired of people calling people who have come to this country from terrible situations that they had to flee and calling them crooks and murderers and all of that other stuff. I don't care what anybody says, immigrants built this country, and everybody in this room is related to an immigrant unless you're Native American. So all of us are immigrants. And it is time, in my opinion, wherever we are, to say that over and over and over and over and over again, because the people yelling on the other side yell really loudly. We've got to yell louder. All right, call the roll, please. Oh, was there some? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand. Go ahead. I'm sorry. We're not going to call the roll. We're going to hear from our students.
Thank you. I would also like to be added as a strong co-sponsor to this resolution. I believe that it is vital, seeing the emotional turmoil that students are experiencing within our schools. I've had the honor of speaking with various students following the results of this November election. And students, just to reaffirm what our public commenters have stated here today, to say it in short, they're scared. And growing up in a district where this is the second time it's happened, there is a profound silence in classrooms following when the results are released. And I believe this is also a moment to address the mental health concerns, particularly within our undocumented youth following this. And I believe it's something to look into because when you have someone on megaphones and groups advocating for your erasure in this country, I believe that the mental health repercussions of that are extremely important to look into. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Ms. Gomez.
I would also love to be added as a co-sponsor.
Absolutely.
And I think the student board member speaks very eloquently about the trauma, that it's fear and it's trauma that it has caused for our communities beyond already feeling like you're living in the shadows. And I spent time with parents and teachers and students in my district the week of the election and the days after. And the stories and the concerns are heartbreaking and so real. And so I appreciate us reaffirming our legacy as a district, which is standing for immigrant students and families and communities, and making it clear that we will do everything in our legal power to protect them no matter what, and that for our students who are feeling this level of fear, that there are 60,000 staff members who stand united to protect them here in LA Unified. I think that's something we can all be very proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to be very clear that as we speak about these important topics, we know exactly who we are and what we stand for. These are precisely the times in history that present themselves as gifts for us to be able to define who we are and not shy away from who we are. So as a school system, and in absolute agreement with this resolution, the comments made by the board members thus far, we stand in protection of the entire community of students and workforce. We stand in defense of everyone in this community, regardless of immigration status. We stand in defense of the dreamers, of the DACA protected. We stand in defense of those who currently live in the shadow of fear on the basis of rhetorical political commentary that has impugned them, has impugned their humanity, has impugned their being. We are far better than that, and as a school system, I can tell you we will remain strong in the implementation of plans, protective measures that will bring individuals out of the shadow of fear into the classroom of opportunity they all deserve. And that includes those DACA recipients who may be members of our workforce. That includes the families of our students. That includes certainly our beloved children. We have both a professional and a moral responsibility to do so. Not only professional, but moral responsibility to do so. Lastly, and I want to be very clear, when people speak about the immigrant, the illegal, the undocumented, the presumably soon to be deported, I want people to know exactly who they're talking about. I am that person. I was undocumented in this country. So to deny those under our care today and not say it's about me too is not having the courage to admit who you are and the journey that brought you here. So, Madam President, members of the board, and anyone who's listening, this is personal. We are professionally committed, morally committed to doing the right thing. And right now is the moment to do the right thing for many in our community. We would not allow politics of fear to subjugate our children, our workforce, or the families of our children and our colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no one else being asked to be recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. McKenna, there is someone else asking.
Yeah, apologize for coming in after the superintendent, but he motivated me. Most important thing is to remember that unity is a strength.
Really?
The challenge will be, do we have the strength to be unified? Because the words we speak here are spoken in a safe place. If, in fact, the dangerous people that are trying to and seem to have taken control of our government start acting on this, it will require more action than you probably are accustomed to. Having been in that fight when I was a child and a young adult in college, I experienced that. It wasn't so much about immigration, but it was just about segregation and wanting to maintain it even though the law had changed. They didn't want to implement it. So there were always people saying there's the other. The other needs to be stay in their place or be excluded, be redlined, be unemployed, be subservient, and know your place. Standing up against it was a danger. And the danger could always be that you lose something and separated from your family. I heard the newly appointed director of, I don't know what his title will be, but I think it's immigration. And when he was asked on, it was 60 Minutes or one of those shows, how do you justify separating a family? He said, we're not going to separate anybody. Everybody can move. So in his mind, the whole family can go. Why be separated? So the two adults, the parents who came here and still haven't been certified as a citizen, have children who, if they don't want to separate from their children, they have to take them with them wherever they're being sent. That's a hard-hearted position to take for a human being. But you find out, as I said, there are people who don't mind being hard-hearted and destructive as long as they're in charge of what's left. And you and I don't matter. But we have to matter if, in fact, we will matter if we remain unified. So when the rubber hits the road and the stuff hits the fan, we will need our unity. And I hope that, I will say it in this, I hope that we will rethink our need for our own security, our own school police, to stand in the wall, in the gap and stand on the wall. As we talked about last time, I remember that when the previous board member was here and on the board. We talked about if ICE, Immigration Customs Enforcement, comes to our school and wants to challenge our children, we have the right to at least resist, but I know we don't have the authority because federal law supersedes state law, local law, school district policy, federal. If this man in the White House now intends to use the military, which he's talked about, I'm reading the newspapers, and federal law enforcement to go into schools, especially in California, because he has a vengeance for California, because we do talk bad, can we back it up? That will be the test. So we're listening now and an appreciation of what we're saying to each other from the heart. The test will come when they show up. And they will show up. What that will look like, I have no idea. The last time I saw them show up like this was during the integration of schools, when they showed up at the front doors. To either turn people away or protect children who were trying to get into the schoolhouse. And growing up in the segregated South, I learned law and I learned information and behavior that I didn't even understand. I didn't know all of the ramifications. I was a good reader, but I was still young. I didn't know what all that meant and the consequences. The consequences here are worse than I've ever seen in my career, in my life. And I'm an octogenarian. I'm past 80 years old. But please don't turn our back on our own security people. If we think something's wrong, we can reform it, not remove it. But we chose to do that. And my colleagues know I stand against that. Because nobody else is trained to stand against them. Nobody else is trained to break up melees and disturbances. We're not trained to do it. It's not in my credential. It's not in the principal's credential. It's not in the counselor's credential. And we may have some of that, and demonstrations and all of that. I'm not willing to call LAPD. That's municipal police. That's not the same as our police, our safety. our family members. While I'm on that subject, I want to really publicly thank the school police for supporting me when I was ill and had to go to the hospital. In an ambulance, they escorted me to and from and made sure I was okay. They stayed up all night making sure I came out of surgery all right. Nobody asked them to do that. They didn't get paid to do that. This is the first time I'll be able to thank them. And I know that the officer can take that back to the men and women that were there that were helping me. And I could hear the sirens and all of that escorting me. And I'm saying I'm being escorted because I'm a board member. Who else could get us escorted like that? And there are lots of people who need their support. It feels so sad that we would remove them from the services and the safety that they provide when they're on campuses and makes kids feel safe by them being there. We have a lot of soul searching to do, board members. This is real. This is real. The clowns are here. It won't be next year. And maybe we'll start next year. It said maybe next year right around the corner. And maybe that's when they'll all show up with their legal justifications for implanting themselves in the vengeance agenda. That one person finds an army of sycophants. If you don't know what that means, look it up. It's applying your lips to other people's anatomy. That's what it means.
Sycophants, right?
I have no tolerance for that. The only time I'll accept lips on my anatomy is if I give permission ahead of time. But my anatomy. So anyway, let's please be unified. And by the way, as terrible as this looks, and it is, keep a sense of humor. Keep a sense of humor. A day without at least one good laugh is a wasted day.
Truly.
Don't waste your day. Find something to laugh at. Even when you have to turn on the comedians at night, they can only tell jokes and make you feel, oh, that's funny. But he's still a fool and he's still there. The fool on the hill is still on the hill and getting worse. It's going to get worse. But we must maintain unity to maintain strength. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Call the roll.
Okay, did you want to take the Rule 72 waiver simultaneously?
No, I'll do that next.
You should.
Okay. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. This one has that. Okay, yes. I will request a Board Rule 72 waiver. Someone make the motion.
Move it.
Move.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, moved by Mr. Schmerlson, seconded by Ms. Gomez, and we'll take the roll simultaneously for the waiver as well as the actual resolution. Dr. McKenna?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Schmerlson?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz Franklin? Board President Goldberg?
Yes.
Ms. Cortez Lopez?
Yes.
All right.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, so let me tell you where we are in the meeting. We're going to hear briefly, I hope, from our labor partners, after which time the board members will talk about their committee chair reports. Then we're going to complete the remaining resolutions, and then we will go to the consent calendar. The consent calendar is where you will find out, if you have an item on the agenda, whether that item will be heard once for all the consent items, or whether it will be off consent and be heard individually. So let's start first with labor partners. Come on up.
Good afternoon again. My name is Maria Miranda. I am currently serving as UTLA's Elementary Vice President. We are relieved that agenda item number 8 has been pulled from today's agenda. You also have received a letter sent from UTLA President Cecily Mayer Cruz and co-signed by ACE, a well-respected community organization that is citing our concerns about Beatrice Stotzer's appointment to the district and UTLA Housing Task Force. In case you have not read that letter, here are a few of our asks. We recommend the following actions by the Board of Education. Beatrice Stotzer should be removed from the Housing Task Force and replaced by someone who is not attending to do real estate business with the district. 2, that the board should adopt a clear conflict of interest policy for the members of the Housing Task Force, prohibiting members from holding interest in entities that are seeking to do real estate business with the district. 3, that a transparent and data-driven approach to affordable housing on district land should be presented to the board by the Housing Task Force as mandated by the MOU before any developer partners are identified by the district. And 4, a public bid process for nonprofit developer partners should be initiated after this plan is presented to the board. Although the item is pulled, we hope that you use the information provided in the letter to make a well-informed decision when the item comes back up. And in the meanwhile, that we do believe that Ms. Stolzer's appointment to the task force is a conflict of interest and needs to be replaced immediately. I would like to thank President Goldberg for bringing forward resolutions today that will ensure the safety of our students, their families, and employees. Our immigrant and LGBTQIA+ community are no strangers to attacks from the far right. But with the new leadership of this country beginning in January, we know that these two marginalized groups will be further under attack. Some will admit that they are experiencing fear right now, but I will share with you that today I am absolutely living in fear. Yet I know, I am fully aware that we need to turn that fear into courage, that we will need to be courageous in fighting back against these injustices, that we will have to resist, and most importantly, that we will have to organize in our communities. We thank you for your commitment to our immigrant and LGBTQIA+ communities, and we stand with you. As educators, we need to continue to do all that we can to ensure that our school communities are a safe, welcoming, and inclusive space for all. I am here to ask that you support the motions presented by President Goldberg. I also want to take a minute or some time to thank Dr. McKenna. Dr. McKenna, before you go, I want to thank you for your kindness, your empathy, your courage, but most importantly, your leadership. The Miramontes School community in 2012 needed you, and you were there for us. We will always keep you in our heart and in our memories. Thank you so much for all the work that you have done for our students here in LAUSD and for the adults as well. Thank you so much.
Any other labor partners here?
Any other labor partners in the room?
Okay, you will now see from time to time board members leave to go get something to eat in the back room. They can hear everything that's going on in that room. It's all programmed into it. Don't think they're avoiding you. It's that we have many more hours to go, and we didn't want to recess for lunch and have you all go away and come back, so we're just going to work right through it, okay? Now we will hear from committee chairs, and the first committee is Mr. Schmerlson, Special Education Committee.
Okay. The Special Ed Committee met on Wednesday, November the 6th, 2024 at 3 p.m. We had 3 presentations, the first of which was from School Counseling Service Administrator Brenda Pensamiento on how special education students can earn a diploma with alternate assessment. This diploma now includes students with severe cognitive disabilities and joins other students who also fulfill diploma requirements, such as foster youth and homeless students. Counselors will identify students who meet the requirements for the program and who will work with the IEP caseworkers. Counselors will have virtual and in-person training throughout the school year in all regions in November, January, March, and May. To support the implementation of this program, webinars and drop-in sessions are hosted every month for Gen Ed teachers from September 24 to May 25. Our second topic was from the Director of Gifted and Talented Programs, Advanced Learning Options on Gifted and Talented Education, GATE, for students with disabilities, supporting twice exceptional students. Students can be identified twice exceptional through academics, the arts, math, and many other subjects. Anybody can make a referral for twice exceptional, including students themselves. They can self-identify as gifted. The percentage of students with disabilities who are identified as gifted stands at 4.6%. Students with disabilities who are identified as gifted need differentiated instruction and need to be around other gifted students to enhance their experiences. Our final presentation was from Dr. Keith Abrams, the Executive Director of Student Integration Services, on magnet opportunities for students with disabilities. Magnet opportunities. The modified consent decree, 12-13-19, had succeeded in increasing the number of students with disabilities who apply. The no match policy hindered students with disabilities opportunities to attend magnet programs due to the lack of special ed programs. This policy was dissolved, and students with IEPs can now apply for magnet programs. Every year, the number of students with disabilities, or the percentage of students, has been met with growth in the magnet programs. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we will hear from Procurement Facilities. Mr. Milboyne.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. Last week on November 12th, we held our second Facilities and Procurement Committee meeting of the year. We started by thanking the public, which I will do again. So thank you all for voting to approve Measure US, the largest school construction bond at $9 billion in the country's history, with 67% of the vote. So thank you to our community for supporting our local schools, and the committee looks forward to its role in making sure the public is aware of and that there's board oversight and how we plan to spend those dollars. We heard from the facilities team about a significant endeavor to review the district's construction specifications, which are very detailed guidelines we give to contractors about every aspect of construction, from how to apply paint to which metal must be used for the wiring of the bolts on the doors. Our Deputy Chief Facilities Officer, Alex O'Brien, shared a process for their initial focus, which included bringing in industry experts and district contractors to provide feedback. The work so far has already resulted in changes like, moving an adjustment of the design reviewers from 40 to 20 to reduce the length of the review process, specification updates, that change the requirements to for galvanized fence parts, to bird spike requirements. It all seems and is a bit esoteric and technical, but it's a way to streamline our processes. One of the examples that Ms. O'Brien gave was that the industry standard might be something like testing 10% of the soil before doing a greening project, and the district might test 80%. And why are we testing more of it when the industry standard is 10%, when it just takes more time and money? So we hope to get in line with best practices. And along those lines, we also heard a preview of an upcoming study that the board approved at our prior board meeting last month that will be comparing district practices with other districts and public entities across California to see where we are aligned with best practices and where we may need to modernize our process. That audit, which again the board approved last month, will be coming back to the board for a public presentation in January. So not too long of a turnaround to see where we can improve to make sure we're putting your dollars at work as efficiently as possible, and that the programs that we're approving as this board are done in the lifetime of our students and not their children. So our next meeting is on January 28th, and we'll have more then.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from the Greening Committee. Dr. Rivas?
The Green Committee, the Greening Schools and Climate Resiliency Committee met on Thursday, November 14th. The topics we discussed were updates from the Eco Sustainability Office presented by Chief Eco Sustainability Officer Christos Crucilio, including initiatives such as increasing energy efficiency, reducing water consumption, and promoting waste reduction. I presented the 23-24 Green Committee Summary Report, reviewing the major discussions and accomplishments of the committee over the past year. The benefits of incorporating native plants into school landscapes, presented by Jennifer Aguilar from the California Native Plant Society, emphasizing their role in supporting biodiversity, conserving water, and providing engaging learning opportunities for students and also professional development for our educators. Also, the topics we discussed were environmental health and safety concerns at Hillside Elementary School, and also nearby schools will be affected as well, presented by Michael Henry Hayden from the Lincoln Heights Community Coalition and Angela Gonzalez Torres from the Highland Park Neighborhood Council, detailing the specific issues affecting the school and surrounding community stemming from a development that's coming across the street from Hillside. And if you want any more information, please visit my social media and you can learn more about supporting Hillside Elementary School. The committee learned about the district's progress in implementing sustainable practices and ongoing challenges in these areas, successful initiatives of the past year, areas for future work, and how native plants can support biodiversity, conserve water, and promote and provide engaging learning opportunities for students. The urgency of the environmental issues at Hillside Elementary School and the need for immediate action to protect students, staff, and the residents in the nearing areas. The next meeting will be on Wednesday, January 29th, 2025.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from the Committee of the Whole.
The board's Committee of the Whole met on Tuesday, November the 12th at 10 a.m. We had two presentations. The first was from Chief of Legislative Affairs, Martha Alvarez, who described the district's upcoming legislative agenda for the school year. This year, LAUSD's Office of Legislative Affairs and Government Relations tracked 678 bills, and 5 were signed into law. In January, the Office of Government Relations will use guiding principles to indicate support or opposition to certain bills, to advocate for better flexibility in continuation schools. If a student seeks greater opportunities outside of the classroom, such as internships or CTA courses to fit their needs. The federal government helps fund various support activities around LAUSD, such as special ed and professional development for teachers, and we are awaiting guidance for the new presidential administration regarding these funds. The second presentation was from the Chief of School Operations, Mr. Andres Chait, on providing a phone-free school day. All school districts in California must have a cell phone policy by July 2026. Students who need translations, emergency services, or medical attention are exempt. Under the current policy, cell phone use is strictly forbidden during instructional time, but students can use their phones during recess and lunch. The new policy will change that practice. Most of the parents were thankful that the district was engaging them in developing a policy. The policy will be implemented in 3 phases. Before the school goes on winter break, the students will select the option that they will implement at their school site. Any policy adopted must allow students to maintain access to their phones in case of an emergency situation. Implementation will likely be conducted during the middle of February. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the final report will be from the Charter Schools Committee. Dr. Rivas.
The Charter Schools Committee met on Wednesday, November 13th. The topics we discussed included a status update on the charter school renewal process, including an overview of the process, timelines, and data considerations presented by Mr. Jose Gutierrez and Ms. Dana Edlis. The newly revamped Charter Schools Division website, with a focus on its features and benefits for improving transparency and accessibility to information for stakeholders, also presented by Mr. Jose Gutierrez and Mr. Taylor Wickmanowski. A spotlight on Cleveland Charter High School, showcasing its achievements, innovative programs, and positive impact on the school community, presented by Principal Cindy Duong. The committee learned the progress of the current charter renewal cycle, with 54 charter renewals upcoming, including 30 independent and 24 affiliated charter renewals. The features and functionality of the new Charter Schools Division website, designed to enhance transparency and access information for the LAUSD community and charter school stakeholders. And lastly, the successful initiatives and programs implemented at Cleveland Charter High School, contributing to student success and community engagement. And I really want to say that the presentation was just wonderful. if anybody is able to look at the recording, Cleveland, the principal Duong has just done remarkable things there. The next meeting will be on Wednesday, February 26, 2025.
Thank you very much. I don't see Dr. McKenna here. His resolution is next, but I think that we have the Director of AALA, Ms. Nichols. Did you wish to speak under Labor Partners? Come on down.
Thank you so much for your flexibility. Appreciate it. Good afternoon. I am Maria Nichols, hopeful and optimistic ALA president for the Associated Administrators of Los Angeles. And first, I want to thank Mr. McKenna wholeheartedly for his selfless years of advocacy and service and his relentless commitment to public servant our students and communities, and he will be very missed. I want to start off this morning sharing that in the last months, I have dedicated my work as ALA president to examine the root cause of the current reality of my workforce. The essential question being, what is increasing the workload and working hours that have led to my members reporting unsustainable working conditions that have resulted in a negative impact in my workforce across my 6 departments, which include early education, elementary, secondary, adult ed, school support, and classified Unit J. One of a number of surveys to memberships went out in mid-October after our first ALA Representative Assembly meeting, where close to 100 members attended, and it became crystal clear during our discussion that many of our members were reporting struggling with the workload, trying to stay above water, at the time compounded by pool teacher assignments and school budgets being used for unprocured services, leading to additional evaluations, and the amount of time used to develop plans for safety, crisis, PBIS, attendance, CLAP with school teams. What teams? The increase in ISTAR data with threats, aggravated assaults, and student behavior and escalation has increased by double digits. And the endless hours of using the multitude of dashboards for data inputting are examples of why my members are feeling unheard, unseen, and dismissed. Again, I respectfully remind you that with the reduction in force of 400 APs or so, including APISs, a great number of sites are being led by single site administrators. Additionally, the demand for data collection for the 5 expected classroom observations on my PGS, the last-minute invitations for meetings, additional data digs, additional PDSA cycles, without consideration for existing school schedules, has resulted in unsustainable working conditions. The survey results are alarming, to say the least. Most disheartening are the close to 700 members that took the time to write and depict in detail their current working realities. I want to thank my courageous leaders for participating, with over 50% of ALA members reporting, a total of approximately 1,400 members. The highlights and results of the data-informed surveys are the following. 88% of members reporting working 50 hours or more a week. Of the 88, 44% are reporting working 60 hours or more a week. That is the norm. The working conditions are so horrendous that 43% reported thinking about voluntary displacement, self-demotion due to their well-being and psychological health. And as ALA is exploring options to strengthen our union in voice and numbers, 90% of members expressed a desire to affiliate with another union to further empower ALA members. I am now engaged in a series of town halls, focus groups, Zoom meetings with the intent and purpose to inform and educate my members about labor law and their ALA union and opportunity for affiliation. As we enter into collective bargaining agreement and negotiations, we will be prepared to negotiate and demand notice to address our current unsustainable workload that has led to burnout, dissatisfaction, and a loss of work and family balance. I thank the central staff, the board members, the region superintendent, and my labor partners for our monthly meetings with the intent to address issues and problems and find collective problem-solving solutions.
I'm going to try and ask you to finish up because we have about 6 hours worth of people who want to speak yet, about 225
I can finish
people.
up right now.
Thank you very much.
But unfortunately, this is falling short with my hopeful expectations, so I welcome implementing monthly meetings with Superintendent Carvalho if his schedule permits. Our number one commitment, so we say, is to help and support students. I welcome that opportunity with you. I am here to work with you. I am here to provide support, but I'm also here to advocate and bring voice from the fields. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't normally interrupt our labor partners, but we still have many hours left, and I'm just trying to see if we can keep us moving along. I apologize, I don't normally do that. Mr. Schmerlson, are you thinking that you might be willing to start us off on the Resolution 33 that you joined with Dr. McKenna, because I think he's out of the room now, and I would like to take yours next. Do you think he would object if you started? Okay.
I can go.
Okay, we'll go check. We'll go check. If not, I know that's why I'm asking you rather than saying go do it. All right, so instead, I think what we'll do is we'll skip that for a moment and we'll go to item number 34, which will require a waiver of Board Rule 72 to be heard. So I would ask that happen. Moved by Dr. Rivas and seconded by Mr. Melvoin. Okay, this particular motion really is, again, one of the things that I'm doing at the end, finishing up as I leave office. And that is, I went back and looked at this wonderful idea that we passed years ago, well, not so many years ago, but last year, that talked about making sure that we are enforcing the idea of respectful treatment of all peoples. And what we're doing is, in that resolution, we left out things that we didn't talk about when this resolution first came up, which is gender identity and gender expression. So those two things are added. It's a small item, but I think an important one, because when the first resolution was passed, we didn't really talk very much yet about those two groups as having been in the need of protection. So will someone move this resolution, please? All right. Is there any discussion on it?
So can I just confirm that it was moved by Mr. Schmerlson and then seconded by Dr. Rivas?
Right.
And that this will be done in conjunction simultaneously with the waiver of Board Rule 72?
Yes.
Is that right?
Well, no, we already passed the Board Rule 72.
Oh, great.
Yeah, they did that.
Okay.
Okay. So does anybody wish to speak on this? This is number 34. This is the one that simply adds to the existing list that we had already had, two groups that were not yet named, which is gender identity and gender expression. So we're going to say we do not want anybody to be disrespectful of people because of their gender identity or gender expression. Okay? Seeing nobody else wishing to speak, nope, okay, then let's just call the roll. No, nobody signed up to speak. Two items, you know, it
No,
doesn't
no,
usually happen.
there's four folks.
Oh,
to-
they did, I'm
yeah.
sorry, I was told that they hadn't. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So we'll do the public, those who signed up to speak on tab 34. In person, Mao Trejo. Let's see, in person, Catherine Murillo. Catherine Murillo. Diana Guillen. Diana Guillen. And Trevor Ladner signed up to speak remotely. I'm going to see if he is here now. Trevor Ladner is here. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, Mr. Ladner, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Trevor Ladner.
Hi, my name is Trevor Ladner. I serve as the Director of Education Programs at One Institute, the oldest active LGBTQ+ organization in the U.S., where I work closely with K-12 teachers and high school students across LAUSD to preserve and study LGBTQ history. I previously taught high school history in downtown Los Angeles, and I want to thank Ms. Goldberg for her lifetime of trailblazing leadership on behalf of our community and voice my strong support for this resolution to include gender identity and expression and respectful treatment towards all persons. Nationwide, including here in California, trans, non-binary, gender expansive, and two-spirit youth and educators face hostile environments in and out of school. I've witnessed this firsthand with my own trans students in downtown Los Angeles, not very different from my own experience growing up as a queer kid in rural Mississippi. For many, these challenges have worsened in recent years, given political attacks on queer students and teachers. And given the president-elect's commitment to defund and target schools that support trans students, I am concerned about the investment of the district in supporting queer and trans students and teachers over the next 4 years. So I implore the board to take an active stance in strengthening LGBTQ+ resources, including by working with the Division of Instruction to clarify, assess, and expand implementation of the Fair Education Act, which requires that the experiences of people of all genders and LGBTQ+ Americans are included in kindergarten through 12th grade. And I want to voice my strong support for the 2019 Pride Resolution, which was passed by this board, which enumerates very great commitments in this regard, and would encourage you all to revisit that resolution. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your time. That concludes public comment on tab 34. Shall we vote?
Let me just add the motion that this is adding to was passed in the 1980s when I was first on the board. So for me, this is like a bookend. We're going to say now we've got to keep that, but we're going to add a couple more items. Call the roll.
Okay, Dr. McKenna. Dr. Rivas.
Yes, and can I be added as a co-sponsor?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Mr. Schmerlson.
Yes, and co-sponsor.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes, and co-sponsor.
Ms. Gomez. Mr. Ortiz Franklin, Board President Goldberg.
Yes.
And Ms. Cortez Lopez, student.
Yes, and to
And
be added
close
as a
the roll.
co-sponsor.
Okay. That's a, item passes.
Okay, we'll go to item number 36, which is to study the feasibility of establishing a contemporary, and I'm going to call it political education. 38, I'm sorry, 38. I read the number wrong. Oh, boy, I'm a little bit out of it here. The study of feasibility of establishing a contemporary, and we want to call it now political education course. And that will require a Rule 72. So is there a motion including Rule 72? Second. Been moved by Mr. Schmerlson, seconded by
Dr. Rivas.
Dr. Rivas. And were there speakers on item number 38?
Yes, we have 8 speakers listed.
Okay. Let me just basically explain this motion. It's really quite simple. Most of us board members have student advisory committees of one sort or another. And in discussing the student advisory, with my student advisory committee before the election of November the 5th, several of them said that they thought it wasn't important to vote because California doesn't matter in the presidential election. we had an ensuing discussion in which we realized that on that same ballot were people who affect their lives directly, city council members, supervisors of so forth, school board members. And we began to realize that unlike most European nations, our school curriculum really does not deal with political education. And let me be clear about what we're talking about. We're not talking about you get to be a Democrat or a Republican or a socialist or a reactionary, a conservative. It's about understanding the actual way government works as opposed to what the Constitution says. And there's a big difference. And we think, at least I think as a teacher of government, that it would be nice for us to have a course that's taught sometime during the high school years. It can be an elective or a requirement, depending on how the research is done, is what we need. But I don't believe that this country does much of anything to help young people understand what's really going on in the politics of their country, and I think some of that we saw recently in effect. This is, again, I want to be very clear, it's not to tell people what party they should join, it's not to tell them what ideology they may want to subscribe to. It's to tell them what politics are like in this country and how those political decisions made by elected officials really affect them. And so that's what I would ask you to join me in asking the superintendent to explore this, to see if there's something already existent somewhere where we could pick it up and use it, or whether we need to invent it, and to see what we want to do about it, and then to come back to this board and explain to them, here's what I found out. Okay, anybody have any questions or comments they wish to make? Go ahead.
I want to thank you for bringing this up to the board. I believe it is the points brought up are vital to understanding, especially as we saw in this past November election. Working as an election clerk myself and being among my peers who done so, the research and the understanding of our political landscape in the United States is vital in our schools. And as we continue as the change makers of tomorrow, I believe that this course will ultimately bring that to fruition. So I appreciate it and would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Okay. All right, go ahead. We'll hear speakers in a couple of seconds. Go ahead.
No, I just want to reiterate my support for this resolution. The resolution wisely recognizes the urgent need to equip our students with the skills, knowledge necessary to navigate an increasingly complex political landscape. By exploring the feasibility of a contemporary political issues course, the district takes a proactive step towards fostering critical thinking, media literacy, and informed civic participation, essential tools for our future leaders as well. I wholeheartedly support this initiative, and I only wish that this was a course when I was a student at LAUSD, because I know that although my political consciousness was growing, was developing, it didn't really come into fruition and understand the my need for becoming politically involved until I was at UC Berkeley. So I know this is a course that would definitely improve the lives of our communities, but if anything, to make sure that our students understand civic responsibility and also to become the leaders in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you alluded to this, Ms. Goldberg. Excuse me, but I was just going to ask, and I know the superintendent's report will undertake it, how we do have a requirement that seniors take U.S. government. I know when I, back in the day, took, I think it was AP US Gov, it was basically a political issues course, and so I'll be curious for the superintendent and his team to look at AP US Gov, and so did you want to change the name to political education?
Yes,
or?
I do. I want
Okay.
to call it political education. Believe it or not, I couldn't think of the word.
So should
when
we
I was
just
writing this.
accept that? Can we just make that a friendly?
Yeah,
how do
it's
we?
a friendly
Okay,
amendment.
but yeah. So I support this. I think it is needed, and just see again how the existing offerings can be improved, or if there's something new we're going to need. So, thanks.
Yes, we would like to amend it to say contemporary political education. And again, okay. Hearing no other requests, let's now go to the speakers on item number 38.
Okay, got it. Everyone is an in-person speaker. Alanson Delgado, are you here? Joelle Jeffries, Brennan Higgins, Jade, Dominic Guerra, Jessica Robinson, come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I wholeheartedly support item number 38, political education. My name is Jessica Robinson. I am a graduate of Los Angeles Unified School District also. I'm a mother. I am the auntie. I am all the above. I am a community activist. Excuse me. I'm a community activist more than anything else at this point. And what I am here to do is to speak on behalf of the Women's Leadership Project, where I am the program director. And we are a Black feminist-led organization, student-led organization, where we are creating the future political leaders of tomorrow. I also stand with Students Deserve. And we are calling the LAUSD board to take immediate action to reinstate Black student population as a criterion for BSAP school allocation. Honor your commitment to Black students by immediately restoring the factor and reaffirming BSAP as a reparative program designed to address the decades of racially discriminatory practices that have violated the civil rights of Black students. We want to commit to data sharing partnership, share disaggregated raw data on education, discipline, school climate, and safety, budget, personnel, and facilities in real time with community-based research partners, including the BSAP Steering Committee, to ensure transparency and accountability. Empower the BSAP Steering Committee, grant real decision-making power to the BSAP Steering Committee, and agendize the quarterly board reports from Steering Committee appointees to ensure authentic collaboration on the growth and implementation of BSAP. Permanently, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Appreciate
time.
views.
Esteban Zaragoza, are you here? Esteban? Leo Ceron, are you here? Okay, we had one board member go to the restroom, so we have dipped below a quorum. So I'm gonna go see if I can make sure that they're coming back. One moment, please.
Thank you, though. Too many went to eat. So we'll get somebody back so we can continue business. I apologize. All right, we have 4 back. Thank you very much. I apologize for pushing on you. Okay. All right, so anybody else wish to speak on the idea of having a contemporary political education course looked into? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Dr. McKenna. Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Schmerlson.
Yes.
Ms. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez. Mr. Ortiz Franklin. Board President Goldberg.
Yes.
And Student Board Member Cortez Lopez.
Yes.
All right.
All right, close the roll on that one too, please.
Item passes.
Okay, now we'll go to item 40. If I can find my notes, I'll do item 40 here. Item 40 is a resolution by myself again, that LAUSD will remain an inclusive, safe, and welcoming environment for all. This was the item that we all participated in, I believe, around LA Unified 2025. Because we wanted to make sure that people who have other plans for 2025 know what the plans are in this district for 2025. And so what I'm asking with this resolution is that, and I will read the items that we did at that press conference about the LAUSD 2025, and I ask that this become known as the policies of this district to do these things that are enumerated. Board Rule 72 needs to be moved along with the motion.
Move it.
Mr. Schmerlson moved for both, and Dr. Rivas moved for both. Is that correct? Yeah.
So basically, we held a press conference in sometime, I think, in late October, and we said that this district will continue to embrace the following. We will embrace the diversity of our city and our schools in all of its forms. We will welcome and support immigrant students and families. We will protect the rights of girls and women. We will celebrate our LGBTQ plus students and employees. We will provide free and reduced price meal programs for students, ensure all students see themselves represented in their books in our libraries and classrooms, advocate for the rights of our workforce to engage in collective bargaining and other protected union activities, advocate for the importance of the Department of Education, and keep the conversation about education as a human right at the forefront, proudly support diversity, equity, and inclusion practices, strengthen restorative practices and social emotional support in our schools, support and celebrate students, employees, and families with different talents and abilities, elevate the voices and the histories of our communities through culturally responsive curricula and teaching, protect health and welfare benefits, and fight climate change, and implement meaningful eco-sustainability policies and initiatives. So what this motion says is that while we said this at a press conference, we're actually going to adopt these items as part of LAUSD. Were there any of you who wish to be heard on this? Go ahead.
Just a few words. This resolution, and I want to co-sponsor, I guess we're all co-sponsoring this, is a bold and necessary shield against the looming threats to public education, a public good that we must protect fiercely and defend. LAUSD stands as a beacon of inclusivity, a safe harbor for all, and this resolution fiercely declares that we will not cower in the face of those who seek to undermine the very foundation of a diverse and vibrant community. I wholeheartedly support this unwavering commitment to protecting our students, families, and staff. Thank you, Board Member Goldberg.
All right, anybody else wish to be heard? We have speakers. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Superintendent.
Just very briefly, thank you, Board President, for this important resolution. I believe this resolution elevates and encases under the protective guise of policy the values and principles that orient this school district. Values of protection, values of representation, and principles that, quite frankly, humanize everyone under our care. So thank you very much for transitioning from idea to pronouncement a number of weeks ago to now policy that will orient the practice of our school system.
The speakers in the community.
Okay, Damian Cruz. Come on up, Damian. Iris Juarez. Kivu Hutchinson.
Here she comes.
Come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Zakivu Hutchinson. I'm a parent member of Students Deserve, and I'm also with the Black LGBTQ plus Parent and Caregiver Group and the Women's Leadership Project, which provides prevention education programming for Black girls, girls of color, and Black queer youth. I stand in firm support of this resolution to protect our most vulnerable youth communities from the onslaught of fascistic right-wing public policy. As a parent of a non-binary Hamilton High student who has benefited from the Black Student Achievement Plan, I'm also standing with the community to demand that you not cave to racist white supremacist attacks on the initiative which stem directly from the Project 2025 regime. The district's decision to provide BSAP resources to all students threatens to further undermine the considerable academic and social emotional gains Black students have made. Under the aegis of BSAP, Black students across gender and sexuality have benefited significantly from culturally specific, trauma-informed mental health resources that redress the harm inflicted by systemic anti-Black racism, sexism, homophobia, and transphobia. Under BSAP, our students' graduation, college prep, college admission, and gate assignment rates have increased, and they have thrived with the support of dedicated PSWs and other staff, bucking the historic anti-Black toxicity they've experienced in the district systemically. Due to the vilification of BSAP by white nationalist groups, BSAP professionals are fearful for their jobs, and the affirming school climates they've helped create are in jeopardy. We are calling on you to permanently expand BSAP funding by $100 million and give the BSAP steering committee real decision-making power, not tokenism. Under BSAP, our students have been able to imagine, they've been able to dream, they've been able to blossom in their creativity through HBCU tour field trips, community mentors, safe passage programs, and wellness events. As the Black queer poet Langston Hughes once wrote, what happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun? Hell no. We will not allow this dream to dry up, be deferred, derailed, defunded, or dissed. Black students and families will not tolerate your inaction and complicity with regimes of criminalization that seek to erase us. Be on the right side of history and put the Black back in BSAP.
Thank you for your time. Drew McKnight. Drew McKnight. Emily Vasquez. Emily Vasquez. Damani Turner. Elizabeth Villalobos. Connie Emery. Devin Beard. Okay, and Maria Daisy Ortiz is listed as speaking remotely, but I do not have her signed in. Are you in the room, Ms. Ortiz? Okay, that concludes public comment on tab 40. Shall we vote?
Yes.
All right.
Nobody asked me to be heard. Call roll.
Dr. McKenna. Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Schmerlson.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez. Ms. Ortiz Franklin. Board President Goldberg.
Yes.
Ms. Cortez Lopez.
Yes.
All right, item passes.
All right, so
Shall we?
I'm going to go through the consent Well, I'm sorry. I think I'd know by now, wouldn't you? The consent calendar means that everybody that is a board member received books that look like this. We had a chance to read them. We had a chance to ask questions of staff. And many of the items people have agreed upon as board members that we're going to pass. And so rather than call them one at a time, we take them all together on the consent calendar. If you have a question or a comment on an item, we will take it off consent. So it doesn't mean that, by the way, even if it's off consent, it does not mean the item won't pass. It means one or more board members still wants to talk about it before we pass it, or not, okay? So item 1, approval of procurement actions. All right, that's a Q. Approval of facility contracts. Consent. Define and approve 2 projects to provide critical replacements and upgrades of building sites and components. Consent. Item 4, define and approve 2 accessibility enhancement projects and amend the Facility Services Division. Consent. Item 5, approve 16 projects funded by the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program and 13 projects funded by Medi-Cal reimbursement. Question. Item 6, define and approve 3 charter school facility upgrade projects and amend. Consent. Item 7, define and approve 26 board district priority and region priority projects. Item 8 has been withdrawn. Item 9, donation.
Sorry, it's been postponed.
Oh, I'm sorry, not withdrawn. Thank you very much for correcting me. Postponed. Withdrawn would have meant it would never come back. Postponed means it's being delayed. Item 9, donations of money and materials to the district. Item 10, report of cash disbursements. Item 11, establish Fund 17 Special Reserve Fund for other than capital outlay projects. Item 12, approval of routine personnel actions. Item 13, provisional internship permits. Item 14, strengthening Career Technical Education Act, the Perkins 5 grant. Item 15, recommended adoption of textbooks for arts, dual language, ethnic studies, and English language arts. Question, okay. Item 16 has been withdrawn. Item 17, approval of the renewal of petition for Global Education Academy. Questions? Okay, that's off consent. Item 18, Approval of the renewal petition for Ednovate, USC Hybrid High College Prep. Consent. Item number 19, approval of the renewed position for ICEFU Park Preparatory Middle School. That's off consent. 19 is off consent. Item 20, approve the renewal petition for Citizens of the World School, Silver Lake. Item 21, approve the renewal of petition for Ednovate, Brio College Prep. Consent. Item 22, approval of the renewal position for Ednovate, Esperanza College Prep. Consent. Item 23, approval of renewal petition for Para Los Niños Charter. Question, okay. And again, remember, even if there are questions, it doesn't mean it won't pass, it doesn't mean it will, but it means that there's more discussion. Item 24, approval of the renewal petition for Downtown Value. Item 25, approval of the renewal petition for Equitas Academy 2. Item number 26, approval of the renewal petition for Gabriela Charter 2. Item 27, renewal of the petition for Monsignor Oscar Romero Charter Middle School. Item number 28, approval of the renewal of petition for Santa Monica Boulevard Community Charter. Item 29, approval of the renewed petition for Synergy Charter Academy. Item 30, approval of the renewal petition for Fenton Avenue Charter. Consent. Item 31, approval of the renewal petition for Fenton Primary Center. Which one? 31, I'm sorry, is not on consent. 31 is a question. Off consent. We've done 32. We're waiting for Dr. McKenna to do 33. 35 is an initial announcement. 36 is the reappointment of the member of the Personnel Committee. Consent. Item 37, report of correspondence, including Williams Uniform Complaint Quarterly Report Summary. And we've done the rest of them. So we have on consent the following items. Make sure everybody agrees. Item 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 18, not 19, yeah, 21, 22, 30, 36, 37, and that would be it. Does everybody agree that those are the ones? Okay.
That's what I've got.
So what we should do next now is we will now begin to hear the speakers on the various items that are on the consent calendar.
Comes Dr. McKenna.
Well, no, we're not. We're going to do Dr. McKenna's resolution first.
When do you want to hear recusals now?
So we have one recusal that will take place when the discussion
when we
actually
get to
happens
that
on that
item.
particular
Okay.
item.
All right.
All right. So if you are here for items number 18, 21, 22, and 30, and you have speakers here, you are still welcome, because these are public hearings, to speak. But you won't affect the outcome because it's already on consent. So you can take up your own decision on what to do. Dr. McKenna, I am calling upon you to present your resolution number 33, recognizing November as National Runaway and Homeless Youth Prevention Month.
Thank you very much. I apologize for being out. Pardon me. I'm introducing this motion to recognize November as National Runaway and Homeless Youth Prevention Month. The pressing issue of our time is the crisis of housing affordability, particularly here in California. We also know that our mayor is working with elected civic and community leaders to address the issue. She's working outside of the classroom, but we have important work to do here in our classrooms. For there are no simple solutions to our housing crisis. We are charged with educating our students without consideration to their addresses. Every day, there are employees in our district who do everything in their power to provide support and resources to students who may be housing insecure. We want our students to learn, grow, and thrive in school. We affirm that our schools are safe places and will work to eliminate barriers to academic success. I thank Mr. Schmerlison for his co-sponsorship and ask for your affirmative vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McKenna. I have some comments on that also. We refuse to give up on our homeless youth during this difficult time. The district is implementing services such as laundry trucks, mental health services, among other things. However, we will always seek to provide more resources for our students to assist them during their hour of need. So thank you, Dr. McKenna. Dr. Rivas?
Yes, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor as well, and I am very thankful for you bringing Dr. McKenna and Mr. Schmerlson this resolution. I appreciate the resolution and recognizing November as National Runaway and Homeless Youth Prevention Month and bringing much-needed attention to the challenges faced by this vulnerable population. Thank you for highlighting the district's commitment to supporting homeless youth through education and targeted resources and supports. Thank you.
Comments from other board members? Mr. Melvoin?
Just that I'd love to be added as a co-sponsor.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to, we have any public comment from the?
We have no public comment on that item.
Okay, so we'll move on to item 1. Is that
Well, we can vote on this.
on Dr. McKenna's? Okay, yes, go ahead. Yes. I'll move it.
Okay, yeah, let's have a motion in a second. So moved by Mr. Schmerlson and seconded by Dr. McKenna. Okay, I'm going to call the roll. Dr. McKenna?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Schmerlson?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez? Ms. Ortiz-Franklin? Board President Goldberg? And Ms. Cortez-Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, the item passes. Yeah, we can clap for that. And if you'd like to, we can move to the speakers on consent.
Okay, speakers on consent?
So we have a speaker for item 2. We have Ms. Robina Sewell speaking to item 2, approval of facilities contracts actions. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Robina Sewell.
Hi, good afternoon. Robina Sewell, Executive Director of California Safe Schools and the environmental representative on the IPM team. I'm here to express opposition to providing an extension to the Blankenship contract and to express concerns about a possible conflict of interest with the IPM independent expert. In August of 2023, Blankenship entered into a contract with LA Unified for $95,000 that promised the district that they would provide a revised IPM procedures manual in 90 days. Now, 15 months later, Blankenship has failed to provide a draft or any copy of the revised IPM procedures manual to members of the IPM team, parents, teachers, the public, or even the IPM ad hoc committee. Why would the district allow this? And where is the document? Blankenship's request of $5,000 includes a request for an extension through July of 2025, an additional 9 months, a total of almost 2 years without a product being produced. Notably, this means that the LA Unified will also be later in responding to issues raised by their own Inspector General report. On behalf of parent and environmental IPM team representatives, we respectfully request LA Unified Legal Counsel review any potential conflict of interest regarding the independent IPM expert who serves on the IPM team, is paid by LA Unified, and also receives payment through the LA Unified Blankenship contract for the same and similar activities under a 50-50 contract agreement with Blankenship. As a member of the IPM team, I'm concerned about the delay and the critical health and safety issues, especially when it comes to LA Unified children, teachers, and staff. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you to Board Member McKenna for all of your great work, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Okay, that concludes comment on tab 2. We do not have any on tab 3 or 4. We have public comment on tab 6, define and approve 3 charter school facilities upgrade projects and amend the Facility Services Division's strategic execution plan to incorporate therein. Natasha Barriga, are you here? Natasha B? Natasha? Okay. Hillary Goyal? Hillary Goyal, are you here? Both those folks not here. Tab 7, we do not. I'm sorry? So one of the tricky parts about our system is if someone lists themselves as in person, I don't always check online. So Natasha Barriga, you're online. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, thank you so much, Board President Goldberg, members of the board. My name is Natasha, and I'm calling on behalf of Camino Nuevo Charter Academy number 4. Wanted to take a moment to say thank you. We are so deeply appreciative of the district's use of bond dollars to enhance the outdoor space for our students. We know they will enjoy the space for years to come, and we are grateful for your support and commitment to all students. So again, thank you so much.
Just to thank you. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Tab 12, approval of routine personnel actions. We have one caller, Troy Xavier Leonard. So that's tab 12. Troy, are you in the room? You're listed as calling in, and you are not here. So we'll move along. We have consent speakers for tab 18. The public hearing, so I'll read some public hearing language, and then anything that's on, any of the charter petition renewals are part of a public hearing. So before action is taken on tabs 17 through 31, a public hearing must be held. These are approval for the renewal approval petitions for the following: Global Education Academy, Ednovate USC Hybrid High College Prep, ICEF View Park Prep Middle, Citizens of the World Charter School Silver Lake, Ednovate Brio College Prep, Ednovate Esperanza College Prep, Para los Niños Charter, Downtown Value, Equitas Academy 2, Gabriela Charter 2, Monsignor Oscar Romero Charter Middle School, Santa Monica Boulevard Community Charter, Synergy Charter Academy, Fenton Avenue Charter, and Fenton Primary Center. This constitutes a public hearing on tabs 17 to 31, and a maximum of 15 individuals who wish to address the board on each of these items will be heard. Those who wish to speak should sign up online. Speakers will be called by name. Some of these items, as you have heard in the audience, are on consent, and some are not. So I'm going through the items on tab 17 through 31, charter petition renewals, that are on the consent calendar, which also have folks signed up for public comment, just for clarity. So this is tab 18. Donnell Bailey. If there is anyone in the audience coordinating organizing activities who knows that this entire group is left, that would be very helpful to me. Clarissa Palacios. Maritza Ramirez Nieto. Oliver Sicat. Okay, so I'm okay, great. So it sounds like these folks have already left. I'm going to read through them just in case. Leslie Hernandez, Rod Lopez, Lorena Gomez, Nadia Lopez, Maritza Ramirez, Estela Hernandez, Danielle Mares, Estela Hernandez, Jenny Aguas, Michael Gaspar, Ryan Romaneski, and Melanie Leva. I'm told they're all gone. I've read their names. It sounds like they're not here. So that item is complete and going on to consent. Let's see, so tab 21, approval of the renewal petition for Ednovate Brio College Prep. There are 15 speakers signed up, all in person. Nathan Olmeda. You're waiving time? Okay. I'm being told they're waiving time, so I will close this out. For the folks who are just listening, waiving time means those folks who signed up to speak on this tab are choosing not to speak despite having the opportunity to do so because the item is on the consent calendar pending, just basically awaiting approval. So tab 22, approval of the renewal petition for Ednovate Esperanza College Prep. I'm being told also that they're waiving the time. A lot of hand waving. So those listening, again, the same thing is happening. Folks have signed up to speak but are waiving that right to speak because the item has been moved to the consent calendar for approval. We have tab 30. So that's Fenton Avenue Charter. Also waiving. I appreciate everyone's patience. I'm marking the waiver for our records. Thank you, sir. I'm just going to call the names of folks who didn't list themselves as coming from that organization because I would hate to miss someone who signed up to speak on some other topic within this issue. Monica Castañeda. Great. Kristen Kachian. Angelica Ramos. Jessica Diaz. Yesenia Alferez. Donna Fetui. Okay. And then Crystal Martinez. Are you in the room? No. And Jan M. Jan, okay. Item 36 is also on consent but has no speakers. Item 37, report of correspondence, including Williams Uniform Complaint Quarterly. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and read the public hearing statement for that. Tab 37. Before action is taken on the report of correspondence regarding the Williams Uniform Complaint Quarterly Report Summary from the Director of the Educational Equity Compliance Office, a public hearing must be held. This constitutes a public hearing on the report, and a maximum of 15 individuals who wish to address the board on this item will be heard. Those who wish to speak and have not already signed up should do so online. Speakers will be called by name. Mr. David Norman Tokowski. There you are. Come on down. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking both on litigation and the Williams compliance. Very happy to see the incredible surge of complaints on Williams. Yet in every classroom still, there is not the compliance that Jackie Goldberg wrote as a state legislator. And before she leaves, maybe we can honor her by putting her name up in every classroom to say, Williams complaint. So when the heat spell came, you see in the valley on those documents there, how many Williams complaints suddenly surged because the air conditionings weren't working. And a few people knew that you could file a complaint form. So it's still inadequate in the number. If you're a Valley representative like Mr. Schmerlson or Ms. Gomez, you know the numbers that were happening. They're not that high right there. So that's one thing, is there's some success, but it would be much better if everybody, if I were the head of an organization or a union or something like that, I would have these filled out because, as Ms. Goldberg said to the superintendent over a year ago, because she wrote the legislation, rather than having people calling you up about each item in a school that's not working, they should just fill out the form and the system should kind of work. But it's not working that well until we have a 115-degree surge and all the machines are breaking. Number two, litigation. Tomorrow in closed session, you have a case on special ed that is really remarkable. The district fought a family with a kid with a Down syndrome, and that kid was asking for being included in regular summer school. And we were told that the kid has to go to the ESY summer school, okay? The administrative hearing officer sided with the district, but the Superior Court judge said, no, that kid deserves a rich education in a regular summer school. So today, on item 5, you're taking some of your ELOP money, which can be very flexible, but why don't you enrich special ed students with some of that ELOP money instead of buying rubber mats and playground equipment with your ELOP money? It's flexible. A lawyer said it's okay, but is it really the right instructional focus to make sure we can enrich programs that we know need support like special ed? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Juan Jose Magandi, I see you. I thought I saw you in the room. Mr. Magandi is going to speak in Spanish. So if you'd like to hear what he's saying in English as he's speaking in Spanish, please put your hands up and we'll get you these translation headsets. So they're going to bring them out right now. So please put your hands up if you'd like to experience simultaneous translation just like the UN. Momento, por favor. We're just handing out a couple more. Don't be shy. Okay. Gracias, señor Magani. Estamos listos.
Buenas tardes. Oiga,
Good afternoon. Listen, how fun when businesses are big. The rivals are in accordance and everyone agrees. I believe that you're very generous. LAUSD is very generous. Ms. Charter, better business you could have had. It couldn't have been better than this day. The rivalry has ended because everything has to do with business, just like the new president says. We will fight. We won't fight for anything except money and business. Great job, Charter. You did it. And good to you, too. Because what you care about is business, our business. You do a lot of resolutions, but you're never protecting parents. The parents' complaints within the charters and LAUSD do not exist because what you do here is your incumbent hypocrites, and you cover the problems, the parents' problems that are the problems that the parents are going through at the schools. Let's remove the hypocrisy and and listen to the people. Precisely. Listen to us, the parents, because we are the real representatives. And all those children that make business for you have this type of life that I wish I had your life. How many millions does a charter school take? How much money do they take? Right, Ms. Rosillo? I want to be owner of a charter school, and I will take advantage of all Latinos because I will manipulate them. I will tell them lies, and I will tell them that we fight against injustice, that they are included, and that we will protect them so that nothing happens to them. But what we really want are the children that are the future votes and that are the future business for the LAUSD. This is the point. Try to be coherent with what people want, not your personal
Thank you
interests.
for your time. Diana Guillen, I see you're right there. Ms. Guillen is going to speak in Spanish, so if you'd like to hear what she's going to say in English, please put your hands up if you didn't receive a headset and would like one. Okay, it's all yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I've been a representative of parents the last 10 years within the central committees, and honestly, this is the topic of the Williams case. How many parents know that this exists? No one noted, no one knows about this, and this is an equality that exists in the district. I love all the resolutions that you mentioned and that you made. We will protect the families, the immigrant families, but when have you heard us when we want change in our children's education? When have you heard the proposals that we've made? Mr. Smirlson, when have you heard? You've heard us, but you haven't made any changes. And the sir that's right behind you, I'm not sure what his name is, he said he would make changes, and he hasn't heard us. You simply allow us to waste our time, to get tired of us, to implement the law of tiredness, and what you want from us now is say, oh, we are with the immigrant community, when we come here to speak and talk about the necessities for our children that are being taken to the low area of academic. And when LPEC has asked us for information as how funds are being used, then you can't give us. You even gave us a letter. I hope that this year things change and that you are very transparent with the funds that are given to our students. Why? Because this bear, it's so pretty to see. I support. But what happens when our children are doing well inside the schools? All these parents are taking their children to charter schools. Why? Because the district is not succeeding, not because you're doing well, because you have failed the public students. So how is it that these parents don't know about the importance of the Williams law? They don't know what a UCP is. They don't know what it is to make a complaint. It's a discrimination act. You are discriminating against us, not giving us the information that we need and not listening to our voice, because you listen very well when you talk about immigrant people because you want votes. But honestly, you don't represent us at all. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, I believe that concludes public comment for everything that was on the consent calendar. I'm going to double check very quickly. Okay, that does conclude the public comment on the consent calendar. We need a motion and a second to take the consent calendar and then to vote
Move
on
it.
I'll second. Who was the second?
I second.
Okay, that's Board Member Gomez. I'm going to read through the items that were on consent just for clarity's sake that the board is going to vote on right now. So on consent for the vote, on which we've already heard all the available public comment, is item 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 18, 21, 22, 30, 36, and 37. So I'm going to take roll. Dr. McKenna?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas? Mr. Schmerlson?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin? Board President Goldberg? Ms. Cortez-Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, that's 4 ayes. The consent calendar passes.
Okay.
Wow, even some clapping for the consent calendar. That's great. We now have a number of items that remain on the calendar for either questions or discussion.
Jackie's right here.
I see Jackie's coming back.
All right, questions on item 1?
Before we get there, I have a recusal statement to read
Okay.
for Board Member Schmerlson.
Okay, thank you.
So under tab 1, report 78, 24/25, approval of procurement actions. Since item 1 is placed for discussion, if either item P or item R of tab 1 is pulled for discussion at the conclusion of setting the consent calendar, but before discussing either item, tab 1, or hearing speakers, you will need to publicly recuse yourself and leave the room so the board may discuss and vote on those items. Mr. Schmerlson, you may return to the room after the items have been voted on by the remaining board members. And so I gotta lay the recusal language on you right now, and then we'll move from there. In accordance with Section 18707 of the California Code of Regulations, Board Member Schmerlson is publicly recusing himself from discussing or taking action on either tab 1, so that's attachment B, item P, C5898, IFB #20000003692, and tab 1, attachment B, item R, C4051, piggyback contract of the board report 7824/25, due to his interest in stock interest in Ford Motor Company. So to be clear, you're free to vote on everything except those items, and you're free to discuss everything except those 2 items under tab 1. So,
All right, and since did you call it off consent just for the recusal, or do you have questions? Go ahead, ask your question.
so tab 1, attachment B, that's correct. Yeah, no question would be allowed on
Okay,
that.
that'll take care of that problem. Anybody else have any items? Yeah, but she just finally went to lunch. Anybody else have any items on item 1 that be asked about? All right, so hearing none, let's hear the public speakers on item 1, and maybe Dr. Rivas will be back to ask her question by the time they're done.
Okay, we have 5 public speakers on tab 1. Approval of procurement actions. Dulce Rojo. Let's see, Laura Vasquez. Gabby Valdez. Jasmine Gonzalez. And Natima Angus. Okay, so none of those folks are.
Tina?
Are you coming down? No, this
No.
is for procurement actions. Fenton is not up. Okay. Just so folks know, someone in the audience was asking, is this for one tab that is not this tab? So they are signed up on the incorrect tab. So we're going to move on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. The vote can take place on tab 1, absent Mr. Schmerelson.
Do we know whether Dr. Rivas's questions, well, I'm not going to wait. We just have to move on, so.
We've got 4 at the table.
Yeah, so go ahead and, if nobody has any other questions, and we've heard the speakers, call the roll, please.
Let's move it, and
I'll
then.
move it.
So moved by Mr. Melvoin, second by Ms. Gomez. Dr. McKenna.
We're only voting on number 1 now?
Just tab 1, sir, yes.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas. Mr. Schmerelson. Definitely no. Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Goldberg.
Yes,
And Ms. Cortez-Lopez. Okay, that's 4, it passes.
please close the roll.
Okay.
All right, we're now up to, I lost my list. Which one, what's the next item?
I'll get there, one
Too many
moment.
pieces of paper.
Scott had questions on 5.
Okay, so let Scott know he can come back.
Okay, I'm going to go get Board Member Schmerelson.
Okay. God, too much paper. But I had a list. I lost my list. I can't find my list. Where's my list? Oh, thanks. I had it here a minute ago. Okay. Yeah, move 5.
I will move item 5.
Second.
Tab 5.
Okay, and we had questions on item 5 from who? Was that Scott?
Yeah, Scott.
That's not going to help. All right, so let's hear the public comment on item 5, since Scott's not here. The item was moved, yes?
Yes.
And seconded, thank you. Okay, so we have one speaker on this item, is that correct?
Yes, we have one speaker. It looks to be Mr. David Norman Tokovsky. Come on up, you have 2 minutes to speak. If some of you are wondering why Mr. Tokovsky has managed to speak on 2 different items, one was a public hearing. So folks are allowed to sign up for as many public hearings as they want, in addition to 1 public speaking slot. So that's the rules.
That's the rules. And if you sign up on time, you could speak on all the public hearings on charters and give a sermon on charters, but I didn't do that.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, so item 5 is $20 million from ELOP, Extended Learning Opportunity Program, and $20 million from Medi-Cal reimbursements. Because this item was prepared months ago, we hadn't passed the facilities bond for $9 billion. And so instead of paying for rubber mats and playground equipment out of $9 billion, we're taking it from instructional causes. So let me just be very clear. I'm sure a lawyer approved these things. I'm sure there's plenty of gray area in them. Board members were probably not asked how they would like to spend ELOP money, but every senior person was asked, hurry up, we got to spend ELOP money. And so somebody came up with rubber mats and playground equipment where that could be paid for if somebody amends this, or the superintendent's team, just move it to the $9 billion so you can use the ELOP money for instructional purposes, for learning. Similarly, the Medi-Cal reimbursements, there's 3 different categories, so we got to make sure this is the right category being flexed. This can be used for psychologists, social workers, counselors, wellness coaches, AP assistant principals for training and learning. For special ed, we could enrich the summer school, which you'll read about in your closed session. For special ed kids, they get a minimum federal requirement. You could enrich it with Medi-Cal money. So there's all sorts of instructional goals that I think are important, especially now that we've passed $9 billion for facilities. And so I recommend the superintendent or board change it, avoid the embarrassment of all of this, avoid not doing the best for special needs kids, put this money towards instructional goals. It's as simple as saying DOI. No, that means division of instruction, sorry. Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Maybe we could have someone from staff talk about the fact that we didn't know that bond issue was going to pass and whether it does make a difference to them that it did in terms of how we fund these things. Because if it does make a difference, maybe we can postpone, but if it doesn't make a difference anyway, we can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Christina Tokes, Chief Facilities Executive. We have been working very closely with the CFO's office and Division of Instruction to make sure that these projects are in alignment with the district strategy that includes greening projects and others. I know that you'll be getting a presentation on ELOP at the next COW. The way that these are funded is that they are just with funds that will expire depending on when ELOP funds were received. And so we are earmarked to spend these as they are planned. If there is a recommendation at some further date to see what we could pay with bond funds, now that we know the bond funds could do that, we can always do that at some point in time.
So you're saying even if you'd already known that the bond fund would pass that we put on the ballot, it wouldn't have changed this item at all?
Correct.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I want to
Dr.
ask.
McKenna, go ahead.
Yes, yes, yeah, I'm talking over I have my head turned. Now that we know that Measure US was successful, would it make sense to fund these projects from the bond dollars and save these monies for projects or investments that are closer to the classroom?
I think that that's, well, let's say approving these now does not preclude the board from changing these at a later point in time. I think the challenge will be is how you find a way to spend ELOP funds that are expiring quickly, given that these are one-time funds and we don't want to use them necessarily on labor when we know that they are going to end at the end of this fiscal year or the next fiscal year. And the same with the Medi-Cal, it's a one-time fund. So we're looking at investments that we can quickly expend that have a significant impact to our students. Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Hearing
No, I'll
none?
just,
Go
just
ahead.
will
Go
add
ahead.
that, I mean, this is why we've been asking for the ELOP overview for a while now. I know we're getting December. I will note that we did, as we did the budget adoption a few months ago, the ELOP spending for some of these things, playground, I'm just looking right now, but playground upgrades and playground restoration, portable pools, outdoor education center projects was something we approved. So we did have this discussion, but appreciate the team saying that they'll come back to us to see what we can change. We also have the outstanding COPs going forward. And we do know that a lot of districts are returning ELOP money. We're not going to be one of them. So I'm glad that we're continuing to spend them for students, but think it's a worthwhile point and it's something we can discuss. And that's why we've been asking for this ELOP plan that we're finally going to get in a few weeks. So
I would
else?
just
Go ahead,
add, well, I
Ms.
think,
Conant.
I think those are all great points, and I think a universal discussion of the different funding sources and prioritization for our facilities project makes a lot of sense. I will just say there's also a timeline benefit of these projects. You know, these are, when you think about the playground restoration projects, which are bringing much needed green space and shading to our schools, they're going to be completed in less than a year, which is not the norm, and that's a huge benefit to be able to utilize those funds to quickly turn around those projects in a way that is not necessarily always true with our bond-funded projects or others that have to go through the State Division of State Architect. And then I also wanted to highlight, just as far as the Medi-Cal reimbursement, speaking to the special education programs, I think that the investment in culinary arts is a hugely important one. I was really excited to see that at Loman Special Education Center and CTC in my district. This is an instructional investment that will directly benefit our students, both in terms of learning, but also pathways to careers. So I really appreciate the staff bringing that forward. I think it's going to be super beneficial for students.
Thank you.
Just following on Kelly's excellent points, I just want to, they were excellent points, thank you. But I, in addition to the timeline, I also noticed, and you don't have to come back up, Ms. Stokes, but the cost seems lower, and that might have to do with what Ms. Gomez was saying when it comes to bond projects. That's, I mentioned in my facilities and procurement update earlier that we have this audit, but when looking at some of these, like for the field, new fields or new play structures, it does seem like not only is the time horizon much shorter than with our bond dollars, but the cost is lower. So maybe we can have a conversation about why that is, and are there things that we can be advocating at the state level with bond dollars that we're not able, that we're able to do with ELOP dollars. So thanks for raising those points too.
If I may also, at the CAL where we are going to go over ELOT, we'll be clear about how where those facilities expenditures also align to the instructional elements, because even for some of our students on playgrounds, things like that, the outdoor education, that's aligned to instructional strategy efforts that we have as well, especially to expanded learning opportunities. So we'll be very explicit at our presentation.
Very good. Anybody else? I just want to make a plea for the play structures. I have at least one school that had their play structure removed because it was unsafe about 10 years ago, and it has not been replaced, so they have still no play structure. And there are other schools as well. So I would hope as we take a look going forward as to ways we can spend money for kids, that we take a look at those structures as well. Hearing no other requests to speak, call the roll on item number
Tab 5, here we go.
5.
Dr. McKenna.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas. Mr. Schmerlson. Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz Franklin. Board President Goldberg.
Yes.
Board Member, Student Board Member Cortez Lopez.
Yes.
All right, if that's four ayes, it passes.
All right, the next item, I believe, is item 11, establish Fund 17 Special Reserve Fund for other than capital outlay projects. There are, I don't believe, any speakers, but somebody wanted to ask some questions about item 17.
I have Dr. Rivas and Mr. Schmerlson both having questions, and I'll go.
Then let's hold item 17. Item 15, rather. Who called item 17 off?
The remainder of the items that are not placed on consent are either called for question or discussion by Rocio or Scott. Mr. Schmerlson and Dr.
No.
Rivas.
Okay, so in that case, I'd like you to begin going through the consent item.
Okay, here's
never
Dr.
mind.
Rivas, so we can.
Ignore what I just said.
We can, Dr. Rivas, to
Dr.
catch you
Rivas.
up, we're on tab 11.
Tab 11, Dr. Rivas. And no, you don't get to eat. It's a Fund 17 being set up to primarily to provide for an accumulation of general fund monies for general operating purposes other than capital outlay. In other words, it's like a savings account.
Seems like my notes are all over the place. Sorry. Jesus. Here it is. Okay, so sorry. Okay. So basically, just wanting to know, given the complexities of the financial matters and recognizing this as a learning opportunity for the public, I'd like to request further information regarding proposed Fund 17. Additionally, discussion. Just because the board report was very, vague. Just wanted to help us explain what this fund is about and what it's for.
Sure. Fund 17 is provided by the state to allow boards of education to set their reserves and multi-year commitments aside from the general fund balance to eliminate the confusion of just seeing a lump sum in the general fund. So the only funds that can be transferred into Fund 17 are by board action from the general fund, and again, out also takes board action. So it's just a place for you to hold your reserves. There are no revenues to Fund 17 other than we put in from the general fund.
Would this be most ideal to discuss at the board retreat that we're having next year to really fully understand what the fund will actually entail, so we have a better understanding rather than before we establish it?
So the item that the board has actually is the state description of the fund. It is brief because it is not an expenditure or a revenue fund. It's literally a place for you to hold your savings account that's separate. So most districts, for example, would use any local reserve. That's where they would hold it, or long-term commitments, multi-year commitments that the board has made, rather than just holding them in the general fund.
And say, we eventually do vote on this fund, how will future financial audits ensure transparency and accountability for this fund?
So Fund 17 is audited with all other funds annually. And the other thing to note about Fund 17 is that you actually have to take action to move money in and out of it. And so, for example, the first time that we would be utilizing it is at the first interim. Part of the first interim report would be to tell you, here's our recommendation of what to put there. And the board can, of course, accept that recommendation, or they can change it, or they can deny that recommendation.
And why are we doing it at this time, and what are the benefits of establishing this fund?
The benefits are transparency and clarity. So our ending fund balance, particularly in general fund, people just think it's the technical term, it's a blob of money, and they struggle to understand what those different pieces are, even though the board has identified things that they want set aside there. And so having it somewhere else so it doesn't confuse what's actually available for expenditures helps clarify things.
And why are we doing this now?
We actually used to do it, and for some reason, one of the CFOs in the past decided to stop using it, so it's just gone away, so we're reauthorizing it.
So we don't know why the previous CFO wanted to stop using it?
It tends to be a communication tool, whether a CFO or a superintendent finds it helpful for the board to make better understanding of the budget. And the amount of conversation and confusion about our general fund balances has illustrated to us that there is some confusion there.
And just last question, just want to make sure that the Finance Office will commit to providing regular reports to the board on Fund 17's activity, including balance, income, expenditures, and intended purposes, and also provide us with a report on this.
Yes, so actually, Fund 17 will be part of your interim reports, and as will the request to move money in there, specific to the purpose that it's moved there for, and the time that it would be taken out.
And only the board can make that.
That's correct.
Sort of that official transfer of funds into Fund 17.
Correct. So theoretically, if I were to say move $100 million because you've committed that money to do X, Y, Z, and the board would say maybe approved or no, or they might say approved, but we only feel like $80 million was the commitment we made. So all of those things are possible when we actually are doing those transactional reviews during the first interim.
And would you be providing the board recommendations as to which funds should be moved into this fund?
Absolutely, yep.
Okay, that's all my questions for now.
Thank you. Anybody else? Has the item been moved? Okay.
Moved.
Okay. Hearing no other requests, and I didn't see any people to want, there's one speaker, is there? No, that's on the next item. So on the established Fund 17 Special Reserve Fund, call a roll. On item 11.
Dr. McKenna.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Abstain.
Mr. Schmerlson.
No.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Goldberg.
Yes.
That's 4 ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstention for a pass. And student board member Cortez Lopez. Okay.
Okay, item 15, the textbook adoption for arts, dual language, ethnic studies, and English language. I believe we have one speaker.
Okay, so for tab 15, we have 2 call-in speakers.
Okay.
Edwin Womack. Edwin Womack, you're signed up to speak remotely. Are you in the room? No, and we have Ms. Maria Daisy Ortiz. Ms. Ortiz is going to speak in Spanish, so if you want to hear what she's saying in English through the speakers, despite her being remote, please use these headsets. If you need headsets, please put your hand up and we'll get you a headset. They turn on automatically when you open them, and to hear English, they should be on channel 2 in case you are not hearing that language. Okay. All right, Maria Daisy Ortiz, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Por favor, oprime estrellete 6 para hablar.
Buenas tardes, ¿me escucha?
Sí, se escucha.
My name is Maria Daisy Ortiz, and really, I was not registered for this item. I was for 40, and I'm going to talk about 40 because I was online, and they did not allow me to speak, unmute myself. I was saying that it was about inclusion, the resolution about inclusion. Inclusion with or being assigned is not the same thing, because if there's no appropriate accommodation for all our children, it is not inclusion. Safety. So the school police needs to return to schools, because the school police was a department that was placed there for a reason. You are reactionary, and you took away the police without having a solid structure so that our children are able to be safe. Also, inclusion means that in that narrative about that resolution, Ms. Goldberg, you said families, students, and staff. And are you afraid to put parents? Because the students that you serve have parents. They are not orphans. And we parents need to be included, not only to give recommendations, but also on the decision-making process. So to be included, you need to include parents as well, and that is what you have not done. You do not represent us as parents, as Latino parents, as immigrant parents, as parents who are frustrated due to the negligence and safety that the district, LAUSD, has done with our children. And because of this reason, it is the moment now to make that resolution, to not have a narrative that is just on paper, because the paper can face anything, but to implement it in an inclusive and equitable manner, and for it to be a mutual commitment. We parents have been ignored, we have been used and not included. It is the great difference. And so for that reason, the resolution, I'm in agreement, but who's going to monitor? How will it be implemented? I hope that you truly, every single one of you, can show that you are here so that you are have an inclusion that is for everybody, including parents. Thank you, and have a nice afternoon.
I'll move.
I have a
move
question.
it.
I have a question.
I'm happy to move it.
I'll second you. I just have a question. Oh, okay. Has it been moved and seconded? Yes. Great. Are the new materials aligned with our current English learner, EL, and standard English learner, SEL master plan that was adopted in 2018? Staff member here?
Hello, good afternoon. Kimberly Balala, Administrative Coordinator for Library and Textbook Support. Yes, they are aligned. We follow the rubric that goes with the California CDE, and it part of the standards of what we're aligning it to addresses those items.
Good. Thank you for that response. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Rivas, I thought you, okay. I didn't know you had questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I was one of the ones that had a question here. I just want to know how closely are you working with the Ethnic Studies Committee in the selection of materials for the ethnic studies? How is that relationship going?
Good afternoon, good evening, excuse me. Esteban Leva, Coordinator for Ethnic Studies, Humanities, Related Social Sciences. So we work throughout the year with the Committee in Ethnic Studies. We are tied to the contract language, though, of what the committee's overviews or what their input is or what their support entails. And to that end, within the contract language, there is no mention of the textbook or textbook approval process, but this is a big but, is that we do take a lot of input throughout the year. For example, input on what a course might look like. The definition was, for example, in ethnic studies was created very deeply in collaboration with the committee. So we use a lot of that understanding, that framing to review the textbooks.
Can we have just your name for the record, just so everyone?
Of course, yes, sorry, I said it kind of fast. Esteban Leva.
The reason I ask because as the board informative on March 14, 2023, it indicates to lead discussions with the LAUSD UTLA Ethnic Studies Committee to provide input on the development of a list of recommended literature for grades UTK and 8 that elevates ethnic studies concepts, representation, and diversity. The recommended list will highlight literature that includes the principles of self-determination, humanization, and also facilitate collaboration between. Okay, no, that's not. Yeah, so that was the one point I mentioned. There also I mentioned the reason I mentioned this is we received a letter from the committee expressing deep frustration and lack of collaboration and transparency, and so I wanted to ask this question to make sure you address that and address the letter that was sent to us and to the collaboration and transparency within the ethnic studies development course and also materials that are being used.
Thank you for that. What I can say is that every one of the requests in terms of requests for a number of meetings has been exceeded from the UTLA portion of the team. The input for course development, for example, the newly revised Chicano Studies course, the committee had deep input in that. The development of the professional development rubric, which I believe is the first in the state for any district, also had deep collaboration with the UTLA members of the committee. We even had additional meeting times just to assure that they had any questions, and so regarding the potential for a certificate. Also, it included very deep discussions and input from the committee. So we believe that every one of the points tied to the contract, I mean, we're tied to what the language is in the contract. So we exceeded a lot of that, but we can't really go beyond the bounds of what the contract states. So, but in terms of what the outcomes have been, they have been very strong, and other districts have used the work in this district as an example of what can happen in a district of the scale and scope and size of LA Unified.
Well, I hope that is true, and I would also like to request an updated board informative. This was from March of last year, just to provide us some updates, particularly on the next steps that are mentioned here.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on 15? I have a couple of questions myself. One of them is, have you reached out to the Muslim Parents Association about issues on that, and can they be invited in to discuss maybe doing some kind of additional material that could be added to any existing courses? Have we done anything about that? I would like to request, if you haven't, that you do meet with them.
We have received suggestions from other members of the Division of Instruction. I believe the Human Rights Committee, has had some input. We haven't made any specific appointments with any one group, but we have had conversations with members of the community.
Well, I'm requesting then that you meet with the Muslim Parents Association. My office has how to reach them. But I've had several meetings with them, and I believe what they could do would be to write maybe a unit that could be used by any of the courses, but it would be clearly representative of what Islam is and what it isn't. Okay. The other thing I would request is that every time you bring in an idea of adoption of textbooks, that in our little blue room you have the books, so that are they here? I asked that before. They actually came.
In the foyer.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I've heard from parents all the time that they'd like to see them. So if they're at the meeting where we adopt them, if you wanted to see those books, are they still out there? All right, thank you, that's all I needed. Anybody else?
My question from last time is, could we have them in the regional offices also? That was my question from last time.
Yes, I am reaching out to the vendors right now, the publishers. They're going to send them to me, and then I will send them to each region, so they will be there.
All right. This has been moved by, Member Gomez and seconded by Member Melvoin. Call the roll on item 15, please.
Dr. McKenna?
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Sorry.
Mr. Schmerelson?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Board Member Gomez?
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin? Board President Goldberg?
Yes, my apologies, I don't know.
Student Member Cortez Lopez?
Yes.
Item passes.
All right, we'll now move to item 17. Now, on the approvals for these charters, I want to know how many people wanted to speak on each one of these that have been called off. Because if it's only one, I may ask you to do all your questions. If it's more than one, we'll take them separately. So how many people asked to speak about item 17? Just Dr. Rivas, right? Okay. Item 19. Oh, were you the only one? Item 20, 23, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? You were the only one on all of those? Okay. Because in the interest of time.
I'll note that
31 Scott had a question.
Mr. Schmerelson has a question on 31.
Okay, so we won't have you, okay, we'll take 31 separately. But what I would like you to do, because I want the folks from our charter school group to come up, I'm sure that they're here, and so we can have you ask your questions on all of them, and then we'll take the public comment on each one of them one at a time, and you'll get the last word because it's on the last.
Yes, I wanted to know if I could ask a generalized question before Mr. Cole Gutierrez comes up to help me understand better about the whole renewal process,
Okay.
if I could.
I think it's the same person.
Okay. So may I ask the question, Jackie? I can ask the question? Okay. So my question is not specifically about Global Education Academy's renewal, but some general questions about the charter renewal process. This past September, State Controller Malia Cohen released a 50-page audit report titled Audit Best Practices for Detecting and Curtailing Charter School Fraud. After reviewing the report, many rules will apply to the independent auditors. However, the State Controller found an alarming oversight breach from some independent auditors during the whole process. And my question is, how do we fast-check the auditors? We should be able to review their findings independently, and is there a process for doing that, or is there one forthcoming? There's more. Another question I have concerns the Legislative Analysis Office and Fiscal Management Assistant Team's recommendation on third-party contracts and possible conflicts of interest. So this might fall under the state legislator's purview. However, some of the report states that authorizers are responsible for ongoing oversight. So, do we consider whether businesses associated with the Charter Schools Board also impact the charter school's operation? And should we not consider that when deciding whether to approve or not approve? And if a board member sits on a charter school's governing board, how do they report potential conflicts of interest? Is it self-reported or not? And can you explain to the public what a sweeps contract at a charter school is, sweeps? And can you identify any schools on this list who have this type of contract with a vendor they do business with? And lastly, out of the 15 charter schools up for renewal, 14 have academic benchmarks, fiscal concerns, or ELA or math performance issues. So what are the charter schools division's plans to monitor their progress and ensure that they have all the necessary resources to ensure students do not fall further behind? So that's a whole bunch of questions, and I We'll repeat them if you have a question.
Thank you.
Okay.
And on the last one, I heard you say 14. There are fewer, there are probably about 5 with the benchmarks for clarity. But I'll address that question.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, good evening, Madam Board President, Superintendent, Board. Oh, good afternoon. Well, you know what, the time change. Jose Cole Gutierrez, Director, Charter Schools Division. Board Vice President, thank you for your questions. I'll try to be brief in responding to them. First, with regard to the audit study that you mentioned, as you noted, most of the recommendations are for auditors, and certainly our team reviews every single independent audit for all of our independent charter schools. Each year, December 15th, they're due, and thereafter we review that. Every item reports on those audit findings. So in short, while we're still reviewing the whole of the report in terms of any other changes that we need to make, I would say that in most of these our practices are aligned with those recommendations to ensure accuracy, accountability, and the like, and fiscal solvency. Okay. Now, we also gave input earlier in the year on another anti-fraud effort throughout the state. So this is a topic of great interest to us, and we have professionals on our team, many of them that are certified fraud examiners that are also doing this work. So I'm confident in their work, and we're always trying to learn and be better. To the FICMAT recommendations, in fact, our team and our lead fiscal administrator, Ms. Lillian Lee, and all of our oversight administrators review FICMAT recommendations. And in fact, many of our oversight items that we check for are aligned to those very recommendations. We pay close attention to expenditures. We do random sampling of check balance registers, credit card expenditures, and the like. Most charter schools do very well, but in the past we have had concerns, and we've raised those concerns and have taken appropriate action. As part of renewal, if there are any significant fiscal issues, that could be a reason for denial of the renewal. Okay, so we pay close attention to those recommendations and to inform our oversight. Okay, in terms of the sweeps contract, if I might, sir, may we talk a little bit more to and then maybe provide a response in writing as to that for greater clarity. Okay, and I think I've and then the benchmarks. In this set of materials, we do have 4 with academic benchmarks and 1 with fiscal benchmarks. And the fiscal benchmarks, to your point, deal with our review of the audit, among other things. We can talk about that at that time. The academic ones, each year, regardless of a benchmark or not, we're reviewing school-wide performance and the performance of every student group, regardless of numerical significance statistically. We want to make sure that every single child is being served. So should the board approve these benchmarks, we will assess those on an annual basis, document that in the oversight report, and then review that as part of our renewal process at this time. Okay? Thank you.
So now we're going to turn your mic on, Goldberg. Item number 17, Global Education Academy. Your question, Dr. Rivas, or questions?
Well, first I would like to preface with some remarks just to, for everyone to understand, and also for the Charter School Division and my colleagues to understand why I have questions and just want to highlight some things on these charter school renewals. It's not that I'm not going to vote no, but I think we deserve to have a discussion on the middle performing schools. Today we address the renewal of charter schools within our district. This is an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the success of every student in our care. When our charter schools thrive, our students thrive. And let me be clear, the students enrolled in charter schools within our district are our students, and I recognize that. We share a collective responsibility for the well-being of our students and their academic success. As we embark on the review process, I want to emphasize the importance of comprehensive and equitable approach. As we learned in the charter school committee that the state places the charter schools in the middle performing because they're not either high performing or low performing. It's like a default category that was created. We must delve deeply into the data because the reason they're middle performing is they outperform the state at least by one indicator, which doesn't necessarily mean that all of the indicators that they're performing well. So I think we need to do a deep dive into the data, examining not only the overall academic performance, but also the experience of specific student populations. This includes closely monitoring the academic achievement, suspension rates, chronic absenteeism of our students of color, particularly Black, African American students, Latino students, students with disabilities, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, our foster youth, and our homeless youth as well. Furthermore, to ensure equitable access and opportunity, I urge us to incorporate disaggregated disenrollment information into our evaluations. This data is essential to painting the complete picture of what is happening in charter schools. It allows us to identify any potential patterns of discriminatory disenrollment and intervene swiftly to ensure that all students have an equal chance to succeed. In the next round of renewals, I expect to see the disenrollment data included as a standard component of the evaluation process. With this in mind, I am pleased to just want to ask some questions in some areas that must be closely monitored and provide some benchmarks for some schools. You've already provided some, and I just want to recommend some or ask you to closely monitor and have oversight on some of these benchmarks in these schools. Okay. These benchmarks or areas of concern are informed by the recommendations and also the data that you provided and the dashboard. And I really do commend your work and your staff in the Charter School Division, your arduous work and support of the charter schools. So this is no way trying to throw any negativity. What you provided is just me as a board member feel that these are areas that I think that I would love for you to continue monitoring significantly based on the data you provided.
Understood.
I have added some recommendations, and I hope that we can work together and achieve greater progress for all of our students. I'm confident that working together with the support of the district, our dedicated educators, administrators, involved students, involved parents, and students themselves, we can achieve them. To ensure these benchmarks translate to tangible improvements, we must follow a clear and robust accountability framework. In addition, academic progress, this accountability framework should address how schools are leveraging community school funding, particularly those charter schools that are receiving community schools grant from the state, to support their broader efforts to improve outcomes for all students, with a particular focus on those student groups we've identified in needing additional support. So these are recommendations for yearly targets that I'm asking the Charter School Division to pay close attention to. By embracing this challenge collaboratively, holding ourselves accountable, we can ensure that our charter schools truly live up to their promise of providing innovative and high-quality educational opportunities for every child that they serve within this district. So for Global Education Academy, with that said, just wanting to know why any fiscal benchmarks, knowing that they're reducing their enrollment, and any potential concerns that you may have that wasn't mentioned in your report.
Thank you, Board Member Rivas. To the issue of fiscal benchmarks, and then I may make a comment on the academic, a further comment thereafter. I want to put it in the context of our full review. And we use a tiered intervention process pursuant to policy. And so in oversight, we may find, for example, an issue that may warrant a notice of concern. And then if that issue, so for example, maybe there's a small finding in an audit, then we want to see the next audit. And then if there's an issue, notice to cure. Could lead to other challenges. Certainly if we see concerns about any inappropriate expenditures and the like, that could elevate very quickly to notice to cure or potential revocation proceedings. So we try to take that tiered approach and put it in the context of the severity of the issue. Okay, there could certainly be a myriad of benchmarks in various aspects. So we're trying to be as judicious as we can, looking at a variety of things, but to say here are the areas that we're looking to really highlight. So in this case, the school with the benchmarks, this didn't rise because of there was the audit finding related to some federal funding and misclassification. Our team followed up. They have a plan for that and some other checks and balances. We will look at their audit this year, should the board approve this renewal, to assess if it's a systemic issue. Not seeing that, in our view, we noted for the board and the public for transparency, but didn't feel it rose to the level of a specific benchmarks. However, per this conversation and any item in here, we will continue to monitor closely. But we'll take note that you've raised that.
Another concern is their student achievement, educational performance. Last year, it was proficient, and 22-23 was proficient, and 23-24 it's developing. And you did mention that 23-24 was a result of the average score California School Dashboard indicators, specifically low ratings in chronic absenteeism and suspension rates. So this is an area that I want to have oversight and making it proficient. They were proficient, now they're developing, so there's a concern there. And then also in the organizational and management programs, proficient on 22-23 and 23-24, it's developing. And also it was based on noncompliance with appropriate credentialing and assignment of certified employees. So while this charter school did provide responses and addressing, I know that you will monitor this, so I just wanted to highlight these concerns that, and there's also, you mentioned the fiscal, which was, was proficient, now developing. So that's why I brought this to ask these questions and raise concerns and for you to follow up on addressing this.
And briefly, this is why the staff recommends 5 years for this school. It's categorized based on the latest classification as high performing by the state, but based on our factors, we recommend only 5 years for it. And you also noted earlier about the disenrollment data. I just want to make a brief note because obviously materials have been submitted. There's a broader conversation and understanding with the state on that. So I'd like to confer further with our team, the state, and then assess the timing of the material. I just wanted to at least briefly note that, but we're working to obtain better understanding and usability of the raw data that the state provides.
And just lastly, on global education, just have concerns and would love for you all to have stronger monitoring on the socioeconomic improvement on the performance of socioeconomically disadvantaged students and also students with disabilities and ELA. So that was, and as I mentioned, addressing their chronic absenteeism and their suspension rates. So that is all, but my vote is yes.
I would like to.
Thank you.
Yes. I just want to highlight some areas of concern. And, yeah.
May I just ask, does the public know what disenrollment means? It's kind of an unusual word. What does disenrollment mean?
Thank you for the question. In short, first, if a parent or student make the choice to disenroll from a charter school, by law, no one can be forced to attend a charter school. And so what the state has intended to do is capture the data of, think about student disenrollment leaving the charter school and the numbers of such occasions. To try to, I think in the state's view and under the newer legislation, to see, are there issues here that raise concerns about inappropriate enrollment practices or access and equity issues at charter schools? So that's one way you can define disenrollment. Another one that could come to mind, and certainly this would be a concern if it were the case, is a charter school disenrolling a student inappropriately. Part of our oversight is to assess the systems, the documentation, et cetera, for the enrollment practices. Certainly if we ever had evidence of an inappropriate disenrollment, we would address that. So those are a couple of responses I would offer you.
What is an inappropriate disenrollment? Because I was a principal too, and I had loads of kids waiting in line for me at mid-semester disenrolling from the school, not on their own volition.
Well,
they were
if such were the case, and there is, for example, obviously you have extreme cases under the law in terms of exposures. We're not talking that. We're talking about a disenrollment of a student, maybe I won't speculate the reasons, And so here's what we do about that, Board Vice President. When we learn about that from our regions, for example, we receive information, as you're saying, we investigate those. We'll contact parents. We will discuss the nature, the specific facts and circumstances that led to that. And then we will assess if there is an issue there of the charter school taking inappropriate actions of disenrolling a student. I will say in some recent cases where that's happened, parents have told us, I left because I wanted a different option. So we also try to dig deeper. How often is this happening? When is this happening? Because we've also heard concerns that it happens at certain periods of time in the year. So we are also assessing that information. But a lot of it comes from parent complaints. We get information from our colleagues in the field, and then we try to do our proactive checking through their processes of enrollment.
Okay.
Now we'll call on people who are here to speak on item 17 on behalf of Global Education Academy.
Well, we have one presenter, Linda Lee, from the organization. Please come up and give your 2-minute presentation. I don't have a presentation material for you, right? You're just going to give a chat. Excellent.
Go right ahead, Ms. Lee.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the board and Superintendent Carvalho. My name is Linda Lee, and I am the principal of Global Education Academy, a high-track charter school located a few blocks south of USC that serves 360 TK to 8th grade students. 94% of our students are identified as socioeconomically disadvantaged, 44% are English learners, 13% are students with disabilities, and 95% are Hispanic. GEA has earned various accolades for closing the achievement gaps, such as being named an honor roll school, as well as a top public school in Los Angeles. Dr. Rocio Rivas, we've heard your questions and concerns, and we will work closely with the Charter School Division. These are areas that we've already identified and started addressing. We appreciate your support, and to Dr. McKenna and President Goldberg, thank you for your years of service to our students.
Thank you very much. Do you want to have further speakers on this? You're fine. All right. So a motion is now in order on tab 17, which is to renew the petition for Global Education Academy, moved by Mr. Schmerelson, second by Mr. Melvoin. Excuse me. Call the roll. Boy, I'm going to really blow this all together.
Dr. McKenna.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Schmerelson.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Goldberg.
Yes.
Student Board Member Cortez Lopez.
Yes.
Passes.
All right. 18 is on consent, so now Dr. Rivas will let you ask your questions about the renewal petition for ICEF U Park Preparatory Middle.
For this middle performing school, I know that there are some benchmarks that you have set in place, and I'm not going to argue with them or have no concerns. But I do have a concern that at their last renewal, they did have also benchmarks. This is a school that keeps coming up with benchmarks and having to address, certain deficiencies or concerns or challenges that they're facing. So with that said, how confident are you that these benchmarks that you've set in place will be addressed or completed by the time we come in 5 years?
Sure. First, for the historical perspective, as noted in the material, this school was recommended for denial of the last renewal, was then ultimately approved to be recommended with benchmarks. The materials show how they've done. They've met some, partially met some, did not meet others. Then we had to review it based on the updates in law and those criteria. And I will say, based on that, the school, while there's obviously area for improvement, and we provided benchmarks based on how we're reviewing those, a student group below the state and red as its color. And so that made that criteria for those specific benchmarks. I would say they've made significant progress, but they still have to make more progress. Their verified data met the criteria that the state has set and the vendor has set for the growth metrics. Certainly the school will be most responsible. I had the pleasure of visiting the school unannounced one day and appreciated the team showing me around, and I could see that there was a change in culture. Hearing from students, seeing the classrooms, walking with the principal. And so I think, the school is showing some signs of positive gains, but still has a lot of work to do. And ultimately, the school will have to show us that, that they were able to meet these benchmarks, and we'll be monitoring them very closely.
The other two areas of concern are the English learner progress. As I see it, need to increase the percentage of ELs making progress towards proficiency, and also their chronic absenteeism, suggesting to reduce chronic absenteeism rates by at least, hopefully, 3% annually, if possible, particularly for Black and African American students and those with disabilities. And also, want to also mention the concern and they're still at the developing stage in student achievement and educational performance. So just wanted to highlight those concerns and recommendation for strong oversight for the school.
Understood.
Dr. McGann?
I want to ask questions because I do remember the last time they were here, there was a recommendation, and I cast the deciding vote. I remember that, to keep them afloat. And they had a new administrator there that had some confidence in him, but he transferred, he left the district. I noticed that they're requesting a decrease in enrollment, 120 students. President decreases the current enrollment capacity from 450 to 330. That's 120 students. 20 students, a classroom, I'm just using it as a benchmark, has 6 teachers. I'm not sure why they are requesting this. It's at current trends and all of that. There are a great number of changes going on in that community. The train keeps coming through. They're building more apartment buildings up and down the block. They're building them so fast, I can't remember what was there before. And I travel that's my neighborhood. I live within blocks of that. I could walk there from where I live. And I'm not really sure what the expectation is. I think that when they put these high rises up, and they're popping up all over the place, these may not be child age bearing parents with kids in those apartments. So we may not be growing at all because of that. They may not be growing at all because of that. The high school across the street is Crenshaw High. It doesn't have 800 students in it. Audubon is the middle school. It doesn't have nowhere close to what we used to have in what, shall we say, the olden days before I had gray hair. And I know they're trying. I don't think there's a lack of enthusiasm or lack of professionalism. Keeping that community wanting to come to school is a full-time job. They've had different principals at different times. The enthusiasm of the children are sometimes only because their parents say, this is where you're going to go, because you're not going to go over here. And I'm sending you to charter school because I know you don't want to go over here. They feel safer there. I understand that. Whatever their motives are, I don't contest that. There's reality in all of that. Even in mythology, there's some reality. But I'm very concerned as to whether or not, and then there's the high schoolers around the corner, close to it. And all of that, whether it's competition or just growth, it takes away from other regular schools. It takes away from Audubon, takes away from Crenshaw High, takes away from some of the elementary schools. And so we are in a competition. Is it a political competition? I don't know. Is it an economic competition? I don't know. It's certainly a perception competition of what they believe is better for them and their children. Because I don't know too many children that have never been to a charter school that say, I must go to that charter school. It's a parent decision. I understand that. And I want parents to have choice. I really do. I'm not a devotee of charter schools, but I'm not an enemy either. Because I think that a charter school has an advantage because it has the ability to say, these are our standards when you come to the school. If you don't want to meet these standards, then you can't come. They can try to check in, but they won't last. Public schools can't do that. Public schools say, we'll take you no matter what your expectations are, and we're required, if you live in our neighborhood, we're required to take you. So charter schools can recruit from 10 miles away and still have enrollment. And I don't know what this new administration in Washington is going to do to put a fear of safety about will I be deported, I mean, I don't know the number of non-citizen type families that are in there, and I'm not asking that question. I'm really concerned as to whether or not they can hold the line when they're asking for a decrease in enrollment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Board Member McKenna. First, to your last point, and this connects to Mr. Board Vice President Schmrosman's question. If a school has any prerequisites for enrollment, that would be inappropriate and would have to be addressed. That's the first part. Secondly,
Wait a minute. I don't understand the prerequisite, but these are the expectations. They tell them that. Say, we have uniforms here. You're going to wear a uniform.
Sure.
Right? We expect you to come so many days a week. We want you to do that. So they know that going in.
Sure.
Right? Most of our traditional schools don't have a school uniform. Some do, most don't.
Understood.
Schools do. They
Understood. Yes, some do, and those set their expectations. Parents, it's a school of choice. Parents and students would make their choice. To your broader question about the enrollment, well, first, the data show across our region, and including charter schools, that there is declining enrollment. And while we do have some schools that are fully realizing their enrollment, other schools haven't. And I believe this leadership and organization are looking at the data that we're looking at. And since 2019, have gone from 319, they're approved for 450, from 319 in enrollment, steadily a little downward to about 261 based on the last audit. They're hovering around that. I think they're trying to make sure that they remain responsible. The financial picture shows that the school can stand on its 2 feet, and as the numbers show on page 346 of the material. Certainly any school, every charter school's enrollment is reviewed very closely by our team each year at the time of norm enrollment and throughout the year. There are some schools we need to follow up on because they may be slightly over-enrolled. Other schools that are under-enrolled, our team will ask them, depending on their fiscal situation, please provide us an updated budget. Show us how you're going to remain viable. Those are the kind of oversight actions that we take with very close monitoring with the data to assess. So every charter school that is under-enrolled by a certain percentage, we're paying very, very close attention to it to ensure that they have a plan moving forward for viability. And most importantly, to provide a program that this Board of Education has approved in their charter for students.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else on this item? Okay, hearing none, a motion is in order. I'm sorry.
We have a presentation to be made by.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Okay. A presentation by somebody from ICEFU Park Preparatory.
I have Mr. Dwayne Washington.
The principal.
Yes, that's correct. My name is Dwayne Washington. I'm the proud principal of View Park Prep Middle School. Number one, I think it's still afternoon, so good afternoon. Thank you. I want to say, number one, that I'm honored to serve approximately 260 brilliant scholars at View Park Middle School. Just our population consists of about 93% African American scholars. Out of that, 99% of our scholars are academic or are economically disadvantaged, and about 18% of our scholars are students with disabilities. So again, with that, our mission is to educate and empower courageous leaders to embrace their full potential for college, career, and life. I believe in the last 3 years that I've been the principal, I'll say it again, the proud principal of View Park Middle School, we've been living that vision. So just seeing our scholars grow academically, we've grown 13.4 points in ELA and had a 20.1 point gain in math.
Hold on, say that again. You jumbled it up.
Yes, we made 13.4 point gain in ELA and a 20.1 point gain in math. So we're very proud of the progress that we're making. We are seeing growth. We are seeing our scholars grow, and we are giving our scholars leadership opportunities that's not only helping them academically, but also helping them social and emotionally. So we are a true asset to our community. We understand our benchmarks, and we understand that we do have a lot of work that we still need to do, but we're doing that work every single day. And we're working hard. Our scholars are working hard. And again, we use our community school model as a way to partner with the community so that we're all growing and thriving together. And again, I'm proud of the progress that we've made. So again, I want to say thank you to every one of you for your continued support and your belief in us. And I promise you, we're not done. We're continuing to work hard. We're going to prove and let you and show you that we deserve this 5-year renewal. Thank you.
Seeing no request to speak, do you have other speakers on this item? All right. So motion is now in order on item number 19, the approval of the petition for ICEF View Park.
Move it.
Been moved by Mr. Schmerelson,
I'll second.
seconded by Mr. Milvoin. Call the roll.
Dr. McKenna.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Schmerelson.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Board member Ms. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Goldberg.
Yes.
Ms. Cortez-Lopez. Left for the day. All right, it passes.
Okay. Thank you. Next item is item number 20, approval of renewal petition for Citizens of the World Charter School Silver Lake. Item 20.
Go ahead and ask my questions?
Yes,
Board Member
please.
Goldberg? Okay. Okay, so again, for Citizens of the World, concerns on academic performance, particularly for Asian, English learners, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students, concerns on their suspension rate, and also here, there's still, let me go here, on the student achievement and educational performance, their ratings are developing. They were proficient in 22-23, and now 23-24, they're in developing, and you've mentioned here in your report, which was a result of the average score of the California School Dashboard Indicators, and that you will continue to monitor in your annual oversight. But yeah, still concerns on Asian, particularly Asian students. Last year they were doing well, and then 23-24 they seem to have dropped, and also our English learner progress. There needs to be an increase in the percentage of ELs making progress towards proficiency, you know, at least 7% each year. So wanted to know if you have particular benchmarks or metrics by which you would like to see improvement on different areas, particularly subgroups. Is it, you know, if they're making a 1%, is that positive? They're making, so how do you know, sort of assess their progress annually?
Thank you for the question. One of our first areas of data we would look at is the latest dashboard. We've looked at the CAS met and exceeded. We will be looking at the dashboard that comes out for 23-24 and assess how are they now doing compared to the state, and then have they increased or increased significantly. Those would be our markers, Dr. Rivas, versus other percentages. We want to really see their growth, or if they have declined significantly or maintained based on that dashboard. Then we'll dig a little deeper into, okay, you said you're going to do X, how are your plans coming to fruition? So that'll be work that'll be, our team will be reviewing those data and preparing for our next oversight visit should the board approve this renewal. And that'll be the case for all of the charter schools, reviewing their dashboard data, whether they're high, middle, or low performing, to assess those very questions.
it just seems that a lot of upper middle performing schools have a lot of areas of concern. And I know that takes a lot of work from your staff to monitor and, provide some oversight. So that's, the other reason why I'm bringing this up, because there's more areas that I could have sort of pinpointed, but I focused specifically on the ones that I saw either drastic reduction or not making any progress at all. So just wanted to bring that. And so did I mention suspension rate? Having them reduce their suspension rate at least by 2% annually. These are my suggestions, and I would like to, work with you and your staff in monitoring, some of these areas. Be great.
Thank you.
Down by about 400 students in their enrollment from what they've been approved for. And we've seen, I think, 3 KIP programs close suddenly. Are we monitoring those that are declining enrollment to make sure we don't get surprises like we did when the KIPs closed?
Yes, I will note about, so the short answer is yes.
Okay. I mean, I think that's really all I wanted to say, because I know that we're all down, so I'm not saying, oh my God, you're down, forget it. But I think there are some ways that you can tell with your annual reports whether they're really in trouble or going to be in trouble, and they aren't. And I think the board needs to know that, because sometimes, like KIP, they don't notify us until they call one day and say we're closed right now. And unfortunately, that left a lot of kids high and dry.
Yeah, so we'll monitor that closely.
Okay.
And this site also has moved to a private site. Now is on a private site versus the co-location. So we'll continue to monitor that, and their finances are noted on page 385.
Okay, is there someone here from Citizens of the World Charter that wants to represent them and speak make a presentation? Come on down.
We do have Melissa Kaplan, Maureen La Morena Tatsui, and James Bogani. Oh, skipping the slides.
We're going to hear whoever wants to speak,
Yeah, no
my
need
dear.
to feel bad if you have...
We're not trying to turn anybody away. We're going to hear whoever wants to speak.
So let's hear from those
You had
two.
parents who sat here all day. Come on down. Really, if you've been here all day?
Just for my records, when you begin your 2-minute talk, please state your name into the mic there, and I'll mark you as speaking.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Carvalho and members of the board. My name is Alex Matthew, and I'm here as a dedicated parent and advocate for Citizens of the World Silver Lake. My son Logan started at CWC in kindergarten and is now thriving as a 7th grader. I'm here today to strongly urge you to renew CWC Silver Lake's charter and allow this invaluable school community to continue serving its students. As a parent, one of the most impactful things I've witnessed in Logan's journey at CWC has been the power of the school's constructivist, project-based approach. Logan has truly developed into an incredible collaborator, bringing his unique strengths to a project while working respectfully alongside diverse learners, each with their own perspectives and styles. The skill is something that I can't imagine him gaining so deeply elsewhere. CWC Silver Lake also places a profound emphasis on social-emotional learning. This is evident in how Logan deals with everyday conflicts and challenges. He's developed an even-keeled ability to navigate difficult situations with empathy and maturity, qualities he started cultivating as early as kindergarten. As he's grown, this foundation has proven essential, and he has the skills right now to face the complex dynamics that come with adolescence, managing complex dynamics that come with managing friendships and classroom situations with resilience and ease. Frankly, I was surprised at how smoothly he transitioned into middle school, into this new beautiful building, and I credit CWC's consistent support and approach to SEL for that success. Another reason that I'm advocating for CWC is that it has fostered a newfound sense of rigor and self-motivation in Logan, challenging him academically while nurturing his own drive to excel. I recently witnessed this in a project he was working on about a historical figure. Even when very much behind schedule, he took ownership, catching up at home, and creating a slide presentation he was incredibly proud of in the end. This sense of responsibility and work ethic are results of the school's high expectations and the care with which they guide each child towards meeting them. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Good afternoon, board members, superintendent, friends. My name is Lori Sox, and I'm a proud parent of a CWC student. I am here today because the world needs schools like CWC to create a foundation of diversity and inclusion and ensure the narrative of our children, community, and world be a place of belonging for everyone. My son, Liam, has an IEP and requires supports to access his curriculum. From the time he was 3 years old, we were told that he did not belong in a classroom with his peers. We were mocked for believing that he did. We had to hire lawyers to fight for his equal education. Our IEPs lasted days and cost thousands. Year after year, Liam's IEPs were violated, and he went without services and supports, causing him to fall behind. The school blamed his disability and told us nothing would be done differently. The attitude towards his disability was unjust and archaic. The toll on our family was emotional, mental, and financial. Liam was being forced down a road that they were forging for him based on misperceptions and not the student who stood before him. When Liam was in the 5th grade, his previous school denied his civil right to an education. We were hopeless and felt helpless until we found Citizens of the World. This school has changed the course of Liam's life. When Liam arrived at CWC, we were immediately welcomed and made to feel like partners in our child's educational experience. Liam was included for the first time and treated with care and respect. They never made us feel like they were doing us a favor by meeting Liam where he was and giving him the differentiated support he needed. CWC has created an environment where every child feels valued and empowered to reach their full potential and has access to innovative curriculum. As a parent, I've seen the profound impact this school has had on Liam. The growth, confidence, and enthusiasm for learning that he now exhibits are a direct result of his time at this school. After years of watching him struggle, you cannot imagine how amazing it is to see him collaborating with classmates on projects and being held to the same standard as his peers, to know that he is seen. This year, Liam will be graduating from the 8th grade, headed to high school on curriculum. CWC has prepared him for this transition. They have supported him in closing a large learning gap and nurtured him to become confident in his abilities. I understand that the board has many factors to consider when deciding about this charter's renewal, but I beg you to think about the students who will be directly affected by this decision. Students like Liam who need a school like CWC, especially with the unknown that lay before us in the next 4 years. The opportunities and experiences that CWC provides are irreplaceable. The loss of this school would be a tremendous setback for education, especially inclusion, directly affecting students with IEPs, including, I ask that you renew CWC Silver Lakes Charter so that it can continue to serve as a beacon of hope and opportunity for students like Liam and their families. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you, Dr. McKenna. It's an honor that we are trying to follow in your footsteps. Thank you, Madam President. I hope one day I can say that again.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that very emotional presentation. Anybody else from this school? Okay, Mr. Cole Gutierrez, I did have one quick question about this, and it's very quick. Their school population, racial ethnic, is different than the surrounding area. Do they have any special requirements for getting into that school that is causing that, or is just the way it worked out?
No, we don't have concerns about their practices, but we do monitor these closely for schools where we see those numbers, et cetera.
So no, there's no.
Nothing that immediately would cause us to
all right.
To have a concern at this
A
time.
motion is now in order to adopt item number 20.
Move it.
Move it by Mrs. Schmerelson, seconded by Mr. Melvoin. And call the roll.
Dr. McKenna?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Schmerelson?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez? For Ms. Ortiz-Franklin? Board President Goldberg?
Yes.
All right, that's 5 ayes.
Item number 23, Para Los Niños chapter. Dr. Rivas, item 23.
Yes. My concerns for Para Los Niños is academic performance. There has been a declining trend in ELA and math performance, and then also English learner progress has actually declined significantly, and their chronic absenteeism is in the red. And there's fiscal operations. You noted here some areas of concern in their fiscal operations. Let me just get to the fiscal operations are still developing from 2022 to 2023. and also from 2023-2024, primarily due to audit findings reported in Para los Niños, independent audit reports, and so wondering if you can provide more information on that, and also the English learner progress, what you see there, and why there wasn't any benchmarks for English learners for Para los Niños.
Thank you. First, when we looked at their ELA and math, to start there, we did see that there were some declines, as you noted, in both areas. However, even considering those in looking at 21-22 and 22-23 in ELA, they were still higher than the state and all students and student groups. And then in mathematics, a similar story. Then we looked at, as you noted, the declines. Did it cause any student to be under the state, which we're seeing no, based on the latest data we have, or in the red in terms of the color? And since we did not have that for math and ELA, there's no benchmark there. Doesn't mean we won't continue to monitor with the upcoming data. We certainly will. For English learner progress indicator, certainly that's going to be an area we're going to monitor closely. Our differentiating factor for the benchmark, Dr. Rivas, in these cases was there's low or very low, and for the benchmark, we focused on very low. Doesn't mean the school, we're going to monitor very closely to ensure that they're making progress based on the latest dashboard data. And I visited this school as well and saw some of the supports that the principal was sharing to make sure that they're really focusing on every single student. And it was as well as our community schools model to support them. So I think that we'll monitor those efforts to see them produce results in those areas.
And the chronic absenteeism?
Yeah, and let me address that broadly. Our team discussed that thoroughly because many schools, as you note, have some schools are okay, but others showed some declines. I mean, some increases in chronic absenteeism. It's a larger issue, and so at this time, we're going to monitor with an oversight. We did not elect at this time to offer benchmarks because we want to see a little bit more data come in on these, though that's a topic of conversation at every oversight visit, so we will continue to do that here as well.
And I will foresee that the chronic absenteeism is also in the location that they're in. They're right by Skid Row. They're really supporting students from, low socioeconomic status, really, commuter, there are a lot of commuter parents. So, that is an area. But I'm hoping, since it is a community school, that they will look to the community, the immediate community, to help address and provide some support for their families as well.
Thank you.
The fiscal operations?
Oh, yes, and to that, yes, the reason there, and our team has noted it to the school, related to some of the late fees that are incurred in their some of their credit card expenditures. Candidly, it's not material, hence it didn't get to a level of a benchmark, but we've talked to the organization about this. We know that their board has discussed it, and I trust they're going to take efforts to mitigate that. I think at times what we've heard is that their systems, they want to make sure that they're thorough in review, and it takes a little bit longer at times. And because the fees are not as material, they may accept that. But we're continuing to encouraging. That's why we noted in our oversight report to address that more fully. So I'll reiterate that message here publicly to the organization as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I just noted that on page 527 that their primary charter has closed.
Yes.
Is the regular K-5 school in any trouble, any possibility of closure?
Based on their current, their financial picture, short answer is no.
Okay.
But let me make one broader point, because organizations, including some of the examples you made earlier, have strategic conversations, board president, about are they supporting the schools a lot with their money? Is it going to work out? So all some of them are having those types of conversations. Okay. But here, right now, we don't see that financially as an immediate issue.
All right, so moved by Mr. Schmerlson and second by Mr. Melvoin on the renewal for Para Los Niños Charter. Any questions or comments yet? Oh, okay, call the roll. Oh, sorry, we have to hear from them, I'm sorry.
Well, we give folks the opportunity.
Go ahead, please.
So for tab
I'm
23,
sorry,
para
I
los
was just
niños.
trying to get ahead of the game here.
Point of order. I know what you're saying, but I'm assuming they understand, and we keep telling them this, that it's on consent, which means it's going
This
to
one's
pass.
not on
Well,
consent.
But we say, go ahead and come up and talk, so they keep coming, but they don't have to.
I know, but this one's not on consent.
True.
These ones are not on consent, and so they're given the opportunity for
I see. I'm
leadership
sorry.
to give a 2-minute presentation.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, and we'll be attentive to the not needing to speak that much. Good afternoon, board members, board president Goldberg, Superintendent Carvalho. My name is Drew Ferretti. I'm the president and CEO of Para los Niños. And I will just, by way of passing off the microphone to Norma Silva, our principal, I will just say, I hope you saw in the reports more about our 45-year history of working with families across Los Angeles, but in the area of Para los Niños Charter School for the last 20-plus years, doing everything from early education and Head Start, K through 8 education, as well as youth workforce services, and all the pieces that go between to make sure wellness and success is a possibility for all of the children and families we work with. So, Norma Silva.
Good afternoon, LAUSD board members, Superintendent Carvalho, and members of the public. My name is Norma Silva, and it is an honor to be presenting to you as founding principal of Para los Niños Charter Elementary School. Our school's opening in 2002 was a response to the needs of families whose children attended our early childhood education center on Skid Row. Over the 23 years of our elementary school's operation, I have held the principalship for almost 14 years, as I've returned as principal in 2018. During my time, I have witnessed our ongoing commitment to providing a rich educational experience for our children, one that promotes high levels of academic achievement through an integrated inquiry approach and provides holistic, comprehensive wellness support for children and our families. Through this presentation, we would like to describe our educational philosophy, pedagogy, and practices as a California community school. The next slide, there were slides, so we should be on the third slide. Oh, thank you. Slide 3, la tercera. La siguiente. La antes, sí pasa. Una antes, así está bien. You can see the demographic information and data. Para los Niños addresses the needs of families working or living in the downtown area by creating a safe haven for learning and a hub for community and family support, health services, and enrichment programs. At 7 a.m., you will find a carpool lane in front of our school with children waiting with their families for drop-off. 77% of our students participate in our own expanded learning program with services until 6 p.m. Many of our students face adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, and Para los Niños invests tremendously in the child and family as we believe in the potential of every child. Through our multi-tiered system of support, referrals are reviewed and monitored by our MTSS team. By the way, I'm being deferred by several people, so I believe I can continue to speak.
Yes, you can.
Correct?
Go
okay,
right ahead.
Thank you very much. An interdisciplinary group of Para los Niños program leaders who work together to respond to the academic, social, emotional, and physical needs of our children. The team builds trusting relationships with our children and families and provides a wide range of services. Our Para los Niños programs collaborate within our school, including mental health. We believe in hearing the voices and strengthening the community by working in respectful partnerships with families while advocating for their children. The next slide, please. La siguiente. Our model, approach, and commitment is being elevated and strengthened as we were awarded the California Community Schools Planning and Implementation Grants through 2029. Through these grants, we are revising and fortifying our systems and structures to use our data to respond to trends and needs more strategically, efficiently, and effectively. This year, we are digging deeper to address absenteeism and the needs of our multilingual learners. As a community school strategy, our own Para los Niños expanded learning program partners and enhances experiences for students beyond the school day and creates memories to last a lifetime. Partnerships include Young Musicians Foundations, robotics, and the Colburn School. Other partnerships central in providing students with additional daily and year-long support include reading partners as intervention, and enriching experiences are also provided through our long-term partnership with Inner City Arts. Our interdisciplinary and inquiry-based pedagogy has been the heart of teaching and learning since the beginning. We strive to promote a democratic learning community through our Para los Niños declared Para los Niños Rights for All. Respect for differences and SEL are a part of our daily work to ensure the development of critical thinking, identity, voice, and social skills in learning. Through our instruction, high-level questions are expected and universal discourse is promoted and supported. Mistakes are opportunities for learning through reflection and collaboration. As part of our continued structure, teachers receive professional development every Tuesday and plan together every Thursday. We create multiple pathways for teacher growth and development within our school and through partner programs such as Avance Residency with Loyola University. The next slide. Our teaching teams, specialists, and interdisciplinary staff support all learners, especially our equity scholars. Collaboration is key at our school. We have our own highly skilled occupational therapists, speech pathologists, and school psychologists who know our students. Our MTSS team helps to guide our work for support in classrooms through intervention for students in academics, behavioral, social, and emotional development. At Para los Niños, we promote a safe, democratic learning community that addresses the whole child in the context of the family. We promote engagement through inquiry, plant the seeds of activism, promote innovation and creativity through STEAM integration. The pedagogy, our longtime partnerships, and community school strategy, coupled with teacher growth and development, have resulted in a more robust, effective implementation of our core curricula, and most importantly, fully engage our students as we instill a love of learning. This could not be done without our dynamic teachers, school staff, and through the support of our Para los Niños interdisciplinary teams. As a result, our school has demonstrated academic achievement that exceeds those of neighboring district and state schools. In closing, Para los Niños Charter Elementary has served families since 2002, and we seek to continue through the next 5 years and beyond. And I thank you all for your service to all children of Los Angeles.
I'm going to encourage you not to speak as we are headed to a 5 o'clock where we have to stop all of the charters and do something else.
Buenas tardes, superintendente y miembros de la Junta Directiva. Mi nombre es María Maldonado, orgullosa madre de estudiante de Para los Niños. Hoy quiero contar cómo esta institución ha cambiado mi familia. Mi trayectoria con Para los Niños comenzó al inscribir a mi hija mayor. Con el tiempo, cada uno de mis hijos siguió ese camino. Hoy puedo decir con mucho orgullo que mis hijos mayores son profesionales y graduados de la universidad como UC Davis, Sac State, San José, y actualmente está una en UC Berkeley. Mis dos hijas pequeñas, quienes actualmente asisten a Para los Niños, reflejan ese mismo potencial. Una sueña con la universidad y la otra ama la escuela, lo cual es fruto del respaldo continuo que ha tenido desde su educación temprana en Escuela Caruso hasta hoy. Para los niños no solo ha brindado educación para mis niños, sino también para mí. ¿Por qué? Porque me está dando la oportunidad de comenzar clases
to start English classes and start math for high school. That is why I ask you from the bottom of my heart that you please support the renewal of Para los Niños. It's not just a decision for a school, but the future of our children, since they have the right to a quality education that prepares them for their goals of tomorrow. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Your support marks a great difference for our families and our community.
Thank you for your time.
You. We waive all the rest.
Okay, thank you. The rest of the speakers have waived.
All right. Anybody have any questions Questions or comments more? Mr. Melvoin moves, Mr. Schmerelson seconds. Call the roll on Citizens of the World Charter.
No, Para los Niños,
I'm
23.
sorry, Para los Niños. I'm
Yeah,
one
right.
behind.
Okay, Dr.
Para los
McKenna.
Niños.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Schmerelson.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez. Mr. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Goldberg.
Yes.
That's 5 ayes. Passes.
All right, we are now up to item number 24, downtown value. Item number 24, downtown value. Okay, Dr. Rivas, all your questions? Let's go.
No, actually, for downtown value, the benchmarks are, on point. So, sorry about that.
Understood.
That should have been a consent.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a presentation for downtown value. Laureen Riley, you want to waive your time?
Yeah,
Okay.
but they were waving. They told me
Okay,
that.
so they waived their time. We can.
All right, a motion is in order, and Mr. Schmerelson has not left the room, so I guess it'll be Dr. Rivas will move and Mr. Melvoin will second for downtown value item number 24. Call the roll.
Dr. McKenna.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Schmerelson.
Yes.
That's a yes from Schmerelson. Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez. Mr. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Goldberg.
Yes.
That's 5 ayes. Passes.
Item number 25, Equitas Academy number 2. Any questions on Equitas number 2?
Yes, I see that Equitas is also, you also provided them with some benchmarks.
Yes.
Any concerns here with Equitas, particularly with the fiscal operations?
It didn't rise to the level of concern to recommend denial at this time. A big piece was we sent them a notice to cure months ago. They did respond thoroughly and have already taken steps. We've seen some positive signs, but we need to continue to watch it closely. So at this time, barring no significant changes, we think that they will move in the direction that they need to, and we're seeing some signs. We'll look at the audit that comes out December 15th, et cetera.
Looking over again at your benchmarks, because I have here chronic absenteeism, which was red, so wanted to see if you added any of that. No.
We did not for any of these schools provide benchmarks on chronic absenteeism. We're looking at all of them very closely, given some of the numbers past COVID, and seeing them stabilize. And we'll see next year with more data if we need to include benchmarks for that group of schools. But this year, that's been our current recommendation.
Well, it seems like last year it was, stable, and then it became red. So it just, the inconsistencies of, what's the supports that they're providing it 1 year, and then next year it seems to be going back up. So just noting some, some irregularities there. And that is it for Equitas. Just wanted to know about the fiscal operations.
Thank you.
But
Anybody else have questions on Equitas? Motion is.
We have, do they,
Speakers, absolutely.
does Dr. Sophia Roditi and Robert Spencer, would you like to come up and give you your 2 minutes? Are you waiving? Okay.
All right, a motion is in order to approve the
Move
Equitas
it.
Academy 2, moved by Mr. Schmerelson, seconded by Mr. Melvoin. Call the roll.
Dr. McKenna.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
yes.
Mr. Schmerelson.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez. Mr. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Goldberg.
Yes.
That's 5 ayes. Passes.
All right. The next item, and it will be the last one before we hear public comment, is item number 26, the approval of the petition for Gabriella Charter 2. Item 26. Any questions, Dr. Rivas?
No, actually, I would like to just move forward with Monsignor Oscar Romero. But we can vote on Gabriela. I have no.
Okay.
There's
So
some benchmarks
a motion
there.
is in order on
Move it.
Gabriella, second?
I'll second.
First, we
Do
just,
they want to speak?
would you like to speak, Gabriella? We waive. You waive.
All
Okay,
right.
so
Call the roll on Gabriella Charter number 2.
can we have the motion in the second?
Yes, I think Mr.
move it.
Schmerelson
Yeah, I
moved it.
moved it.
Mr. Melvoin already
Right,
seconded it.
right.
Oh, great. Dr. McKenna.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Schmerelson.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez. Mr. T. Franklin. Board President Goldberg.
Yes.
5 ayes. Passes.
Now, Oh, one more. What's your last question, Rocio?
Is it just on that last
Just
one?
on Monsignor, and then I'm good with Santa Monica and Synergies, just to.
All right,
of
so
time.
let's do Monsignor quickly. Go ask your question, please.
So there were several concerns with Monsignor. I know you provided them with some benchmarks, but my concern is their significant decline in enrollment. And they're also a school that is co-located, right, with Berendo?
Yes.
At Berendo. So just my concerns, because as Board Member Goldberg mentioned, there's been some closures, sort of, not abruptly, but there's closures because of fiscal concerns, and just wanting to know if there's an enrollment plan for this school. Do they have one? And any concerns that you flag in terms of fiscal operations or fiscal
Liability.
Liability. Thank you.
Thank you. The enrollment has declined, as noted in the report. They are still with total net assets of over 21 million. Part of the declines in the net losses were due to some depreciation accounting. So in short, not an immediate, no concern at this time regarding their viability. That'll be something that we'll continue to monitor. And briefly on the academic pieces, we obviously look very carefully. They're verified data, pass muster. And I will say also that we looked at the CAS met and exceeded that recently came out, and they showed increases in those areas. So we'll continue to monitor closely. They have 6 benchmarks, and we'll continue to be very vigilant in this.
I mean, for English language arts, they were red, and all Latino English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged students. That's what really raised my alarms. Red, declining enrollment. So yeah, I just feel concerned about the viability of the school, just overall, and also in comparison to the performance with Berendo, just concerns there.
The school's aware this is a close call.
Yeah,
The verified data gave us 3 years of some positive growth. We looked at it to compare with other schools in terms of growth. It was comparable. So, and again, the CAS met and exceeded did show gains across the board except one slight decline. Those are signs. They have the 6 benchmarks for those reasons you just noted. And I've had a discussion with their leadership, and they're encouraged about some of the results they're receiving right now, but we'll need to continue to be very, very close in monitoring this, which we will.
Right. I mean, you gave them a rating of unsatisfactory, and this is the first school that I've seen unsatisfactory out of all of the middle performing schools. So yeah, this was the one, if anything, this is the school that gave me really red flags. So just wanted to raise that concern, and I'll waive my comments or my suggestions for Santa Monica and Synergy just in the consideration of time.
And Fenton primary?
No, Fenton was Scott.
Oh, okay. All right. So, motion is now on, speakers on from Monsignor Oscar Romero.
Yes, we have a couple of speakers. I'm sorry, Yvette Kingberg, are you here to? Oh, there you are. Okay.
You had a question on Monsignor Oscar Romero, Scott?
No, just
Okay, we'll come to that. All right, so a motion is made by Dr. Rivas and seconded by Mr. Melvoin to approve Monsignor Oscar Romero with its benchmarks.
Dr. McKenna?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Schmerelson?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez? Mr. Ortiz-Franklin? Board President Goldberg?
Yes.
That's 5 ayes.
All right. Santa Monica Boulevard, do you wish to speak? Santa Monica Boulevard, do you wish to speak? All right. the
Okay, Santa
motion
Monica
is-
Boulevard waives.
Its motion is now in order for item number 28.
Move it.
Renew the petition of Santa Monica Boulevard, moved by Mr. Schmerelson, seconded by Mr.
Melvoin,
Melvoin.
of
Call the
course.
roll.
Dr. McKenna?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Schmerelson?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez? Mr. Ortiz-Franklin? Board President Goldberg?
Yes.
Student Member Cortez Lopez?
Okay,
Yes.
that
All
one
right.
is passed.
5 ayes, passes.
Item 29. Approval of the renewal petition for Synergy Charter Academy, item number 29. There are no questions, I don't think. So it is moved by Mr.
Move it.
May I just seek the presentation, and if you choose to waive? Thank you very much.
Moved by
They've
Mr.
chosen to waive.
Moved by Mr. Melvoin, seconded by Dr. McKenna. Call the roll, please.
Dr. McKenna?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Schmerlson?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez? Ms. Ortiz Franklin? Board President Goldberg?
Yes.
And Student Cortez Lopez?
Yes.
All right, 5 ayes, passes.
Mr. Schmerlson, I think you had a question on Fenton Primary.
A very fast question.
Go right ahead.
Okay. So, Mr. Cole Gutierrez, the last bullet point states that the charter school division staff recommends renewing for 5 years, but that the school should prioritize addressing the limitations of pair and share. What is pair and share?
Great question. Because this is a primary center, TK2, they don't have grades to test in terms of the CASP. So the state guidance is they'll give them the scores of the school where the majority of their second graders matriculate. That's actually one of their other schools, Fenton Avenue. That's the pair and share. Because you don't have those scores, you get ascribed those others. So it's for them to continue to look strategically at that issue. That's all.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is in order.
Move it.
Primary, moved and seconded by Mr. Melvoin. You're a good seconder, Mr. Melvoin. Thank you very much. Call the roll.
Yeah, 1 second, let me get to my page.
This is item number 31.
Yep. Who was the mover?
Mover was
I moved.
Mr. Schmerlson, seconded by Mr. Melvoin.
Dr. McKenna?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Schmerlson?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez? Ms. Ortiz Franklin? Board President Goldberg?
Yes.
Student Member Cortez Lopez?
Yes.
That's 5 ayes, passes.
It passes. You're done.
All right.
Okay, board members, where we are now is,
You're very welcome, sir.
Thank you.
now where we are, while people are moving, is we're going to go to public comment. We're going to go to public comment. Now, understand that if you are here to speak on an item that's on consent, you will not get to do so until after we've heard public comment. Okay? Because that's how we do it.
I mean,
Oh, it's already
Consent
done?
is public
We've already
consent
done
is-
it? Did we move it and pass it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's probably why I was at lunch.
So,
Okay.
so we're going to wait for folks to filter out of the room, and then the
Public
folks for
comment.
general public comment are going to make their way in. We're not going to rush things and start without our general public comment folks. But the consent calendar has closed, so folks were signed up to speak on the consent calendar.
I didn't know we had,
On some other item,
finished it.
all business is concluded except for the general public comment, just so
Right.
we're all on the same page.
And I thank those folks who are here for general public comment for your patience. We had a long agenda, and we had a lovely presentation for Dr. McKenna, which put us a little behind today.
Absolutely, darling. I don't like chocolate donuts anyway.
Okay.
Please take it. Please take it. It would go to
I've
waste.
been eyeing it this whole time.
Yeah, don't have to go hungry. Fine. Here's the.
Okay, we have a full slate of folks who've signed up for general public comment, so we will begin now. Joshai Henderson, are you here? Joshai.
Okay, again, it's Josh Shea, pronounced Josh Shea.
Josh Shea.
Okay.
Can you hold on 1 second? Because
Oh.
there's people being a little bit loud in the back.
Okay.
We're starting general public comment, folks. Thank you.
Am I good?
Wait, like we can't. Okay, 2 minutes is yours.
Okay. Hello, my name is Joshua Henderson. I'm a senior at Washington High School and a youth leader with Community Coalition. First of all, taking away the Black in BSAP is so disrespectful to the Black students across LAUSD district and the people who created BSAP, specifically for people who look like me. But this is also systematic racism, the type of racism that many people of color will face or have faced, something that you all should be helping to prevent. Removing race as a factor would definitely lead to resources spreading too thin, leaving Black youth without. How is that fair? I know firsthand because a lot of times I've been able to get opportunities because I'm in BSAP. But this is also removing a safe space free from hate speech and creating a toxic environment. I have experienced plenty of racial bias, discrimination, and hate speech on campus, but having an environment filled with people who look like me has made my high school experience better. I don't understand trying to make BSAP race neutral when the outside world isn't. So you would think that if all of you care about Black students, you would try and make life for us easier before leaving high school. Many youth like me rely on resources BSAP provides, like having exposure to college expos, college tours, or even discovering other places outside of Los Angeles. Discovering that they can be a part of something bigger than themselves and experience new environments and opportunities. These are things that would have made a huge impact on Black youth, an impact that is needed from years of neglect and little to no resources for Black youth. But more importantly, this is taking the focus away from Black students, which is removing your commitment to us. Instead of taking away a program that betters a community, why not make it stronger or outreach to other schools or even make other programs that will focus on other groups of people? This completely disregards Black students and ignores the importance within the Black student program to begin with. So I ask you, will you make your commitment to Black students, or will I have to come here and speak again? Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Brittany Figueroa. Brittany, come on up. Brittany, are you out there? Nardo Tudes. Nardo, are you out there?
Nardos isn't here, but we're going to be here to represent for him.
We can't hear you. I'm so sorry. Can you just...
Pull the mic down.
Yeah.
Get it right close to you.
Okay.
Okay. So Nardos isn't here, so we'll be speaking for him since we are also students from Roybal.
Okay.
That's fine, yeah.
Don't start the timer yet. Normally what we do is because public speaking is sort of a big deal. If someone speaks up, signs up to speak up, they write their name in a column and then they come and they show up. I get nervous and the board gets nervous when a different name is speaking other than the person who signed up, just as a matter of right. Because if Nardo shows up and says, "Hey, I signed up to speak," we have deprived that person of their right to speak. So we take that pretty seriously. Is this Mr. Kirksey? Yes. We've worked together for a while now, it seems relatively calm and respectful in here, and you've come up and taken the time, but no, I understand that. I'm just going to make a quick consultation to make sure that it's okay to have folks speak who didn't actually sign up to speak. Though we are glad you're here. I'm not trying to say...
I think we should let them speak, but I think we need to begin to say why we're concerned about this. Sometimes people come without the person who's giving the time away, and we don't know whether they actually meant for someone else to speak for them. So I think as long as someone is actually here who's on the agenda to speak, and they want to give it to someone who is here, I think we can do that until we have a rule change or a discussion amongst the board members.
Okay, let's do it. So between the two of you, you have 2 minutes to speak. So yeah, please go ahead. Thank you for coming.
Okay, so hello, my name is Alan Delgado, and I'm a student at Roybal Learning Center. I'm going to start off by saying that in the creation of a contemporary political issues course, it will be important to focus on the work of student organizing across the country and even here in LUSD. LUSD students have made a transformative history with BSAP, and that is why I demand it to be protected. Now I want you guys to really ask yourselves these questions. Do you all really believe that you are making justice to anyone here by disregarding everyone's efforts and what it took to get BSAP up and running? And for what? Because you chose to listen to people that wanted an in on it too when they realized that there was money being funded? You guys claim to value fairness, yet you're making the work of many Black people that hope for equality unavailing. I came up here to ensure that my words and the words of everyone else speaking here are heard, because we are making it very clear when we say that we want the Black to stay in BSAP, to affirm its value and the difference it makes in the Black community. I know you know about the great impact that the Black Student Achievement Plan has made throughout many Black students and their families, and how much many have benefited from this, but you still attempt to remove this, not caring whatsoever about what it took many to get this program where it's at. It's honestly so revolting to think that you're supposed to employ accountability measures to guarantee that all schools achieve their objectives, yet here we all are because there are so many people like you guys up there that are trying to remove the main point and the whole reasoning of this program. What makes things worse is that you guys kept the BSAP steering committee out of this when you decided to make this decision. So why go behind the backs of the ones that started the plan unless you knew that they would all disagree against your choice? This is very wrong of you guys, and you owe everyone here an apology after your actions of completely disregarding everyone's efforts. This isn't fair, and I know you know it's not. This program has done so good to many, and I've seen how impactful it's been to students and how letting a girl would be of so much benefit of many of my friends as well, for example, who come from multiple backgrounds and ethnicities, and that from what I've noticed could really use the help of BSAP, that BSAP has to offer. So put the Black back in BSAP. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, Maria Luisa Palma, are you here? I think you are. Please come on up. You have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good evening. Information is currency, and information is power. Your resolution today, item number 32, reaffirming the commitment for respectful treatment of all persons. It's a little bit of a farce, isn't it? Because anti-immigrant sentiment has been rife here at this district, continuously, at schools, at school district committees. It's what I talk about all the time, isn't it? We have lack of a clear, accessible information for all parents, but especially for immigrant parents who don't speak the language. You withhold information. There are secret committees across this district. We have jumbled up school budgets. LCAP, you know that we didn't get the information we've asked for. You should watch the presentation made by Mr. Elward a couple of weeks ago, November 7th, to the PAC. That information was lousy, okay? It is inexcusable that this continues. Continued evidence of disrespect for the immigrant families. No one at this district knows what SENI is. We have the well-heeled parents that recently protested at Walter Reed. You promptly all created a town hall for them and then took back the changes to that program that you had made. But here, the Latino parents come here with a parent petition of over 4,000, 5,000 signatures to bring back the school police, and all of you ignore it completely. Then, of course, we have the academic results, which are dismal. The ultimate disrespect to the Latino community. You issue high school diplomas with a D average. What do those numbers look for the Latino community, for the immigrant community? So what is the worth of this resolution that you have here? Because words are cheap. Why the outrage now? Why not the urgency on an ongoing basis? You are telling the immigrant communities that you will protect them, but you're not telling them that you will empower them for academic success on an ongoing basis for the rest of their lives, for their families. That's what's missing. Words are cheap. What is this resolution worth? This is garbage. Garbage.
Thank you for your time. Emmanuel Nwalozi. Emmanuel. Braxton Jordan. Oh, Emmanuel. Okay. All right, so I'm just gonna repeat it, like, 'cause moving forward, we're gonna have to figure out something, because if Emmanuel did show up, we're like, well, we've given away your spot, because you're not Emmanuel, I know you're, yeah. So I appreciate the respect, and so 2 minutes, please, and we'll move along.
Hello, my name is Cody. I attend Garfield High School in East LA, coming from the organization Inner City Struggle, and I'm here to demand to put the black back in BSAP. The two ways you can do that is by committing full transparency and giving decision-making power to the BSAP steering committee. This will ensure you, Superintendent Carvalho, you are doing your job of helping black students, my brothers and sisters, to be successful. My school does not utilize BSAP funds due to the low enrollment of black students. However, I do know that the black students at other schools have benefited from this program. Unfortunately, I have witnessed anti-blackness on my campus, despite black students not being a majority in the school. They are my brothers and sisters. BSAP will give them the funds they deserve. These students could achieve more and be encouraged not only to be successful, but thrive with BSAP, which is the ultimate goal. The East Side will always support black students, and we will continue showing up for them until they get the funds they deserve. Today, we call on LAUSD to support black students too. By committing full transparency, you should always let the community know about the decisions and actions you take on BSAP through active communication and sharing decision-making power with the BSAP steering committee. We are your people, not folks from Virginia who are from 2,000 miles away from us. You should not care about the opinions of other states. Listen to us, the youth, to put the black back in BSAP now.
Thank you for your time. Braxton Jordan. And then after Braxton is Valerie Monzo, and then Brenda Maldonado. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Braxton Jordan. I'm a leader with Students Deserve and a member of the BSAP Steering Committee. I'm here today to hold Superintendent Carvalho to his word. During yesterday's meeting, Superintendent Carvalho stated multiple times that he was not removing race as criterion for the Black Student Achievement Plan, also known as BSAP. He also claimed that no funds would be taken from the program. This would be good news if I believed you were a man of your word. Unfortunately, in the past experiences, I have known otherwise. You often say one thing in meetings to keep the peace, but act in direct contradiction afterwards. For those who are unaware of what I'm referring to, the superintendent once held a meeting with Students Deserve where he agreed that school police should not be on campuses and aligned with most of our demands. But yet, a month later, he placed school police on 20 campuses in LAUSD. When confronted about his decision, he defended his actions by pointing to additional resources for those campuses. I'm here to be honest. We're tired of your empty promises. You have yet to hire a community-based safety expert or implement community-based safety as a program it is intended to be across LAUSD. You want recognition for the bare minimum of progress and funding towards BSAP, a program we have been advocating for many years. But we do not want to hear about gradual changes. We want meaningful results. Superintendent Carvalho, as a student of LAUSD, I call on you to honor your word and commitment to Black students. Uphold BSAP as a reparative program designed to address the decades of racially discriminatory practices that have violated the civil rights of Black students in your district. Have a nice day.
Thank you for your time. Valerie Monzo. Valerie, come on up.
Hello.
The floor is yours. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Valerie Monzo, and I'm a sophomore at Man UCLA Community School. It's great to be here. I believe in equality, but there's one thing I believe in more than equality, and that's equity. Black students have the lowest test scores compared to other racial groups in LAUSD, and it's clear that Black students are in need of some academic help. Given that Black students only make up 7% of LAUSD, it shouldn't be that hard to provide resources to my peers. I believe that there's multiple reasons for Black students not doing so well in class, and one of them being the material they're being taught. It's boring them, it's not something they can relate to. I had this experience last year in my history class. There was these two boys that would come to class maybe once a week, sometimes not even at all. And we would learn about stuff like the Boston Tea Party, wars, just stuff that really didn't interest them, and none of us either. And at some point, my teacher decided to do a unit on the Black Panther Party. And when we started this unit, they happened to be in class, and these boys were so engaged and interested in what my teacher had to say. I have never seen these boys so interested in what she had to say. They started coming to class every day, and all this to say that BSAP is needed. BSAP provides these same kind of studies and the same kind of encouragement to be great. When those boys heard what they were hearing, they felt empowered and they could relate to what they heard, and the BSAP provides that to them also. I realize that it's not about these students not wanting to learn or not wanting or trying to act tough. They want to succeed in life, but they just don't feel the motivation or the support to. Yeah, I want to see my peers graduate. I want to see them be interested in class just like those two boys were. And we don't need you guys to spend $7 million on yonder pouches. I mean, we come up here every month telling you guys what we need. You guys aren't in these schools. You're not in these classrooms. I'm demanding you to hear my words. We need BSAP, and we need you to expand BSAP funding.
Thank you for your time. Brenda Maldonado. Brenda Maldonado. Channing Martinez.
Good afternoon. Channing Martinez, co-director of the Strategy Center and member of the Black Student Achievement Steering Committee, Police Free LAUSD Coalition. First of all, I'd like to start. Today is Garifuna Settlement Day, and the Garifuna are indigenous folks. A lot of them are in Los Angeles. In fact, in Los Angeles, we have the biggest concentration of Belizeans in Los Angeles, and a lot of those folks are Garifuna. And so when we're talking about immigration rights, we better know that we're also talking about a big group of Black folks that are potentially going to be deported by Trump, and all of which are also benefiting from the benefits of the Black Student Achievement Program. I'm really grateful that LAUSD is moving to try to help immigrant folks, help LGBTQ folks, and maintain the Black Student Achievement Program. And I am here to say that it's not enough to give your word that you're not going to change the Black Student Achievement Program when there's nothing legally written that says this is going to be the Black Student Achievement Program and that race is going to be the thing that is going to be considered. We know that we came in 2020 because LAUSD spent 20 years directly oppressing Black students, a lot of which were Belizean, a lot of which were Garifuna folks, right? A lot of those folks, if you do not do something to put your words and your promises into writing, will be at risk of not just being deported, but also losing the very benefits that you said that you claim that you care about in the Black Student Achievement Program. So we're asking you, and I will say with this last point, one thing, I don't like Trump, but I have to give him credit. At the end of his term, he spent every single day passing every single motion and putting everything into power that he could, and then he left the president, months and months of trying to go through court, trying to undo what he does. We have a month left in the year before he becomes president, and this is your opportunity to really stand for Black students. Do something.
Thank you for your time. Say hi, Munnings, or CJ. Please, if I pronounced it incorrectly, let me know. CJ. Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is CJ Manning. I'll be giving Devin my time.
Oh, understood. Thank you. The time is yours, Devin. Please use the mic.
My name is Devin Beard. I'm a senior at Washington Prep and Community Coalition Youth Theater. I'm here to speak on item 40. The school board wants to make sure LAUSD is a safe and inclusive spaces for all, but how are you meant to achieve that when taking the B out of BSAP? Black Student Achievement Plan started off the basis that black students were being failed by LAUSD. Black students had lower test rates, lower grades, and lower graduation rates, and not attending college. Police-Free LAUSD is the movement that helped us get BSAP back in 2020. They helped reduce the $70 million budget for school police back in 2020 to $55 million. That $25 million cut was put towards student services, mental health resources, and programs to support black students. Why are we letting people who have probably never stepped in a BD1 school deciding what we do with BSAP? What do you mean it's racist to make sure students who you have consistently failed are doing well in school? Letting people from Virginia decide that black LAUSD students have failed only after 4 years of having the program. Through BSAP, we actually have staff members that make you feel welcome to be at school. How are you going to make a student achievement plan for all when all other groups don't need support like we do? It's comparison like Cine. We need to make sure we get more funding and it's secure. Programs like BSAP aren't just about academics, they're about belonging. Due to my BSAP program, I was going on an HBCU tour to Atlanta to view schools like Morehouse, Clark Atlanta, and Clayton. I had a great experience and consider schools that aren't typically pushed towards UNLA. It felt good to hear that there were other options other than Cal States or UCs. Why would you want to take that experience away from anyone? Since BSAP, I've seen real change not just in myself but in my peers. I've seen students who were once disengaged find a reason to care about school other than just being at school. This isn't just about special treatment, it's about leveling a playing field that's been uneven for far too long. To those who think BSAP is decisive and unnecessary, I ask, how can you call equity racist? How can you argue against how can you argue against giving students that tools that they need? When for so long, those tools have been withheld. It's truly frustrating and disheartening to hear that decisions about the future of black students are being made from people who may not understand our lived experience. When you defund programs like BSAP, you're sending a message that black students don't matter, that our struggles and successes are secondary. Instead of scaling back, we should be doubling down. BSAP is an investment not just in black students, but in the future of LAUSD. When one group succeeds, we all succeed. This isn't about taking away from students. It's about ensuring everyone has a fair shot at success. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, Rolanda Smith. Rolanda Smith. Jennifer Miller. Jennifer Miller. Juan Magandi, come on up. Mr. Magandi is going to speak in Spanish, so if you'd like hear what he's saying in English, please put up your hands and we'll give you these headsets. If you'd like to hear what Mr. Magandi is saying as he's saying it, we'll pass out these headsets if you'd like to listen.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Momento, por favor.
Okay.
Okay, listos.
Okay. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. It seems that today you're very generous today. You're giving everybody their wishes. Everything that was written to Santa Claus will be given everything they asked for. Doing a piñata with money that doesn't cost you, but we're the ones who pay for it, right? To allow for these expenditures. So these brothers that are Afro-American, yes, we're brothers. And you know what? We are the most behind academically, and we're not getting opportunities. And as Latin people, we're even worse than you. It's only one day that we need to combine our dialogue to see how we can go forth, and we can't allow us being as parents separate from our children, and that they're here, that you be indoctrinated, because here all they do is distribute the money that is supposed to go to you. Any program that is meant for your progress academically and for your materials and socioeconomic needs are welcome, but please don't take advantage because they're elitist. They discriminate against poor people, not just Afro-American. Latin people are the most discriminated against. We need to unite to do something good and invite to take away arrogance. And I just want to say today, I felt for the first time the hate of a white person against a parent because they discriminate against the indigenous appearance. For the charter, for being white, I don't know if there is a word that can be defined for a woman who hates a man just because of his indigenous features or because they consider them less. This is language that we must not be victims of hate and racism that still persists, that we still need to defend against. So let's unite, brothers, African American and Latino.
Thank you for your time. All right, we have 6 more folks to speak. Jamia Fields. And then after Ms. Fields, we have Sable Ramos, and then Brianna Casiano. After Ms. Fields, it'll be Sable Ramos, and then Brianna Casiano, and then Robert Spencer. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay. My name is Jemiah. I'm a junior at Washington Prep High School, and I'm a youth leader at Community Coalition. And I came here to discuss the school boards, and especially Superintendent Carvalho's negligence of Black students. Now this time, I made my speech shorter for y'all, since I love to try and silence us when y'all hear something y'all don't like to hear. We deserve this space to hold you guys accountable. So anyways, me and other youth leaders from COCO had a meeting with Carvalho, Mr. Brandy, and Mr. Whitman about the topic of BSAP and why we need safe passage. Stuff Carvalho said he was put his name and title on the line for. And when the student from Horseman said, I advise you guys to hire safe passage people, Carvalho and other adults in the room just assumed they were already at Horseman when there wasn't. Washington also hasn't had any safe passage people ever since last year, since Elijah died. And like I said last time, y'all couldn't give us actually trained safe passage people, but y'all just stopped hiring them altogether. Instead, the school police got added again. And the fact that there's even more police than before, and yet they're still useless. Black students couldn't cross the street without 5 police cars surrounding them. And all this he brought up to Carvalho, and he just brushed it off continuously by saying there's nothing he could do about it. And also making it seem as if there's, oh shoot, sorry. And also making it seem as if it's the principal's fault when it's their job to make sure the principals do so. But this is the same person who said he put his name on the line for this. So how does that work? If y'all can sit here and spend millions on yonder pouches, I know y'all can spend money on safe passage, but y'all just choose not to, and we know what it is. Now I'm saying it again since someone thought it was funny to mute my mic last time with stating my demands. For Carvalho, start making these empty promises and start actually committing to them like what you should have been doing before. And for the school board, we demand an apology from you guys, a public apology at that, and at least acknowledge the impact BSAP has had on Black students and prioritize your Black students as a whole.
Thank you for your time. Sable Ramos. Sable, are you here? Brianna Casiano. Brianna, are you here? Robert Spencer. Delilah Orwin. Delilah Orwin. And then after Ms. Orwin will be Ana Chavez, and then Khalil Smith.
Hi, good evening. We'll be sharing our time.
I'm really saying one sentence.
Over the summer,
And without any public notice, the district removed race as a criteria for targeting resources through the Black Student Achievement Plan.
We are here calling on the LAUSD board to take immediate and determining action to reinstate Black student population as a standard for BSTAP school allocation. I want to emphasize the importance of maintaining the Black Student Achievement Program. This initiative is just not about academic support. It's about creating an environment where Black students feel seen, heard, and valued. BSAP provides essential resources like mentorships, cultural enrichment, and academic assistance that help close the achievement gap and foster a sense of community. Removing this program would be a step backward in our efforts to promote equity and inclusion. This program provides targeted support to help close the achievement gap between Black students and their peers. These programs offer academic assistance, mentorships, and cultural enrichment, which can significantly boost students' confidence in academic performance. For example, me. I wouldn't be able to have the assistance I am getting right now to be able to apply to colleges like I am without BSAP. BSAP play a big role in fostering a sense of community and belonging, which is essential for us and all students. So please put the Black back in BSAP.
Thank you for your time. Ana Chavez. Anna Chavez. Khalil Smith.
Hello, I attend Dorsey High School with Khalil Smith, and he won't be coming today, so I will be speaking for him.
What's your name? Just first name.
Brennan.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brennan Higgins. I attend Dorsey High School and am a leader in Students Deserve. As a Black student at a LAUSD Board 1 school, I do not appreciate BSAP no longer prioritizing Black students. Not only was race removed as a considerable factor for the program, but this change was made without even consulting the BSAP steering committee. This is unacceptable. BSAP was created to move toward making up for the decades of racial and educational inequity that Black students face. This should not be taken from us without so much as a notice. BSAP has assisted me in obtaining early college access and unique learning opportunities such as traveling to New York to learn about Black history, going on college tours and field trips, and providing services such as counselors and social workers. I would have never been able to experience such if not for BSAP. And we in Students Deserve demand that LAUSD rescind the decision to remove race as a considerable factor for BSAP. Black students have been denied enough. We should not have to lose a program that our community fought so hard to implement. Black students have had our civil rights violated for years. If LAUSD is so passionate about keeping things equal, then where was our equality? Where was our equality when we were being randomly searched, pepper sprayed, and targeted in our own schools? We got that eliminated. We did the work, so why are you listening to opposition in Virginia? We are right here. Students right here who are actually impacted by this senseless decision are demanding it to be undone. We Black students deserve equity after being denied equality in our education time and time again. Enough with the sneaky side plots in the summertime. Put the Black back in BSAP. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. That concludes general public comment.
This is went out, that I've appreciated hearing your views over the months and years that I've been here, and I wish all of you very well. I was a student activist myself, and I'm always excited to see students be involved in trying to achieve the goals that they have set. So now we have some adjourning motions. Hold it. We have had a board member, whose child was ill, and that's Kelly Gomez. She had to leave early to take that child to urgent care. If you do not object, I'd like to open the rolls that we closed to let her be able to vote on the various things that she missed. Is there any objection from board members to my doing that? None here. Hearing none, the roll is open on those items that Kelly Gomez was not able to vote for.
Okay, I see you on camera with us, Ms. Gomez. Are anyone over the age of 18 aside from you in the room?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to read through the tabs to collect your vote, and if I move too fast, you just tell me to slow down, please. Okay, so on tab 20, approval of renewal petition for Citizens of the World Charter School Silver Lake.
Yes.
Tab 23, approval of the renewal petition for Para los Niños Charter.
Yes.
Tab 24, approval of the renewal petition for Downtown Value.
Yes.
Tab 25, approval of the renewal petition for Equitas Academy 2.
Yes.
Tab 26, approval of the renewal petition for Gabriela Charter 2.
Yes.
Tab 27, approval of the renewal petition for Monsignor Oscar Romero Charter School.
Yes.
Tab 28, approval of the renewal petition for Santa Monica Boulevard Community Charter.
Yes.
Tab 29, approval of the renewal petition for Synergy Charter Academy.
Yes.
Okay, and then we have a couple of resolutions we need to capture your vote for after the charters, but we have one more charter. Approval of the renewal petition for Fenton Primary Center.
Yes.
Okay. And then I've got tab 33 by resolution by Dr. McKenna, co-sponsored by Mr. Schmerlson, recognizing November as National Runaway and Homeless Youth Prevention Month. How do you vote?
Yes. And if I could be added as a co-sponsor, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, that's done. And then as to tab 34 from Ms. Goldberg's office, reaffirm our commitment to immigrant students, families, and staff, and update the district's policy to enforce the respectful treatment of all persons to include gender identity and gender expression. How do you vote?
Yes. And I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Okay, tab 38 from Ms. Goldberg, study the feasibility of establishing a contemporary political education course.
Yes, and I'd like to co-sponsor.
Okay. You voted on tab 39 for the sanctuary school zone. Tab 40 from Ms. Goldberg's office, affirm that LUSD will remain an inclusive, safe, and welcoming environment for all. How do you vote?
Yes, and I'd like to co-sponsor also.
Okay, please bear with me. I'm just going to make sure that I captured everything properly. Okay, that's all the votes I needed to get.
And we all wish the speedy recovery of your child.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay, any other adjourning motions besides the one I have? Okay.
We were planning to stay here all night, so one more comment won't make a difference. I just want to take a brief moment on behalf of the over 70,000 full and part-time employees of Los Angeles Unified. I would like to voice their appreciation to both our president, Jackie Goldberg, and Dr. George McKenna. Today was once again an example of the courage, the purposeful leadership, and righteousness with which for decades you've done your work on behalf of kids and those who believe in public education. So a lot has been said today, a lot has been said for a long time, considering your imminent departure. And I just wanted to once again, on behalf of our workforce, extend our heartfelt appreciation for your leadership, your compassion, your courage, particularly under fire. For anyone who thought that on the last board meeting, as you come to an end of your terms, you would slow down, today was proof positive that that didn't happen. A number of strong pronouncements, risky pronouncements, not for self, but for everybody else. So thank you.
With that, I would like to adjourn this meeting today in memory of Quincy Jones, who passed away on November 3rd at the age of 91. He helped rewrite the soundtrack of American culture and was a tireless advocate for the right of all children to have access to education in music and music in education. Quincy Delight Jones Jr. was born in 1933 to parents who moved from Charleston, South Carolina to Chicago, Illinois during the Great Migration. And if you don't know what Great Migration is, look it up. His family later moved to the state of Washington, and it was in Seattle public schools where Jones became a musician, playing trumpet and studying music theory. He attended Berklee College of Music in Boston. At age 20, Quincy Jones was touring Europe with Lionel Hampton, and from that point on, Quincy Jones made an impact in every era of American popular music. The list of the greats that he worked with as a musician, arranger, producer is staggering. Dizzy Gillespie, Count Basie, Elvis Presley, Sarah Vaughan, Charlie Mingus, my own personal favorite, Miles Davis, Ray Charles, Aretha Franklin, Little Richard, Leslie Gore are just a few. All of this was before he produced Thriller, the highest-selling album of all time, and brought dozens of stars together to record We Are the World, which raised almost $90 million to address the 1983-85 famine in Ethiopia. He went on to be a film and television producer working on The Color Purple, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and other productions. But in closing, I want to quote him directly from his speech that he gave at Harvard University in 1997. He said, quote, "Every day you have a choice to make between love and fear. As much as you can, choose love." Thank you very much.
And the time is now 5:51